Good morning, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to all of you to India's top 40 under 40, presented by Collegedunia and brought to you by ASMA. Technology is continuing to permeate our lives and industries like never before. The waves of the technological transformations, which are leading to Industry 4.0 and Education 4.0, are being felt across all sectors. This tremendous transform has also been further accelerated by the global pandemic. In the face of this fast-paced future, young leaders have risen up to take the helms of educational institutions to lead them into the 21st century. Such young leaders have brought in a breath of fresh air of future forward thinking with an essential understanding of how to navigate their institutions through the digital age. ASMA Top 40 Under 40 in education in India aims to recognize these young leaders who have brought path-breaking vision into the Indian education sector. Those bright minds who continue to challenge the accepted ways of thinking and push boundaries to build an industry that meets the needs of a country poised to be a vibrant global leader on the world stage. This special event will celebrate the young men and women who have dedicated their efforts to fostering change and innovation to build a better and brighter future for us all. Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome all of you to Collegedunia Presents ASMA Top 40 Under 40 in Education in India. Before I proceed and welcome our guest of honor, I take this opportunity to welcome our university partner, ISECT University, our associate partner, Millennium Education Management, our digital partner, FMA Digital, our AI partner, Orai Robotics. I welcome all distinguished speakers and attendees as we embark on a journey of engaging fruitful discussions by some of the finest young leaders in the education in India. I further congratulate all those who could make it to the list of ASMA Top 40 Under 40, and the list will be unveiled as we progress in the event today. We will have our chairman, Mr. Ramakrishnan, Gopalakrishnan Ramachandran joining in the valedictory, and we have the honor of welcoming Srimati Pankaja Mittalji from Association of Indian Universities also in the second half of the event. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me take immense pleasure in welcoming and introducing today's guest of honor, Dr. M.V.V. Prasada Rao, Director CBSE. Sir has a total of 35 years of rich experience, 12 of which are in teaching and 24 years in educational administration. Dr. Rao has an MPhil, MA, BL, B.Ed, and a PhD. He was also Joint Secretary, Central Board of Secondary Education from 2006 to 2013, and he also served as Assistant Commissioner, Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti, under the Ministry of HRD, Government of India. Dr. Rao has held various leadership positions in different capacities, including Joint Secretary and Regional Officer of Chennai Region, Allahabad Region, Patna Region, Bhubaneswar Region, Regional Director of Delhi Region, and Director of UGC NET Examination. Dr. Rao also served as District Program Coordinator, NSS East Godavari, and also worked as an NSS Program Officer for more than 9 years. Sir was awarded by the District Collector East Godavari for doing the best services in NSS. Welcome to you, sir, and a warm welcome to you once again, everyone. Let's hear from Dr. MVV Prasada Rao. Over to you, sir. Sir, kindly unmute, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We may start. Thank you.
Could you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very well, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Rahulji. I'm very glad to join you. In fact, Chetan was trying for me for a very long time, but it could not materialize. But now it's materialized. I'm very happy. And I'm very sorry for Chetan's health also. Kindly convey my wishes to him for the speedy recovery and all.
Miss him a lot,
and
sir.
It's a good platform that you have chosen. And I congratulate you for hosting such a wonderful platform, especially what the need of the hour. This entrepreneurship is ultimately going to be the only way forward. And as you rightly said, that many of the youngsters have come forward to start some educational institutions, and the innovation and the entrepreneurship. Your topic is innovation and entrepreneurship, and this entrepreneurship and innovation are not separated, as I feel, because wherever there is innovation, there starts the entrepreneurship. In fact, so innovation is a tool, and it is a part and parcel of this entrepreneurship. But unfortunately, the education system in India is such that we could not be able to produce many entrepreneurs. The focus is, even the society's focus is mainly on acquiring some higher qualifications, which has nothing to do with the entrepreneurship. Having great degrees with us is not going to help to become an entrepreneur, number one. Number two, nobody wants to take any risk. And it is a risk taking. If you want to become an entrepreneur, and you have to have some willingness, and it is a challenging issue before everybody, especially when you talk about the teaching learning process in schools and colleges. So nobody concentrates on this particular aspect, the entrepreneurship. Everybody concentrates on the curriculum that is given in the textbook, and ultimately the students are getting passing through the curriculum, and they are becoming the educationists, but they are not having the committedness of whatever that is needed. And now the present situation in India is that everyone has to be an entrepreneur. There is no other alternative today. And what is required for an entrepreneur is ABCD, what I call. A stands for attitude, and B stands for the behavior, C stands for confidence, and D stands for discipline. If one can acquire these qualities right from the primary stage itself, it is possible to go drive towards the entrepreneurship. So what I feel is that the educational institutions, many of the youngsters have come into the educational field from their own institutions and all. And these entrepreneurs must encourage the children by starting some vocational courses right from the primary stage onwards. You see, this entrepreneurship also helps the school dropouts a lot, because when the child drops out after class 10 or for one reason or the other, and if the child has the commitment, if the child is ready to take up to join this entrepreneurship, and that is going to help him in a big way. What is required for an entrepreneur is not the mere knowledge. Knowledge along with the skill is more important. Knowledge, skill, and also the wisdom. It's not that whatever that we want to do, we keep on doing, and we can become an entrepreneur just like that, because it's a competitive world, and there's a lot of competition before us, and we have to be prepared mentally that we will face the challenges. The failures are the stepping stones of success. That is what the entrepreneur has to learn. And these people are not ready to accept the failures. You look into the history, right from Abraham Lincoln, everybody failed and failed and failed, and ultimately they succeeded. These lessons have to be taken by these youngsters, especially, and they should not be afraid of the failure. They have to take risk, and unless you take the risk, you should not. You will not know in which direction you are going, whether it is perfect or not. So therefore, these have to be taught right from the primary stage itself. Some kind of skill-oriented courses. So many schools have come up, and these schools, at least the young entrepreneurs, they must concentrate apart from the curriculum that is given, apart from whatever the educational qualifications that we are going to produce. Simultaneously, there must be some kind of input on the skill education. In fact, if you can look into the China, they started these skill courses, the vocational courses, right from class 6 onwards. I'm very happy that the NEP is going to address this problem in a longer way, the larger way. And therefore, NEP will take care of that. But at the same time, the implementation level is very, very important. So many aspects have been discussed in the national education policy, where concentration is laid upon the vocational courses. As far as the CBSE is concerned, a lot of vocational courses have already been started in the higher classes, like 10th class, class 10 and class 11 and class 12. But now these vocational courses are also going to be extended on competency based in the lower classes as well. So what is required is an entrepreneur. If you want to become an entrepreneur, you need a kind of a commitment, and at the same time, getting some kind of skill-oriented techniques. See, after becoming an entrepreneur, it is not easy to become successful all of a sudden. You need to have a strategy. So strategy is very, very important for anybody. And if you learn some strategic techniques, how to you should be prepared to reach the client. What exactly the client needs is what the entrepreneur has to learn. And such kind of techniques have to be learned right from the childhood onwards. The main problem is that we are not exposing these children at the younger age towards the entrepreneurship, because many of us do not understand what is this entrepreneurship. And therefore, there is a lot of lacuna in the educational scenario. And therefore, my suggestion is that if the children at the younger age are exposed to the entrepreneurship, maybe they want to pursue their own field and their own liking and disliking, but at the same time, they are supposed to have some kind of interest and possessiveness that they need to become an entrepreneur, and they have to serve this country by providing some jobs to the others also. And such kind of situation has to be prevailed. And we have to understand that innovation itself is a resource. Unless you innovate and unless you are creative, you cannot build up the resources. And you are supposed to understand and their needs also have to be kept in mind. And these are the various issues that the entrepreneurs have to look into. And I'm hopeful that the young leaders, those who are coming up, it is very, very fortunate that many of the young leaders are turning towards the entrepreneurship. And even I saw even my own children, they want to, they have their own bent of mind that they want to become an entrepreneur. They don't want to join any services. They don't want to prepare for any competitive examinations, but they want to become, because I saw this quality coming up in the youngsters of the present generation. And it's a very good sign for the development of the nation also. And therefore, every one of us have to, and thank God for this digitalization and technological development. This technological development has given a lot of confidence amongst the youngsters to move forward, because whatever they need that is available digitally, and they can make use of those resources well, and they can come up with the quality. Quality is another most important aspect that we need to address. That the quality doesn't mean that somebody has defined the quality. That is the definition of quality for them, not for us. We need to. Everybody has to define depending upon the circumstances, depending upon the situations, depending upon the need of the clients, etc., etc. So therefore, what my suggestion is, everybody must try to understand the concept of TQM also, the total quality management, how it has emerged and changed the whole scenario, the financial scenario of Japan. Edmund Jurang, we have to remember him, how they introduced this. So the quality doesn't mean that we have to see at the peripheral level and call ourselves as a quality institution. Quality starts from an education institution, especially. The quality starts from right from the services rendered by the peon, services rendered by a small employee in the school. Not that the quality depends if the teacher is good. The quality is related to the infrastructure, the quality relates to the lower staff and all. So that's why I used to say that if a bicycle is there, and in the bicycle at the back wheel, there is a free wheel. And inside this free wheel, there are small balls. If these small balls do not work and they're not qualitative, the entire bicycle will come to an end. It will not move. So the balls are very small, but that also has to be taken into consideration as far as the quality is concerned. That's why in educational institution also, the quality and the quality concerns have to be defined first of all, where these quality concerns have to be applied in every aspect. In a very small issue, in the minor issue also, these quality concerns have to taken care of. Then only it is possible for us to apply this TQM. And even the TQM also has become outdated now. So we started with the hands and encouraged the employees to do with the hands. Now it has been transferred into the mind, the creativity and all. Now it is transformed in the present day with the heart. So it was from hands to the mind to the heart. That means we are also ready. We should be ready to prepare in dealing with the good relations with the employees. That's very, very important in the entrepreneurship. So we need to touch the heart of the employee today, and simply working with the hands is not going to help. And simply by creating something, innovating something is also not going to help. It is, after all, the heart that has to be touched by every entrepreneur. Then only the maximum yield is possible. So I'm very much thankful to you for giving this opportunity to me, and looking forward to join you for such kind of programs in future. Ji.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a brilliant elaboration of thoughts that you highlighted. You especially talked about the ABCD formula, and I think I subscribe to it totally. You did mention that how entrepreneurship is now becoming a mainstream subject even in schools, and kids, more and more kids, in fact, are actually thinking of becoming entrepreneur. We in fact have a living example here in front of us. You see Dr. Sandeep Pachpande on screen here. His 14-year son has actually led a big movement called 15,100 Suraksha boxes, innovative, patented product done by his 14-year-old son, Aditya Pachpande. Likewise, many schools I see are really doing their own effort to bring in innovation and entrepreneurship at the core of learning, such that the mundane learning goes away and more critical thinking gets imbibed in the students of today. Beyond this, you talked about, sir, total quality management. If I may submit, with my interactions across the country with the edu leaders, I see the adaptation of technology is helping leading the quality movement a lot.
Yes.
More and more tools that are
Yes.
getting adapted are in fact ensuring best practices thus quality
Yes.
becomes, a bottom line. You don't even you can't even uh, you you can't bypass it. In fact, that becomes a very critical element in the whole process of doing things, in fact. So very well said, sir. You have set the tone of the day already. We are all excited to hear and understand from all the edu leaders in the country. 40 of them are getting recognized as they are the rising sun, and close to 20 plus speakers will be speaking in 5 different sessions. So today we expect to get much more inspired, much more energized with the wisdom and the knowledge that's going to be celebrated on this platform. I thank you once again for your time and your presence here today, sir. That encourages us,
Thank you.
gives us more motivation and confidence about taking newer initiatives. And Top 40 under 40, we have lined up a variety of initiatives in the quarter next also. At ASMA, we are now 200,000 plus people community, representing 10,000 plus institutions in the country, sir. And schools are our growing fraternity, and I look forward to further engagement with you, sir. Thank you
Yeah,
so much. And
I would like to just add that every entrepreneur must have a PhD. PhD is the passion, P for passion, H for harmony, and D for discipline. So if these three, if these three are there, it is not that PhD disappears. It is a PhD. Everybody has to remember they should have this passion, and they should have this harmony, and they should have this discipline. And apart from this, the commitment and attitude and all these matter a lot. And I'm hopeful that this event will certainly bring some kind of inspiration and motivate the youngsters to come forward to become successful entrepreneurs. Don't get afraid of any kind of challenge, and also the risk. Be ready to take up any challenge, and you will be the successful leader. Thank you very much.
thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, and we look forward to further engagements with you. You may please, wish to attend the sessions ahead. You may switch off the video and appreciate your
Yeah.
presence
Yeah.
today. So
Yeah.
thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Okay.
This, let me invite my colleague, Mr. Rahul Binoy, to take the proceedings ahead. Over to you, Rahul. Let's have a great show. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rahul Binoy, and I'm the event head and your host for today, representing ASMA. Let's move on to the first panel of the day, the much awaited panel. I'd request all the audiences to keep yourself engaged by dropping down your questions in the chat box for our speakers to take up. With that being said, I'd like to welcome the eminent speakers we have in here today with us. Firstly, we have Dr. Sandeep Pachpande, Chairman, ASM Group of Institutions. Then we have Ms. Sakshi Agarwal, Executive Director, Sage University, followed by Mr. Aditya Berlia, co-founder and pro-chancellor, APJ Satya University. Followed by that, we have Mr. Ronald Fernandez, CEO, AIC RNTU Foundation. Then we have Dr. Pranati Tilak, Department of Management Studies, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Pune. The moderator of this August panel is Mr. Abhinav Mishra, Head North New Business, Collegedunia. Welcome you all the eminent speakers, and we are very much looking forward to the deliberation. Over to you, Abhinav, sir.
I welcome all the eminent speakers over here. It is really a pleasure being a part of this conversation. As the topic suggests, it is 40 under 40 concept. We are celebrating people who are young with different mindset, innovative in their thoughts and processes. They like to take challenges. They like to take risk. Thereby, they are doing some real changes in the technology part as to how they are, setting stone for new education, as to impart education to the right people, to get to select a right college. Similarly, Collegedunia is also working the same lines, wherein they are empowering youth to get a right information to the right people so that they can select the best college that they can have with all the information, being it a review, being it infrastructure, being it the pedagogy. We showcase every aspect of the university and colleges. So, having said that, I would like to invite Dr. Sandeep to put his thought on this particular topic. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abhinav. And thank you very much to ASMA for organizing another wonderful event. I've not seen any other company do so many events in the pandemic as ASMA has been doing. And they have been helping the education fraternity in all aspects, be it the students, be it the parents, or be it the teachers or the stakeholders. I think it's one body which has got all the stakeholders of education onto a platform for deliberations in this difficult times for everyone. So thank you to everyone at ASMA, Rahul, and the whole team for putting again a wonderful show together. Now, coming to the topic of today, I think that COVID has disrupted the lives, and it has also disrupted the complete working of everyone, be it a business, be it an individual, or be it an education institution. Everyone has been affected by this, and no one is left out. uh, the role of education is to prepare the students for the jobs of the future, and this can come only if institutions are going to come up with very innovative ideas to work up in the new normal which has been presented to us. uh, the younger generation, now this is a program for 40 and the 40s as such. What the heartening thing to see is all the young leaders have been using technology, adapting technology, and coming up in new ways of engaging with the students and new ways of teaching learning processes in this particular time as such. If you see, be it any function in an education institution, be it the recruitment function. So we have partners like Collegedunia and the Shikshas and the other good lead management systems which have been useful for us during the pandemic times as such. If you go for the teaching learning processes, various edtech firms like even the Indian Swayam platform, Coursera, edX, use of that has been helping us immensely to deliver a hybrid or a blended way of learning. What happens in this particular times is we have to totally rethink, reboot, and reimagining of how education has to be done. I always say that the good quality education is not just delivering the physical lecture online, but delivering a content which is engaging, which is social for the students, and reimagining the content for the online world. And once we do that, we can find even more benefits coming up out of the online kind of education. Traditionally, if you see, it is during the crisis where most of the innovations have come out. When we are bound by constraints, many of the companies have come up. If you look at the history, be it Microsoft, be it Uber, be it Airbnb, all these companies have been started during a crisis as such. So let's, as I always believe in what Einstein says, that every crisis gives an opportunity, and you should never let a crisis go waste. So I can see many of the great educationists here and the teachers. I call them the real COVID warriors. They have really stepped up, adapted in unimaginable less amounts of time, and made sure that none of the students are missing out on their education because of the lockdown as such. So Abhinav, I think I've said a lot, but yeah, so as the part of the discussion goes, we could keep on continuing.
Absolutely, absolutely. I would, like to ask a couple of questions probably later once everybody has some time to speak up. Then probably we can have a one-to-one discussion as well. So probably I would invite Ms. Sakshi Agrawal to come up and show her views on this.
Hi everyone. Hi, Asma, for creating this. Okay, so I'm really thankful to be here, and it's just such an honor that such companies are giving evaluating on 40 under 40 and appreciating them. I totally agree with Sandeep sir that this pandemic actually was an opportunity in disguise. It was a disruption that was much needed in the education industry, and it would not have come until and unless someone have told us, okay, you can't take classes offline. So we had to move online very soon. We had to adapt to new things. We have to adapt to teachers learning how to teach online, and we had to adapt students to pay attention in the classes and exams and homeworks and assignments, everything, right? So the 1 year has been phenomenal. Innovation happened in the education industry. If I talk about Sage University, we have two universities, one in Indore and one in Bhopal. Apart from universities, we also have colleges in Bhopal and schools. So all of this got a chance to explore what online platforms had to offer. Like we tied up with EDX to offer their courses to our students and parents. We tied up with Harvard Business School online and a lot of other things. We started our own Sage Talks where we had more than 1,000 seminars in just 3 months, calling eminent personalities ranging from a scientist to an agriculturalist or from a Mount Everest climber to an actor. So all of this has been I think very innovative for us, and I think 40 under 40 can actually say that because my pro chancellor, my father chancellor, they all are so happy that me and my sister were there at that time because he doesn't know how to handle this laptop thing. So every day at 8 o'clock we were like, okay, we need to get something online, and he would be like, Sakshi, come, open this and all of this. So I think छोटी छोटी चीज़ों से आई थिंक हम लोग की ग्रोथ आई है. Now we have expanded our horizon that we just not need to be physically present to attend an event, but we can do it online with as much vigor, with as much enthusiasm. So I thank you so much for inviting me here, and I hope that this can turn out to be a great event. Thank you.
We can see that a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of vigor is also reflecting from you once you were talking about all the small things that you did in collaboration with your counterparts, and probably everybody as a team worked towards it. As rightly said by Dr. Sandeep, that opportunity comes along in the disguise of some crisis. So we have to take up that opportunity, and more often than not, there are a lot of people who have an innovation that now the crisis have come up. Then now let's not do something else that might not in a same. So they are very conservative in the mindset, and I think the young people have this habit of experimenting, doing something that can change things radically. So all these small things, we might not have a time to ponder over that we could have done these things, but now that we have a time, we can see what impact does it make when we do also those small changes, and it come out a really bigger. So every big things come with the smallest steps, right? So I'm sure we'll like to hear more from you. So I would now shift to Dr. Praniti. She is with us, so she can share her thoughts on this for a couple of minutes, and probably we'll move on to question answers.
Thank you, Abhinav.
Thank you, Dr.
Very good afternoon to all the eminent panelists. And I would like to thank ASMA for selecting this topic, which is very appropriate to what we are facing today. Just to reiterate some points which have already been discussed by Dr. Sandeep and Sakshi, they've made very important points wherein nowadays the young leaders, what they face and what they need to do is turning a crisis into an opportunity, which was mentioned by Dr. Sandeep. And Sakshi also mentioned that adapting to this crisis was one of the biggest challenges, which we have been able to turn into an opportunity. So when it comes to young leadership, what everybody is looking for now is also not just leadership skills wherein showing the direction, but critical thinking ability, also the ability of changing your capabilities to capability. The past year we have all had to be very flexible, and we have had to change the ways wherein we were operating, and those were basic grassroots level changes which we have had to make. And so changing from your ability to probably, you have these abilities which you can put forward, changing them into your ability to cope with the situation and take the situation forward in a better manner. So Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth is a 100-year-old university. We are celebrating our centenary year this year. We had planned a lot of events, obviously, because the university is a memorial to Lokmanya Tilak, but we had to move them all to the online mode. So that was one big part wherein we had to adapt. And when it comes to leadership, as we go forward, we will obviously be discussing points wherein it would need to be more skills oriented, and an innovative approach would obviously mean expanding your horizons, not just from within the country but to beyond boundaries as well. And I'm glad that in a way this pandemic situation has brought the countries closer, wherein collaborations and even exchange programs, virtual exchange programs or training programs are something that we have implemented in our university as well. So just to set the tone, obviously the young leaders are expected not just to be have the dynamism to lead a particular institute, they also have to have the vibrance and the critical thinking ability to adapt and implement a plan wherein you will be able to succeed going forward.
Nice to hear, ma'am. I'm sure that vigor and vibrance comes along. It goes hand in hand with critical thinking and ability to take decisions in the right manner. Obviously, that goes along with this. But we can always be a part of a bigger drive wherein younger people, because they are coming in large numbers with good education, good pedagogy, and they want a platform. We would also like to talk about, are we giving enough platform to the young leaders? I'm sure we are giving them good education, I'm sure the best of education that we can, but after that, what is the opportunity that we are setting a tone for? So let's go to Dr. Aditya. I think if he's with us, then he can speak about this topic. Dr. Aditya Barli.
Thank you, Abhinav. Absolutely brilliant. I think this is a fantastic that we all sort of are there, and my very, very large gratitude to ASMA for putting together this under 40 in education. The only thing that I would like to say perhaps is that, I am extremely excited about how the entire Indian education landscape is going to change. We have had a phenomenal policy in NEP that has come in. And I think that is going to completely revolutionize the entire ecosystem. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on all of our education institutes across the country to really reform and conform to a new reality. This will bring us an extraordinary amount of opportunities. One, I think definitely, which is, and I always say this, it's very sad, but I think at least 50% plus education institutions in this country were shut down. And I think that's a good thing, because it will completely clean up the entire education sector, and all those who are committed to being here in the long term and doing great work, I think they will continue on forward. Second, I think what is very, which we have been saying for years now, has been that, you cannot have single degree colleges. It doesn't make sense. You have to have a more autonomous, multidisciplinary system. And earlier, we used to, I joke, I've been doing education conferences for 15 years, 20 years, right? And I joke, whatever, every time I got invited, I said, "Bhai, just take my speech from 10 years ago, repeat." Nothing's changed, right? And I think what's amazing and beautiful about where we're going now is that, yes, we finally have now, all the buzzwords people would talk about, interdisciplinary, transfer, buzzword tambola, as I call it, is finally now being implemented. And this happened during COVID, which was pretty amazing. And I remember all these very senior people were so upset that this happened. That, like, oh, why are we having multidisciplinary? Well, you gave that in 10 of your speeches. Why are you now upset that multidisciplinary is happening, right? And so I think that is a phenomenal change that will happen. And I think this is something in that our country needs. And we've been seeing it for years, and I'm glad they finally adopted it. The third big thing, particularly, for me, what keeps me awake at night? What keeps me awake at night is a simple figure, which was pre-COVID, and I'm even so scared to even think of it. What happens post-COVID? Right, 15 million young people enter the workforce every year looking for jobs, and this is the government figure. This is not, this is the official government figure. I'm sure the real figure might be even more than that. 15 million people every year searching for a job. If the economy grows at 7%, the formal sector could absorb maybe 3 million. That's 12 million, which is larger than Switzerland, larger than a European country, so to speak, searching for jobs every single year. Post COVID, that is going to go extraordinarily high. And I think what's very needed is this. There's a recognition that the only path to convert this entire liability into an asset. And by the way, I'm old enough now to remember when we used to call our population a liability. And at some point we decided, oh, demographic dividend, this is a human resources versus like, oh my God, we have too many people. But if you want to convert from the liability to an asset side, we really need to focus on education that delivers for the people. And very clearly, particularly in India, I think it's set that we need to have dramatic changes for that to happen. When I compare ourselves, let's say, to the United States, which now by far has proven that it's the world's greatest innovation engine, all the top companies, everything that we work for actually comes from the US. I think that's a better way to look at things rather than maybe Europe or other places which have stagnated, to be very honest. And there is an extraordinary amount of freedom of education that exists. And we sort of are still waking up from what I would call a communist colonial hangover when it comes to how we deal with our sector, how we deal with our people. And until we really move to that complete and total understanding of what it means to actually create a sector that thrives, it's going to be hard. And I've said this on national TV. I believe every educationist, and I take that huge responsibility because I entered this field at a very young age, should apologize for what we've done for our youth. We should apologize that we haven't moved fast enough. We should apologize that we haven't made changes fast enough. And the scale that is India, it's very easy to say we'll do it, vision 2030, vision 2050. I was saying vision 2010, then 2010 came, then vision 2020, vision 25. Now people aren't even doing vision 2030, they're off to vision 2050. I always want to know from people, particularly in education, what is vision March 2021? What is vision April 2021? I don't really care about your 20, 30-year fantastic vision because I've seen too many of those. We are failing our students if we don't deliver. I think that's an extraordinary responsibility all of us have to take forward as educationists, as members of this community. And I'm so glad the government is now being a fantastic partner in getting this done. The loss is in the millions. We wait 1 year, 12 to 15 million people get left behind. So while I love that we celebrate young people, and I'm so glad we have so many leaders here who are doing this, but at the end of the day, we have to recommit ourselves to that sacred duty, is that if as a country and as education people, we do not reform ourselves and really deliver for young people, we are failing them. And for me, that's what keeps me up at night. And that's what excites me about this entire change that we are hopefully seeing this year with the new NEP. I leave it at that.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. It's nice to hear you. It was a very detailed thought about what after education? Are we giving enough employability to the students via education that we are imparting to? And what are opportunities that we had talked about for the students? 15 million of them, and 3 million could imbibe into the formal system. What about others? Are there any entrepreneurial sales that we are going to develop? Are there any more jobs that the people can create for the other people? So it could be a chain effect. Secondly, I would like to also understand, sir, that apart from NEP, so NEP is educational reform, right? After NEP, there is an employability factor as well. Apart from employability factor, there is always the fund issues, incubation centers, entrepreneurial jobs. There is service sector. There is a product sector. Manufacturing sector is not doing so good. So there are a lot of problems around, right? Do you feel that people should go abroad or they should stay here for the employability and for the next generation to come up? So let's keep, so I'm just creating a,
great question. Look, here's the thing, right? I think people have forgotten the extraordinary crisis we've gone through. It is our GDP has just gone into a recession. The world is falling apart, right? And the one thing that we've learned, everyone said that during COVID times, people would lose their jobs, everyone will get fired, countries are completely going. But we've learned one simple truth. Talent is always appreciated and talent is always required, right? And that's in India, that's abroad, that's anywhere else. And if you really ask me what COVID-19 has done, has really sharpened companies to say that, look, these are the type of people we need to hire. And for those people who are performing and delivering, we're going to keep them no matter what. For people who have been performing, who have been delivering, their salaries have gone up during the COVID-19 crisis because it clearly showed who's really doing the work and who's just random deadwood, right? For students particularly, what I love about COVID-19, and this is a huge silver lining, it's opened up a global marketplace for talent. Right? You had, and I have a lot of conversations with companies in US and Europe on this. And, I'll tell you a story. Person says, look, whether my accountant or CFO or lawyer or person is, in the same office or me, that was a big deal before COVID. Post-COVID, work from home. It's like everyone was working from home, right? Now, whether he's 1 mile away from me working from home or 3,000 miles away from me working from home, it doesn't matter. It's the same experience, right? And I think that is going to be a phenomenal opportunity for our young people today. I'm, as a person who's fighting for talent, who's trying to hire talent, that scares the hell out of me, right? Because I have to now compete when I'm hiring for talent against companies all across the world that are going to come in and say, you know what, you graduate from a great college and university in India, we're going to hire you, and guess what, stay at home. We don't need to do your H-1B visa or process your ESTA or give you a C or D permit for Europe. We are able to hire you and employ you gainfully, properly, and within a team structure at the comfort of your own home and home city, right? And so for me, this entire notion of, pre-COVID, that should you stay in India, should you go abroad, should you not, I think that's going to fundamentally change. I think you're going to see an extraordinary number of opportunities for young people in India working as a global talent pool. And I think those who have this, just think about this, right? Everybody here, before we went into COVID, I was on Zoom maybe 3 to 4 years ago because we had an entire system where we wanted to be virtual, right? Getting people to join on a Zoom call or a webinar or a panel was almost impossible. You would send out an invite, you'd have to call their assistant, then there'd be an IT guy sitting there, 3 to 4 people to get one person on a Zoom call, right? And now look at all of us. look at all our faculty, our teachers. They're using their mobile phones, they're using their laptops. You don't need 5 people to make sure you show up for a Zoom call. And that I think has also translated into this global talent pool, because we've trained a generation of young people by doing virtual classes, by doing virtual meetings, to be part of a global talent pool. And so I think the question that whether they should stay in India or leave in India is over. I think at this point it is that, look, how can you find yourself in the best job or career or things that you want to do in the global marketplace? And immigration is no longer an issue.
Great thought, sir. The great thought. I'm sure, because as the younger population are coming to the workforce in India, I'm sure the demographic dividends that we are talking about, that comes with new ideas that you put across. Very radical.
Yeah, but I mean, I always say this, right? Demographic dividend, right?
Yeah.
You remember this in 2000, we used to call it a demographic liability. Suddenly, one day we woke up in the morning and said it's a demographic dividend and rebranded ourselves. Let's not forget, it's still a liability until we get these people educated.
Right. So let's move on to Mr. Ronald. Thanks for your thoughts, sir. I think Mr. Ronald can also put his thoughts on younger population, how they can usher the pathway to with the help of the technologies, with the adoption of the technology, and what path ahead for the younger population here in India.
Yeah, I believe you mentioned Ronald, I believe. Yeah, okay. So perhaps, I'm a little odd man out here. I'm from Rabindranath Tagore University. I'm heading Atal Incubation Center, and you mentioned about entrepreneurship. So a lot of the questions which other panelists raise, I believe entrepreneurship provide a lot of answers to these questions. I believe if in college level or in a school level, if we sow in the seed of entrepreneurship in student, we don't hardcore sell the concept of entrepreneurship. We just make them aware that this is also a career option available for them. Job is not the only career option. Entrepreneurship is also something. If you find some problem and if you can solve that problem, you can very well start your own venture and earn a lot of money also and create a lot of job opportunities. And the terminology we always use is become job creator, not job seeker. So that also can be thought of. So that's what I was thinking. If we promote innovation and entrepreneurship right from school level and college level as a career substitute, not selling the concept of entrepreneurship, hardcore selling the concept of entrepreneurship, just sowing the seed. And if somebody is interested to know more about entrepreneurship at college level, we can actually then take them through the process. How a business plan make, how's idea can be evaluated, how can you make a business plan, how the entire thing you can set up and start your own venture. Typically what I've seen is when you address hundreds of students, 20% would say, I'm a little more interested to know about entrepreneurship, and out of that, if you handhold them, work on conceptual knowledge of these students, 1 or 2 would say they would start their own venture. They become, a pipeline for our incubation centers, which are coming in various universities and colleges. And that's what we look forward. That's the percentage we should be looking forward. Not everybody would be, entrepreneurs, but 1 or 2% coming out, starting something big, creating job opportunities for the country. That's the reason I believe government is putting a lot of focus on entrepreneurship. It's not only giving new product and services to the society, but it's creating job opportunities also. So if capable students who can get multiple job offers, if they start thinking about entrepreneurship, chances are they'll be starting something big. And that's what we are also promoting. And that's what I would think should be the way forward.
Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Ronald, I would like to know more about your organization as to what are they doing, what are their future plans, what's the ground that you have made in terms of reality as to how many incubation centers have been set up, or what are your plans?
Okay, so we are a Niti Aayog supported incubation center. It's a Rabindranath Tagore Atal Incubation Center, Rabindranath Tagore University, AIC, R&D Foundation. So as I said earlier, also we work on 3 levels. One is just to inspire students to think about entrepreneurship, then train them, and then they become sort of pipeline for our incubation center. Once they come to incubation center, you all of us know basically 90%, a lot of surveys says 90% of startups fail during their first 3 years of operation. We want to reduce that percentage, that failure percentage. There are some blunders which startups do. That is because of lack of knowledge about entrepreneurship, or compliance issues, or perhaps technical and marketing issues. If you are able to address that those kind of issues in incubation center, the chances of their success being successful would increase. So typically, if so when we start a cohort of startups, we do 4 things with them. One is work on their conceptual knowledge. We have got a structured program where we actually take them to through the process. Second part is assigning them mentor. Let's say, for example, if somebody wants to start something in education domain, and if I associate a mentor with this startup who is already doing very well in education, chances of this startup making blunders or chances of that startup becoming successful increases. Second or third part is basically, everybody wants investment these days, but don't know how to approach investors or how they should be approaching investors. So we run a typical 1-month program for startups, though I don't consider, investment as a parameter of success. There are a lot of startups which are doing very well. They have not raised fund till now, but still, since that's the requirement of the market, we make them investment ready. And we have to, in the last, prove our credential by connecting investors and the startups. So that's the structure of our program broadly. We currently incubate 43 startups. Physical startups we were promoting initially, but since because of COVID, we are now virtually also incubating startups, and we have got startups from across the country like Pune, Bangalore, and other part of the city. Network building is the main thing which we are focusing on. We want to be bridge between whatever the startups require and what the market require, or the bridge we want to build. That's what we are trying to do. Thank you.
Great, sir. Great to have your ideas and your future prospects as you've spoken of pretty candidly. I would like to come back to Dr. Sandeep as to what all future prospects that they have, and what, because you have started off with the COVID thing that it has given you an opportunity in the veil of crisis. But at the same time, I would like to understand what all changes did you make in this COVID time, and what all impacts that you have calibrated, and for good, obviously, because you're pretty excited to talk about this, putting it across an opportunity and spending, investing at the time of bearish market and getting cash in terms of when the markets goes up. So on the same lines, if I would like to understand what all step have you taken in the past 1 year, and what are the impacts that you have recorded?
Well, Abhinav, before I just address the question what you've asked me, let me just continue a bit of the discussion about the entrepreneurship which has been going on.
Sure.
Yes, Aditya has mentioned something, Ronald has mentioned something about it. I have a curious case with me where, as Rahul mentioned, I have my 14-year-old son who has started his own venture. Now, he started a private limited company. He's got a social foundation in place. He's starting his second startup very soon. And his product, which he has invented, which can help prevent the spread of the COVID virus, was inaugurated by Dr. Ramanathan, the chairman of Atal Innovation Center. Now, so here I can talk about a first hand of how a small child also thought about this. Ever since he was young, he was facing a problem. In fact, in his earlier school, he used to be teased like a lecture man because he used to talk on the topics. And now when he goes for different forums across the world, he tells that, see, now I have become a real lecture man. My teachers used to actually demoralize me not to doing these things because he's not going to score marks and they're not going to be part of the exams. In fact, once a stage had reached where he asked me that should he drop out of school. And I had to tell him that, no, it's too early. You could go to Harvard and then drop out or something like that. I know Aditya has also studied there. I've done my executive education there. But that's what he's aspiring. And the key points, what he's always been putting up is the issues with the education system is that we are very much marks oriented. And also we are very much standardized in terms of having a classroom or the students with the same age group together, but not with the same intellect. And that's where the issue with our education system lies, how to change our assessment. And when we talk of teaching entrepreneurship, now he's launching a course along with a faculty of MIT in Boston, and they together are starting an entrepreneurship boot camp for students in India. We're getting some Harvard courses. He's getting into India for the high school students. The point here is that not everyone can become entrepreneur, but the entrepreneurship can teach you the right life skills, which you can always be useful. So we have to talk about innovation, critical thinking, problem solving skills, which everyone will require as automation. And we are moving towards singularity, where the computers will have almost the same human intellect. These are the skills which is going to be required by the future generation. So when we talk of entrepreneurship education, I think it is not about just making all of them entrepreneurs, but also intrapreneurs and getting them these life skills taught to them. Coming to the question, what you've said, yes, obviously we looked at this as an opportunity, and we did launch in a few very different courses. In fact, we started courses in agribusiness. We were the first in India to launch a course MBA in emerging technology in association with Amazon. So we reversed worked out as we have been speaking about employability. The mantra we followed at ASM is devising courses which are co-designed, co-developed, and co-delivered also with the industry. So we are partnered with IBM, Amazon, Automation Anywhere, SAP, Microsoft, Times Now. And what we've seen is because of this, even in the pandemic, our first batch of PGDM came out in the pandemic, and each and every student got placed. So there is no recession for the right kind of students as such. So the thing here is that if we can actually come up with the right blend of courses with the right partners, like Sakshi had mentioned, yes, we were the first ones to collaborate with Harvard Business School online, IMBX Bangalore. So we are giving those inputs in addition to the regular curriculum and going beyond the curriculum for the students. And that is what works well. So the future, I think, is all about how you can leverage technology, how we can go blended. We have been doing blended education at ASM since last 6 to 7 years. However, when at that time blended meant a physical classroom followed by something which a student does online. Now, when I say blended, we mean that there's a synchronous teaching and then there is an asynchronous which happens at the other end of it. So I think a proper blend of all three is what would be required in the future. One of the things COVID has also told that physical education is also very, very important, and it is here to stay. We can never see the growing less importance. Even at Harvard, the dean did mention in some interactions that though they are going for online, everyone would yet prefer the physical. Because if you talk of knowledge, skills, and aptitude, in the online world, maybe knowledge works up, but skills and aptitude, you need the physical world to be present for those interactions. So for the future, we are looking at, I think the way to go is partnerships, and not only industry institute partnerships, but we also have to look into institute partnerships. Yes, edtech companies are playing a big role here, but this is where probably I think as educationists, we are lacking a little bit. When we talk of partnerships, all of us are talking about the Western world. But look here. I mean, Pranati has a wonderful university in Pune. We know the vice chancellors, we know everyone, but there is no real collaboration between us yet happening. So I think we should also look at how institutes in the country itself can collaborate and use the strengths of each other. With the new NEP coming in, I think that's going to be a game changer, as Aditya has already mentioned. But I think instead of reinventing the wheel, if the institutions could collaborate together, that would be a right way to move in for the future. So government is already started working like a facilitator more than a regulator. The situation is right. So the right leverage of technology with the right partnerships with the industry and the institute and all the stakeholders, I think we can use this new normal to our advantage and convert our liability. As Aditya has been saying, how to use how to convert that population into a resource, and education is the only way in which this can be done. So there is a very, very big responsibility on the shoulders of all the young people here.
Right. Right. Nice to hear your thoughts on this, your future prospects as to what all you have in mind for the students upcoming, for the future, for their studies, for their career, in a nutshell. But so I would like to move on to Dr. Pranati as to get her thoughts on as to what all, future prospects, apart from future prospects, I'm sure. I would also like to, I'm intrigued as to how, old culture, the Indian, the history of India is very rich, right? And we have been there, and the studies, the people, there used to be, gurus and whatnot. So, but at the same time, apart from the culturally, we are so inclined towards study. It is the part and parcel. Everybody has to have a good, even the parents and the society says that you have to have a good education. Uh, how a new generation are taking education, as in, if their perception matches what universities and institution has to offer, or there is a gap between what they want and what we are imparting, in terms of education.
Right. Abhinav, that's a very interesting question. I'll just take the first question wherein you said, what are our plans for the future?
Sure.
So, like I mentioned earlier, we've had to change our ways of operation as well. And Dr. Sandeep touched upon a very interesting part, which is actually something that I do focus on, which is life skills. And like I said, every child, apart from having the right kind of academic exposure, as well as educational exposure, they need to have exposure to life skills wherein they will be truly capable. So Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth also has a school. It's a CBSE pattern school, and we are relatively new in this area. So we have a school up to the fifth standard right now, and I'm chairman for the school as well. A very intrinsic part, apart from the academics as well as sports, which is again a big focus for us. So a very intrinsic part is the development of life skills. And I truly believe that age appropriate life skills will help the students to be more emotionally capable to be able to adapt to situations that will be thrown in their face, which are crisis. So going forward, the Institute does have plans for international collaborations. We have already had certain sessions with international universities during this year. We were able to provide exposure to our students for through the same. And I think Dr. Sandeep has encapsulated what most universities and institutes plan to do going forward: entrepreneurship, innovation, and incubation. Again, close industry institute connect, and also an institute connect is going to be on the agenda for all the institutions right now, or universities. To get to your next question, wherein the history, we've always been taught, we've been focused on rote learning or learning from memory. And, once you memorize something, you have to go and write it on paper and you get marks. So there is a big shift that is taking place from what I would say was, traditional learning to experiential learning. But again, the concept of a guru, a mentor does not change. We still have gurus. They are now termed as mentors. They are now termed probably as your faculty members. And I believe that every person needs to have a very strong base there. So we are very proud of the mentorship program that we follow in our university. And we do a very detailed analysis of, we take continuous feedback from the student. We do a very detailed analysis of what their likes, dislikes, their inclination, their aptitude. So we do this analysis and we point them out in the direction that they would be able to succeed. Again, this is all open for them to decide. but at every point we do guide them in whatever area the student needs our help. So again, now just to, I belong to Lokmanya Tilak's family. So Lokmanya Tilak obviously was a very learned person. I'm sure all of you are aware of that. I don't need to get into that. But again, when he, in his whatever he has written down or whatever experiences have been quoted, he has always mentioned the importance of being able to, sell whatever you have learned. I'll just quote a small example. Lokmanya Tilak was he was imprisoned in Mandale, and that was when his children were in school. And his children would communicate through letters. And once he received a complaining letter from his wife saying that the child has not fared well in school at all, and I don't know what to do with him. So Lokmanya Tilak wrote back saying that I don't mind him even if he does not get good marks. What I want you to do, he was addressing his son then, what I want you to do is, even if you make shoes, I don't mind you making shoes, but ensure that these shoes are such that you will be able to sell them even abroad. So this application, it's the application of your knowledge to what you actually want to do and to expand your horizons. So this kind of philosophy has always been, historically also, if we see, there have been programs wherein we have encouraged the women have been encouraged to study. So now we're going back again to that philosophy, just through a different name, which is called as skill development. So this year we have introduced a lot of skill development programs as well, some certification and diploma programs, because employability is key at this point. So employability is more of a child would want to spend less time in actual learning, and he would want to be employed and try and gain experience as soon as possible. So this being the case and the scenario right now, this is the trend that we have analyzed in the past 1 year. We have designed a lot of certification and diploma programs wherein the child can be absorbed directly into the industry based on these certification and diploma programs as well. We are even blending them with some of our degree programs wherever it is applicable. So the child has an exit point even in the first year, the second year, or if he wishes to continue and get a degree, he can continue into the third year as well. So this is a major shift in the education system per se that I have been able to see in this 1 year. Does that answer your question?
It does, ma'am. It does answer my question completely. It's very encouraging to hear what all the plans that you have with respect to the skill development that we are talking about. We are talking about following our own passion. Whatever we're doing, we should do with all our heart and do it such a way that everybody likes it, and we can make a market abroad as well. In line with Dr. what Mr. Aditya had told, that even staying here you can have a global market at your perusal, and then probably can cash in on that, right? So my next question would be to Mr. Aditya as to what APS of your university is doing to carry on your thoughts as to empower students, to get them better placed, to get them skilled, to get them future ready, to get them globally ready, to be very frank.
Thank you, Manoj. So, the first thing which I always love to say, we hate buzzwords. People talk about innovation, entrepreneurship, the blah, 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 blah. And I ask them, well, where is your laid down process to make it happen? Right. I think when we started the project that was the APJ Satya University, the first thing I did was I did an entire yatra. I must have met 300 CEOs and heads of universities all across the world. We're very fortunate to get some very nice people, such as the Vice Provost of Stanford University, who was on our board for many years, as well, who formally joined and helped us. And I just asked them, very simple thing, how, if you were to reset your university, if you were to reset your organization, what would it look like, and how would you create leaders for the future? And the answers were astonishing. And, I think we are decades away from still being able to do it in India. One of the reasons why I love the NEP is our struggles with the Indian ecosystem from day one. I still remember A reporter asked me when we launched the university that you are asking engineering students to study drama and photography. Why are you ruining their career? And I just stood there and I was like, how do I even explain this to you, right? It was such a shocking moment for me because fundamentally, as a country, as a culture, and quite frankly as industry, we have failed in really communicating the need to be holistically enabled individuals, which is what you need entrepreneurs to be. you know I was in the audience when Steve Jobs gave his famous 2005 lecture at Stanford. And that was I thought that was a trailblazing moment where finally somebody from industry with real credibility spoke out and say that, look, if you really want to be successful, you have to be more than the very specialized skill or job thing that we've trained you for. To Dr. Sandeep's point, it is absolutely, we need to do more than just be like, okay, industry ready is one thing, but we have to bring that entire culture in. And for me, that has what has been the ASU as a project, is to really do that. From day one, we said, you don't choose your degree when you come in. You come in first. If you want to choose a degree, that's very nice. Come in first, spend a year, look at everything that the university has to offer, then choose your degree. We have no I hated the classic Indian college and university. It was like an extension of school. Same classroom, same people, same teacher. You were sitting in your school, you had a class teacher, you had the same thing. And again, to Dr. Sandeep's point here, you know same age group. You are doing mechanical engineering, you had the same classes as everybody else, right? And we blew that up. We said from day one, here's a list, you choose what courses you want. And so at ASU, you can choose anything. You can do a PhD level course in your first year if you'd like. And it was, look, I'll be honest, it was a horribly hard system. I think we almost cried several times dealing with the scheduling crises we always had, because students were just everywhere, right? And the students cried because, what you mean I have to choose my own courses? You're not going to tell me what to learn? We're like, no, we're not. And it takes them like 2 years before they're like finally like, okay, I get this, I understand now why this is so important. Versus like, why can't you just tell me what I need to be successful? Just tell me which classroom, I'll sit there, I'll do this exam. Like, that's not what you're trying to do here. So I think the way you create globalized entrepreneurial individuals is to first treat them as such day one. We throw around the word research all the time, and there's many random places we say, oh, so many patents filed. How many did you get? It doesn't matter, we filed so many patents. So many research papers published, which journals, what impact factor, who cares, right? But do you actually live that culture? And that is tremendously hard to do. And it's tremendously hard because you have to convince faculty in the Indian ecosystem, which is hard because they are used to a certain way of doing things. And you have to convince parents. Oh my God, it's so difficult to deal with parents. I had this horrible conversation with the parents, same thing, because we had this, you can change your degree, where they were like, I have to meet you, I have to meet you. Like, okay, fantastic. My child doesn't want to do electrical engineering, and your university offers him the opportunity to do economics or something. And I was like, so? And they're like, no, 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 you have to change the rules so that he can't change from electrical engineering. But he hates it. That's his choice. We counseled him. You talked to him. We were in the same room. No, 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 no. If he doesn't become an electrical engineer, he won't be successful. And so this is the mindset that people come in with, that you have to completely change. And I'm very excited about the next generation of students. I think if you were to talk to students maybe 10, 20 years ago and ask them, why did you choose the universities? It's normally papa, mummy, uncle, teacher. This is like somebody told them to go and they did it, right? Versus them actually going out and seeking themselves, and the way they do it for masters, to really understand why they want to do this, how they want to do this, what does it look like, and really choose their options. So I'm really happy about that. But on a broader note, for us to create entrepreneurship, for us to do innovation, we have to live it, we have to show it, we have to force our students to do it every single day. Are we there yet? Absolutely not. But our students, I'm so glad when they graduate, a lot of them, have ended up in some amazing spaces, right? And we've had 60 years, we have 13 schools, 16 colleges, and the university is just the capstone of what we're trying to do, right? And once we hear back to them, we always ask, you know, 10 years afterwards, 5 years afterwards, you're successful today. What did we do right? What was the one thing we did right when you're this thing? And often it is nothing to do about the curriculum, about industry training, about how many lectures they got, or all the check boxes and the rankings, etc. It's fundamentally that there was a culture that pushed me to get out of my comfort zone. You made me think, you made me choose things, you gave me the freedom of choice. Because in real life, things don't get handed to you in a spoon fed on a platter. And that's what true entrepreneurship is about. And I'll leave you the last thought. One of the most poignant interviews that I ever saw, it was years ago, when and I won't take the name. The gentleman is very well known. He, this person was a very senior technology entrepreneur, was the CEO of a major company, like a Fortune 50 company in the world, right? And he left his job to become a number two at a startup, right? Because he really believed in the startup. And there was this very old interview where they asked that what changed, and he said simple one thing: the phone doesn't ring. They asked him, what do you mean the phone doesn't ring? He's like, when you are in a high level position, your phone is always ringing. At those times, emails, phones, right? That ye karo, wo karo, ye karo. The phone doesn't ring. The silence of being in a startup is scary, because if you don't do something, nothing will happen. It's all on you. Nobody's following up with you. No one's telling you. No one's creating work for you. You have to literally create work. And if you want to bring that sort of entrepreneurship in, I completely agree with Dr. Ronald Fernandez here on this. There's a reason why only 1 or 2% people you can be excited about being actual entrepreneurs, is because the rest of the people are just waiting for the phone to ring. It doesn't. It's people who pick up the phone and start making the calls that really do anything. And for us, our struggle, it's a deep struggle, and I welcome all the help. Dr. Sandeep, thank you so much for this entire thought of collaborating with institutions in India. We need so much help, is to create that culture where our students aren't waiting for the phone to ring. They're not waiting for us to tell them which course to take. They're not waiting for the class teacher to show up and tell them ye karo, ye homework karo, ye exam karo. From day one, they have that drive and that entrepreneurship that we have to take responsibility for our own education. Only then they will take responsibility for their own lives.
Nice thought, Mr. Aditya. I think to sum that up, I would say that imparting power to a student to think about, to introspect to what they actually want, apart from what them being pushed to do. We are also trying to, with the advent of NEP, where a student can pick and select their own courses. There's a lot of flexibility. The learning would be much more fun. It would be different from school learning. And
but by the way, Abhinav, I want to be clear here. We were very lucky to have the author of the NEP, Dr. Kasturirangan, speak at one of our events, and it was very kind of him to say that we had already implemented the NEP years ago, and in India is almost catching up to us. We're doing it in schools as well.
Yeah,
we're not leaving it just on higher education, and in school it's even more difficult. Right, because again, to Dr. Sandeep's point, is we have students and who their English is at the they're in class 6. Their English is at the grade of class 3. Their math is the grade of class 8. Their ability to do coding and programming is maybe at a collegiate level. How do you create a structure and systems? One of the greatest failings of India is because of our scale. We have entered the mass production. We used to talk about 60 years old, right? So we said, unlocking the true potential of your child, right? We used to say this years ago, and then everybody copied us. They just copy pasted all our marketing materials. We are unlocking the potential child. Anybody who forms a new school or a thing, they hire a marketing agency. What do? We unlock the potential of your child by doing what? Putting in the same classroom with the same teacher as everybody else, with the same curriculum, with the same thoughts, with the same system, with the same national regulated mandate on what to teach and what not to teach. How are you unlocking the individual student and their thoughts, right? And the error starts from school. And as higher education leaders, we're just trying to fix things. We're not trying to really redo. If we were to get a better schooling system. And that's what I'm really hoping the NEP does, and really allow schools to say that, look, enough with the state regulations, enough with the central regulations. As private schools, parents come to us for something different. And I think that's a message that even parents of schools need to learn, is if they want the cookie cutter CBSE curriculum delivered in CBSE way for cheap prices, they should go to the government. That's not our role. Our role is to raise the bar. And that's expensive, and that's scary, and it takes a lot of hard work to raise that bar. And they should just let us do that.
Nice to hear your thoughts on this. I would say that absolutely the fundamentals of the schools, once the perception of parents changes from the schools, obviously it would be an easier game here at education when they come along. But on the same point, I would like to invite Mr. Ronald as well, as to if we are talking about collaboration with institutions as well. It started with Dr. Sandeep. Then again, everybody else had spoken about it. Do you have any plans to collaborate with the institutions so as to help students to get further in terms of if you are talking about even 1 or 2%, they can bring about a huge change in terms of employability if they get a better funding, better maybe platform that your scheme can provide.
So some part of it is happening. I mean, yeah, we do see each other as competitors also. I mean, that's the point. But we are collaborating. I mean, in Bhopal also, we have collaborated with many other universities where we think like entrepreneurship is something, and we have got this Atal Incubation Center at our place. So we have collaborated with other universities and people or students who are ready to take that leap in entrepreneurship. We are bringing them into our incubation center and supporting them. So that has started happening, and which is a good sign. And definitely I would like to have, perhaps first of all, cover the nation. I should be tying up with, colleges in Pune and Bangalore and other locations also. But locally it started happening, which is a good sign. So yeah, we are doing that.
Great. I think I would like to sum it up because we are already short of time. We would like to close it by the right time. So we, as a Collegedunia, has also would like to bring about a lot of changes in terms of perception as how students sees a university or a college, how they take decisions. We have all the historical data as to how they are traveling and searching for different colleges. What are their perceptions? What are the points that they take up while making a decision? If their parents are also involved. What is a percent, right? Every geographies have different USPs. Every college has some different to offer. If colleges and universities can collaborate, you can get a better place, better platform we can provide. We are also we are diversifying our business so as we can touch upon a different points of the students, from course selection to that's on to them, not by being pushed by somebody else. Then examination. India has more than 200 examinations, right? Entrance examinations. More than 25,000 colleges to select for. More than 25,000 or maybe more than that courses. Many more to come, I'm sure, right? So skill-based, courses are now vocational courses are now also in this thing. So there are a lot of courses who are going up and who are going down. We have all the history. We have all the data points since last 4 or 5 years. We have more than 1 million to 2 million students coming every day on our platform. So we have that data, and we are ready to collaborate, not just for admission purposes, not just for branding, but also data points that can help, intelligent data that can help universities and colleges to bring about change, as to know which way the prospect are going, what they want. So I would like to end this discussion. Thank you, all of you, to join this panel. It's really a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for inviting. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abhinav. That was a wonderful deliberation.
Thank you so much.
And I'd like to thank all the eminent speakers who took some time out of their busy schedule to be with us on this wonderful forum. It was a joy and pleasure hosting you all. I request you all to join us back again by 2:40 p.m. for the award ceremony. or if you all want to stay back and attend the second panel and then witness the felicitation ceremony, that's also good. Uh, Thank you so much, eminent
Thank you,
speakers.
Rahul.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Rahul.
Moving on to the second panel of the day. The topic of the discussion is the new generation of edu leaders redefining education in the new age. I'd like to welcome all the eminent speakers, starting from Ms. Moultrie Dubey, CEO, Professional Institute of Engineering Technology. Then we have Mr. Manish Kothari, Founder and Managing Director, ISBR Group of Institutions. Mr. Meghdut Roy Chaudhary, Director of Operations, Techno India Group. Followed by that, we have Mr. Kaushik Raju, Member Trustee, Atriya University. Then we have Ms. Avni Gupta, Vice President and Head of Admissions, Shulni University. The moderator of this August panel is Mr. Anil Prasad, State Head Karnataka, Collegedunia. Leaving the stream to you, Mr. Anil, to take the conversation forward. Welcome you all the eminent speakers. Thank you so much.
Uh, Thank you so much, Rahul, for the introduction. And we would, on behalf of College Dunya, I would like to welcome all the speakers onto this panel. It's pleasure hosting you all here. So, like Rahul had mentioned about the topic, so the topic is also very pertinent considering the kind of panelists that we have for this discussion. So, I would like to just re-emphasize the topic once again. So which is the new generation of edu leaders redefining the education in new age. So here we are at this point in time wherein it's very much pertinent now that considering most of the colleges and most of the institutes have been moving towards a digital. So we thought this would be right time for us to set this topic up. And so just to give a small background on what we have been talking about, right? So I mean, today's young education leaders are abreast with the changes and technological transformations taking place within education industry. And many have worked towards instilling innovation that will change the way education is imparted in their institutions and thereby bringing about transformation that will see technology playing a crucial role in teaching and learning processes. So on this note, I would like to invite the panelists to share some of their views on this. If at all anyone would like to take this forward, so the forum is open for discussions. If discussions, and if there's anything that you would like to add on, it would be great.
Anil, so nice of you. I'm Manish Kothari. I see my friends, Dr. Samir here, Dr. Sandeep Pachpande here, and I see Mr. Rahul Jain. All of you, namaste. They are close people of the system. Hi, Avni. Hi, Ms. Malshri. And hi, Mr. Meghdut. So nice to see you in the morning at this time, 1:30. I'm sure it's a lunch time and all of you are here. Now, just to tell you, I'm a first generation edupreneur, and yes, there has been a considerable shift on the way education institutions were run under previous generations, what I've seen in other education institutions, and the way we run our education institution. And the topic is quite interesting, and I would say it's not like every other topic which only talks about NEP and how are we going to care about NEP. Every second day, I'm on one of the groups talking about NEP and whether we are going to implement the same. I think we have gone beyond and we have already started implementing. Even the new AICT handbook that we all are given is nothing but the new NEP altogether. So yes, there is a considerable shift in how we are working. When whole country is talking of second wave, I don't think we are really worried of these things because we know that now we have got up into a system where whether students are on the campus or off the campus, our systems are strong to manage the system and take it forward. So a good topic indeed. I would be happy to share our journey on how we have become the new generation's business schools, and we'd like to take it forward, Anil. So, yeah.
Great. Great, sir, from hearing from you. So I just like to start off with one question from my side, which I think would open the discussion. So just like to understand how are brand building and marketing changing under young leadership in India's higher education institutions? So it would be great for any one of you to kindly take up this topic, and with examples, if you can elucidate on this, it would be really interesting and great.
I'd take that up, Anil. Hey, hi everyone. This is Meghdut. I'm joining you all from Calcutta, India. And I represent the Techno India group of institutions, which, if you have heard of it before, it's one of the largest education institutions, group of institutions in the country. And we have almost 100,000 students at any given point of time across our institutions, so schools, colleges, universities, and all of that. And when it comes to brand building and stuff, this is something that I'm a second generation entrepreneur. Not just in the education space, I have a particular vision of making Calcutta relevant again. I'm very much in love with this city, and I think at the end of the day, it all comes down to like a common vision for people. So if the people that you're speaking to every single day, if they understand where you want to go with that vision, and if you deliver consistently, like the way that we've been delivering over the last 35 years in the space of education, and now that I'm expanding the group into other areas and sectors as well, I think our brand has grown very organically over the past, and now utilizing technology, I think now that process has become a lot faster. If you look at globally across any sector, before you didn't even have professions such as, say, social media influencing. And now the world's richest person is actually an influencer. Like Elon Musk is an influencer who also happens to sell cars and promises to sell trips to space and all of that. Now the idea is that why do people buy Tesla cars? If you think about it, they don't spend any money on their product launches. I mean, barely any money, but they get such massive response because they are able to sell something which people want, because they're able to determine. They used to be a company that understood people's ideas of what they wanted, about what they needed. Now they have become a company that creates the want. So they're going one step even further than that. They are controlling it. It's almost like inception, right? They're planting the ideas of or the seeds of these ideas in people's minds of what they didn't even know they wanted, and selling it to them. And that's the beauty of the world of influencing, because you're influencing thought, you're influencing action, and as a result of that thought. And I think through my work personally in the education space in the last couple of years, what I've been doing is focusing on experiential interdisciplinary learning for adults. And it's something that I'm doing through one of my ventures called Offbeat CCU. It's basically used to be an old hotel. Took it over a couple of years ago and I converted it into a school. And when I was starting this school, people did not really understand what I was trying to do. I don't know if a lot of people still understand what I'm trying to do, but the idea is I had one central idea at the very core of it, which was if you have to teach adults, and adult education being something that's going to be very relevant in days to come because of technology, right? Sorry, am I still there?
Yeah, you are there.
Yeah, I think I am. Yeah, because of technology, the way that education has been moving forward, we'll see the 38 to 55 age group being affected the most because of a lack of skilling opportunities. And that's why we created the school, so that we could promote upskilling for those particular people. These are not kids who are coming to my universities. These are not kids who are going to my schools or my vocational training centers. These are people who already form mid-management in various organizations, but very soon they're going to get defunct because their skill sets don't match, and they are very experienced. They charge upwards of lakh of rupees per month. And if I was to personally choose, I'd probably hire 4 people with the same amount of money who are fresh out of grad school and understand technology because they're digital natives. So that was the central idea with which I started this new school. And in the last 2 years, about 100,000 people have also gone through this school because I started getting people into entertainment. That was the idea. I created a comedy club at the school. I created a live music venue. I created bars, restaurants at this particular venue. And that's the way that I've been building a youth brand for education as part of Techno India Group, but which caters to upskilling for people who will need it. I mean, they will get defunct, they will get obsolete before they even realize. Because across the world, the veracity of degrees, the credibility of degrees have gone down. We're all sitting here, a bunch of apparently young edu leaders who have responsibilities on our shoulders. We don't even know if people want this kind of education anymore. Do we know this is, and I would like to open up that conversation amongst my fellow panelists as well. do we really know if the 4-year degree, the 3-year degree, the 5-year degree, or any of these degrees that we're proposing today will be of any use tomorrow? Most of the big organizations across the world, most of the tech companies don't care if you have a degree anymore. But Google's saying that, hey, you know what? I don't care if you learned coding in your grandma's garage. If you fit the skill set, you can come work with us. Then why are we teaching what we're teaching? Tomorrow, if we have to be future proof and future ready, then I think that needs a huge change in the way we think as well. And I think that's, at the end of the day, a big social responsibility for people like us in some kind of power, where we can change thoughts and influences. We have to go from being edupreneurs to being edu-influencers, I feel. And that will only happen if we can see the future. So would love to hear all of your thoughts. Lovely being here. Thanks for organizing this.
I'm going to pick up, on some of the things that Meghdut just spoke about, especially the reference to Elon Musk. And that's exactly one of the pointers I actually wanted to make. So the question was how the new generation of edu leaders is really changing branding and marketing. So the first thing is, and of course, I'll be rather stating the obvious, that there's been a complete shift to digital. And while 90% of the people that we interact with understand this point, there is still a sizable population which hasn't been able to overcome the whole hoardings and print ads, right? I think those are passé. We've ourselves seen at our university, almost 85% of shift into our target audience has moved into digital now. So I think that's the first thing. Digital is a science. Doing an SEO is a science, and it's a very, very complicated science. So I think unless we all get our digital right and we really see it as a science and technology which needs investments, I think a lot of us won't really get far in life. So that's the first thing. I think the second point, and this is what I was referring to, what my fellow co-speaker Meghdut just said, institution brand building, I think, has never been more intertwined with personal brand building. So more and more institutions are now building brands on their founders, their co-founders, their senior management. So at Shulini, for example, our brand building is very closely linked to building personal brands of our faculty, of each of our founders. And I think that's very important because people believe in ideas and people believe in stories. So if as a co-founder, today I can't take the ethos of my university or the values of my university through stories, through social media, to a larger audience, I think somewhere I'm not contributing to building a brand of that institution. So I think that's another very important thing, and that's a very critical shift that has happened in the last couple of years. As an example, so our founder and vice chancellor, Professor Atul Khosla, he is quite a rage on LinkedIn, and a lot of his posts tend to be a top 1% on LinkedIn. I mean, that's a huge achievement. He's maxed out on every platform of social media, whether it's Facebook or it's LinkedIn or it's Instagram. He can just have followers now. Most of us are still trying to get friends. He's really out there promoting the brand and really sharing stories and values that are the crux of what Shulini is. I think the third point is that I think the whole concept of marketing has also changed. It's not about ads anymore. It's really about ideas. It's really about stories. It's not about saying that, we're a great university, we have beautiful infrastructure, why don't you come and join us, please apply. While I understand that there has to be an action item in every marketing ad that we do, I think it's massively changed from what ads used to be themselves, a couple of years ago. So as an example, I'll take the example of outreach, because a lot of universities engage in outreach. A lot of companies engage in outreach to get the right kind of customers. And outreach, I'm sorry, is not about going to a school and collecting data points anymore, right? It's about making a very genuine, honest effort as an educational institution or as an entrepreneur or as a technology person to really step back, think about the purpose as to why you were set up in the first place, and selflessly give it back to the society. So again, as an example, the Shulini outreach platform was built completely online in the last 12 months. So pandemic hit us and we just didn't know how to approach schools. So my head of outreach comes to me, her name is Shikha, and she says, no, we have to do something completely different because people don't engage in online. And for once we decided, let's do something completely different. Let's not run after the kids. Let's influence the influencer. And in our case, the influencer is my teachers and my principals in every school. So let's take something of value to them. Let's bring excitement back into education. Let's bring excellence back into education. Let's bring organic thought thinking back into education. And that's how we set up a platform called Ideas That Matter. It has now become a global education think tank. And it's become a way for us to selflessly give back to all kinds of stakeholders in the education fraternity, including parents and students. So I think, to sum up, definitely personal branding is the onus of each and everyone at any institution. Personal branding is very closely linked to institution branding. That's one. People believe in ideas. People believe in stories. Marketing ads don't do the magic anymore. And yes, there's a complete shift to digital. So the sooner we embrace it, I think, the better it is for everyone. I think I'll rest my thoughts there. Thank you.
I would like to add a few points what Avni just said, and I'm glad to be here on this platform and speaking amongst eminent panel members. And it's my privilege to get connected with Kaushik after Business World. I have been sharing my Business World Education Award with him. So it's great to be here. As Avni just pointed that marketing and promotion and brand building is no more only about the ads and influencing people with the kind of infrastructure or the faculty or the alumni we have. It has there has been a shift with the new technologies and a radical transformation in the way we promote our ideas and thoughts to the people out there. And what I have tried to do is seamlessly integrate the term sustainability into our multidisciplinary subjects that we teach in engineering, because a lot of people, they promote by saying we'll help save the environment, but they tend to not to buy sustainable products when it's there. So that's how I started building a brand by doing experimental learning and promoting learning by practice, because the experimental approach itself gives the results that are persuasive and they speak for themselves, and you automatically are out there in the market that this is there and this is what these people are producing, and we can have informative collaborations with the industries that we deal with and make the students and industries aware with the term sustainability, which this term has come into the dictionaries of a lot of people after the pandemic. There were a lot of pictures coming out that complete lockdown has made the environment clean and all of that, clean energy, clean air, and why can't we just put it consciously in a very controlled manner into our curriculum and syllabus? And that's how the marketing and branding should be in the forthcoming generations. And what I feel is the cognitive flexibility that will is the keyword that will govern our ideas in the forthcoming marketing and brand building thought process, because it's no more you can say we have this infrastructure on campus life, because it's more of a off campus and teaching learning experience has been redefined with the technologies, and artificial intelligence and machine learning are the new virtual teaching assistants that we look up to. So that's what we have been pursuing in Professional Institute of Engineering and Technology. That experimental approach just gives you the branding, and you have a live projects working out there at the state level, national level, and you have to build a system, stimulus, response, compatibility between the academia and the grassroots level, what the industry demands. So those are my views.
I think amazing, as Meghdut said, and Avni linked it to personal branding, and Ms. Mauli took it forward. I think send person, right? This can only be talks from promoters or owners or trustees or founders, because they have understood this cycle very well. I am of the same opinion, and with this NEP coming in, and I agree to what everyone said, I have something else also in mind. Just gone are the days we are pitching just a product or a service. In fact, it's time to pitch lifelong learning. It's right from a student gets into your system, and it's not just a degree awarding institute henceforth. It's how at his point of time in his life he gets into a challenge, and how our institute works with that student to move him out of that challenge. It may be a 3 credit course you have to give him at that point of time, or a mentorship you need to give, or a support system you have to build, or as an education institution you work with him on some consulting project. So it's a relationship for life, and that's what the concept. That's what we have started working on with the student. That you are not here only to do your MBA or your PGDM or your PhD or your law. You are here for a lifelong learning, and that's the type of faculty system that we need to set in. So the whole concept, I think I cannot take much time on this, because what other speakers have said, I fully agree to it. Personal branding is important, and it goes hand in hand with institution branding. And that is why people play a key important role here. I would like to link this to our Philip Kotler, who has listed down the 7 P's of marketing. And I would say the 7 P's of marketing for an education institution or a business school would be: first, of course, is people. People, and people. They make a difference. Yesterday, when I spoke to Professor Sadgopan, who's the chairman of IIITB Bangalore, and he said, Manish, the only thing ISBR should do is invest on people. Forget infrastructure, forget everything, invest on people. So the first P is people. Second P is the program, is the type of program you are developing. Do you have a program which is lifelong learning, or you have a systematic program which a student just gets in and everyone has to do the same? Gone are the days. You need to have a credit system, and the student selects the type of course he wants to do to complete his program. The price, of course, makes a huge difference. Is based on the perception that the student has about your brand, and if the price matches that, you'll not find it difficult. The prominence of your institution. The fifth one being the premiums that your institution offer. Lifelong learning is one such premium. Mentorship is another such premium. Supporting the system is the third such premium. So what are the premiums that your institution brings on table? Of course, the sixth one being promotion, and the last one being, which I agree to, Avni, Ms. Maulshri, and Meghdut Roy, is personal branding. So yes, with this, I leave it to the next speaker again.
I'd like to just add on, I think, some incredible points that each one of you have brought to the table. Online, yes, we need the presence there. Brand building is critical, but the point Ms. Kotari brought up was lifelong learning. I think the experience of how a student goes through these 4 years or 3 years that they get in their undergrad or their masters is very critical. I think the schooling level, you have seen a certain shift when it comes to the ISB programs and various other things, but in the higher education, you really haven't seen a major shift other than a few colleges, maybe in the liberal arts side, where students are allowed to think, and it's not about rote memorization. And specifically on marketing, or I think giving that experience initially to the students, online has allowed us to do that. We did that last year. Actually, the last 4 years, we've been trying to do that. When AICT mandated orientation program, we took that as an advantage. We actually enforced that all students live on campus. We had a 30-day program where we said, we're going to teach you how much fun learning can be. It's not about exams. We taught mathematics through music. We taught problem solving. We taught communication skills. And I mean, at the end of the initial first few days, none of them wanted to stay on campus. We had parents coming and saying, our dog won't eat food if my son's not at home, and those sort of pushbacks. But the end of 30 days, it was incredible. Nobody wanted to go back home. I mean, this is something that I've not seen. I mean, it's a repulsion to go to college is the first mindset that somebody has. But when you saw how learning can be, and if you do it in the right way and giving that experience, and actually increased our intake, because these students went and spoke to their friends and said, hey, here's a college that's trying to do something different. Why don't you look at it, and why don't you come experience it? They actually got some of their friends to come experience some of those orientation programs. And we were able to do now online, you can actually reach out to a larger audience. And we've done that last year as well, where we managed to give them a little bit of experience of how learning can be fun, and how we're looking at possibly making you lifelong learners. And we're not really here to shove down information, but you tell us what you're interested in and let us find ways for you to learn. So that's something that we've been doing, and we've seen large success through that, where the people who experienced this went back and invited their friends to come experience this. And I think that's a new way of looking at marketing, rather than plastering number of placements or your campus or anything else, right? The real end customer is the student, and the way he comes out is really proof of what we are able to do.
So thank you everyone for kind of putting up your valuable points. Dr. Samir, we would also like to hear from your end on some of the points that are discussed, starting from how ethos has to be carried on to the next generation, and then talking about how there's a paradigm shift from edupreneurs to edu influencers, and also lifelong learning and other such things, right? We would like to hear from you as well on this.
Sure. So thank you, Anil. Thank you, team ASMA, Rahul Jain, all our family, all our friends. Nice seeing you, Manish, after a very long time. So my name is Dr. Samir Karkhanis. Just to give you a context, I would say a few things before even I come to the topic, because I am not fortunate to be a university or a business school owner like you, but I had the fortune of building some of the finest brands in the education space for the last 2 decades in India. Currently, I lead a edutech company with a touch of empathy. Okay, so we are a company which is into democratizing education, and we are a company which helps learners, corporates, and more so universities like yours to stay relevant in this ever-changing time. And with this kind of a context, I represent the Harvard Business School. Okay, and I work with friends like Manish, Rahul, and a lot of the big universities across the globe and also in India to work on the challenges which universities face. What could they be? If placements is a challenge, yes, it is. How to get better rankings? Can these relationships help you to get better quality students? Can you get a better fees paying students? Because we want you to be self-sufficient so that you can invest in people, in technology, in marketing. It requires money. And after a stage when the purpose and the mission and the vision is over, it's all about money, right? Because you need money to invest. So if you face challenges like getting better quality students and how to cut down on your enrollment cycles, because we see universities in India spend 6 to 9 months in enrolling candidates for the upcoming year, right? So how do you cut down these cycles? How do you get better fees? How do you get better placements? How do you get global rankings? So if these are the challenges and the vision which any university or business school founders have, there is where me and my team of 100 people come in the picture. We represent some of the biggest universities in the world. And most of the cases we are exclusive. The Harvard Business School case of point, for which I know a lot of you, because we engage with you for providing scholarships for the Harvard Business School programs. We also work with you on co-branding. I am the country head for the world #1 business school in executive education, because I heard a lot of you saying about lifelong learning and continuous learning, exec education. The biggest brand in the world is known as ISC Barcelona, Spain. Okay, FT ranked #1, ET Economist ranked #1, and that's what I do for India. Having said this context, on the branding front we come. Of course, I'm little old school thought, because I come with this kind of universities which are like 400, 200-year-old. So we believe that visions need to change, but they need to also remain consistent over a period of time. Many a times the challenge with new age founders and promoters is that they want to change the vision, mission, philosophy every 2-3 years. You'll be surprised to know the Harvard Business School's vision has remained the same for more than 75 years, to educate leaders who make a difference. So when we build brands, it's about creating visions which are everlasting. We added just one more small line there, which says we help we educate leaders who make a difference in the world. That is the bold statement. Below that, when they moved online, they just added one line: wherever they are. So from an Ivy League based in Boston, today a brand is spread in 180 countries. And just imagine, I have the opportunity to speak to you, such great people, for a brand which is based in Boston for last 100 years and the university for last 300 years. So that's branding for me, right? Second thing, when we talk about lifelong learning and helping alumni, we in India definitely need to invest in MarTech. We need to invest in technology. And it's not about the alma mater and alma shines, okay? You want to sell to people, right? Ultimately, you want to sell to people, your alumni. Where are you going to get these people for lifelong learning? If your own students are not learning lifelong from you, then it's a challenge. Okay, so how do you create that? And to create that kind of lifelong learning solutions, only technology, CRM, and classroom program integrations is the key differentiator. If you are able to give world-class products in terms of content, in terms of faculty, in your regular conventional program, that's, I feel, is marketing. The days of front page and jacket ads in Times of India and the mirrors are over now. Can you invest in probably working and collaborating with the bigger Ivy League brands in the world? Bring them in your classroom because technology allows it to you for you to do. And also a student where we need empathy. So we have to be learner centric to give him experiences and marketing blended with that when the student is in the classroom. And there is where you see these big words like influencer and reference sale. How do you manage reference sales? Just giving 10,000 rupees for an enrollment is not reference sales, right? If the student has not got the experience when he was a student in the classroom, forget about getting reference businesses. So we come from a background at Yangpo Education, which is all about numbers, all about matrices, all about deliverables. Because however big the brand may be in the world, however big I'm quoting it, so we deal with FIT, NYU, all these are my customers. In India, I deal with the NMIMS University. I'm one of their biggest distributors for online. This is what young talents like y'all, and y'all have the opportunity, the power, the position to manage. Think about how do you create your own brand by democratizing it through technology. Today, big brands like NMS have more than 15,000 students every year in the online business, and that's a 150, 200 crore business. Same is with my alma mater, Wellinger Institute of Management. Our online businesses have exceeded our 200 crores of classroom businesses in the last few years. And that is what brands are created through technology, through integration and collaborating with bigger brands. And you should find what is your match. Like Avni mentioned about the philosophy of her university, who is the best collaborating partner for you in some part of the world who believes in what your family believes, right? And if this kind of pairing is done, you have conquered it. Same is like Manish, so I know personally, I keep seeing him on LinkedIn, the kind of very different kind of work Manish does to really create a brand of his own. And he's one of the few people, I must tell you, in Bangalore whose admissions are over before everybody else starts. So I'm aware about the quality of work Manish does, but that's building brand. But how do you really scale it up? How do you really use partners like Rahul to really reach out? Rahul has been of great help to me to reach out for a big brand like Harvard also. That's the beauty. So there is no shame that how big or small we are. Can we democratize education by reaching out? And last word from my side, you may create a great brand, but if you don't have technology, then brick and mortar institutions are going to be in big trouble because small players like us are moving into and we influence governments, we influence HR directors of companies because we are small. You are too big to influence. We are too small to reach out, right? And now you will see changes like in Maharashtra state, where I am currently based. We already have a law which is talking about vertical universities. So in a city, in a nice building, I will have a university, Yangpo University. After a year, I'm working on a model which will be known as virtual university. I'll work from a 5-star suite and I will confer degrees because my quality of products, my placement giving opportunity, and 200 companies supporting Yangpo is allowing me to confer degrees which are provided by the government of Maharashtra. So brick and mortar brand purpose is great, but please reach out through technology and what you have in hand. As alumni and current student, use them as free brand ambassadors and compensate them through high quality education. Lastly, faculty, and how you all mentioned how you all are promoting faculty. Faculty investments are going to be very critical. All colleges and universities don't have the privilege to have good faculties because of the regulatory authorities. They have to be PhDs, all of those, right? I'm not going there. How do you train them? And the best way to train them is like the Harvard Business School online. Many of the big partners in India, they use our programs first to teach faculty in areas like business analytics, negotiation, entrepreneurship. You mentioned, Ms. Dubey, about sustainability, right? We run a program on sustainable business strategy from the Harvard Business School. If you are able to integrate the best of the best and you get 60% scholarships, what more, and a branding right, you create great brands as per what vision your founders have created. Else we can keep doing, everybody wants to do machine learning and AI, so we do that. It's not going to help. So brands are created with visions of founders, which is taken over by youngsters like all of us, and then backed by collaboration, technology, and martech, and the reach out. So that's from me, Anil. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samir. It was very insightful in the sense, that how values and visions remain the same, and how the new generation have to take it forward, and also talked about brand building is one thing, and then also scaling up. How do we actually do that? So that's very insightful. On the similar note that you brought in, wherein you said that for a university that's based out of Boston, now you're able to take it through 180 odd countries, right? So I would just like to put in this thought, saying how can young education leaders right bring in Indian education on a global stage? So we are talking about various universities across the world, across the globe, coming to India or coming to different other countries. How is it that we can take something that's there in India?
Sure. I will just add 2 lines on this.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
currently working with an educational group based in South India by the name Adi Shankara Institutes. Okay. It's a very old 2,500-year-old trust, the great Sri Adi Shankaracharya ji. So they run a lot of institutions. So we have collaborated with them for Yangpo as well as for Harvard Business School. Harvard, they are promoting their conventional education, matching up with the Harvard education. But what more Yangpo is doing for them is they are very strong into 2 things. So they have understood their USP. They are very strong into Vastu Shastra. They are very, very strong into astrology for 2000 years. How do you now give them scale? And you will be surprised to see the kind of responses they are going to get globally for a knowledge which is India-driven, India vision. So let's identify what we are good at, and then built upon it, make it completely world class. So teaching online, everybody talking colleges have gone online. No. And Manish will vouch for it. Rahul will vouch for it. The quality of online education, which I had demonstrated to them with the Harvard Business School platforms, it is absolutely Netflix of education. So when we also try to go global as Indian universities, we need to have world-class UI UX. It needs to be as easy as buying on Amazon. It has to be as high quality at Netflix. It has to be as superb as ordering a pizza from Domino's. That is what the youngster of today is looking at. And this is the experience which your youngsters are anyway getting throughout the day. Education is just 2 to 3 hours of 24 hours, right? But because he buys on Swiggy, he buys on the reviews of Zomato, he sees Netflix, and he's not on Facebook, he's on Instagram. So can you give this experience in the products which you are developing for your university? Package them top class like Elon Musk, how you said, global influencer. Only then you will have sales in global markets. That's been my experience, even for Ivy League brands. There are so many big brands, but not all succeed because they are not user friendly, they are not experience driven. So astrology, just an example, because it's a South based university, we are very proud of this relationship with Yangpo. They will see great scale in the months to come in the global audiences. Also identifying products. Now, what not only BBA, MBA, AI, ML is not the future. Okay. Identifying the right product. So I have invested in a company, celebrityschool.in. Okay. I have Nawaz teaching acting, Shan teaching singing. Okay. I have probably Kunal Rajnani teaching makeup, Sabira Merchant. So these are celebrities, but how to identify the right celebrity for a global market is what I wanted to tell you. Okay, so there we now identified Vikas as well as Ranveer Brar, the top chef, because he is global Michelin celebrity. I could have taken any 5-star celebrity also locally, but then he would have not appealed to the NRI audiences, because now from being in India as a company, I'm going global. So now all my celebrity teachers are going to be completely global Indians, but global Indians, global audience. Next product of mine is coming probably from a Priyanka Chopra on, not on acting, but it's going to be on speaking, Miss India. Every girl wants to be a Miss India, right? But globally. So just think what in academics you are currently doing. What is your USP? Don't go only for new age 21st century programs to create brands. Okay, do what is great. Somebody might be great in environmental studies, and you can then create a new age social impact project, pick up a lot of money from the Gates Foundation or from UN funds, and go global. A university can do that, and that will exceed your revenues way beyond your classroom learning. So just that's the way brands have gone global.
I would like to add a few points here. When you talk about global stage, and sorry, I do not actually resonate with the term world class, because what I believe and what I have been pursuing is locally available resources and local deployment ecosystem, what I have been fostering my energy into. And the social media content creators have become the pioneers of innovation nowadays, because they're teaching from engineering to painting, art, and everything. And a friend of mine, she is called the Golden Girl of Chhattisgarh, and she has brought 7 medals for the country in the shooting sports championship. And she has learned it through YouTube because of, financial, weak financial background and family background. This is how she had just brought great 7 gold medals to the country, and she is known the Golden Girl of Chhattisgarh. So when there was a complete lockdown, I myself have studied in Bangalore, MS Ramaya, and big cities. And when I had to foster my energy into things that I was creating, a lot of my materials got stuck in Ahmedabad, Bombay, and I couldn't reach out to it. So what I did was to explore the science. It's a virgin territory, and yet a lot of it is there to be explored. And I redesigned and reclaimed my resources and produced the projects which couldn't have been possible with the material supplies from the big cities, which everyone thought. And I just broke down those barriers, because it's very easy to get someone who is really established, and to get it from other states or other country. What your input is seen when you show the innovation and you utilize what you have gotten, the natural resources, the locally available resources, and seeing science as a savior to the environment and not as a threat to the environment. That's how I have been working in the technical institutes, because in a state like Chhattisgarh, where 60% of the people come from the tribal zone, you cannot promote a brand engineering with the term world class, because they will not resonate with that. You need to give them practical exposure, the hands-on learning. You need to get your hands dirty, and without that, I don't think anyone can reach out onto the global stage. To be there on the global stage competing with the people out there, you need to be strong enough from the place that you're coming from. You need to be aware and very, very technically strong in the subjects that you read. It's that gap what we have between the academia and the industries that needs to be bridged through our integration with several subjects. And environmental as a subject cannot only be seen as the extra subject you only need to pass. It has to be incorporated, like with the new education policy from class 6, there is like coding programs, and they're promoting entrepreneurship. Those skills are they are, and extracurricular activities have been incorporated into the main syllabus. You cannot see like playing a sport as something which you do as a hobby. It just builds your character, your personality, and the overall development of a student that we need to look into, not only just the technical aspects. So that's how you reach out the global stage, being confident with the resources and facilities that you have, and bringing the best out of it. And pandemic has just given us the opportunity to craft new ways and interesting ways to think how the programs to be crafted. And the beauty of the technologies, it just help you to scale up to the audience that you reach out to. And the webinars we have been conducting earlier, if it was on campus seminars, the strength would be 150 or 200. Now it is more than 2,000, 3,000 people are attending. And it is also being attended by students where they have limited access to the internet. So that's the beauty of technology, and that's how you promote engineering. I'm speaking only about the technical part of the education because I deal with it. So all the education that I have gained from studying in big cities, and I'm Ahmedabad, and all of that. So my management skills I showed working in the extreme conditions and varied environments and bringing out the products which can work in extreme conditions. They can obviously work in big cities with all the facilities available out there. So this is my opinion. That's how you reach to the global stage. Thank you.
I think I'm going to pick up on something that Dr. Sameer and Ms. Molishri said. So I think Sameer made a very, very important point, and he was trying to say, pardon me if I got it wrong. It's not going to be of much help to try and copy what the Western universities or other countries are doing.
Perfect.
Even if I put in everything that I have as a university, I can't really probably match up to the quantum physics research that's happening in the US university. I possibly can't recreate the same kind of chemistry lab that they have, or even the work that they're doing on genetics. However, I think it's intelligent only if I'm able to play to my strengths. So I think the first thing that we need to do is we must build very, very deep competence in things which are Indian. We need to take Indianness to the globe. We know that India is great at spirituality, and we know there's a lot of unrest with young people and old people. We know meditation and yoga are critical for health. We know Sanskrit is probably the most profound language, and someone said that, very sad, but 26 alphabets in English can't really do justice to 52 characters of Sanskrit, and that's true. So there's a lot of strength that India has in terms of traditional medicine, in terms of yoga, in terms of spirituality, in terms of Vastu Shastra, as Dr. Sameer was saying. And I think it's time that we build competence around these areas to truly conquer the global stage in terms of education. I think the second thing would also be that innovation is really key to break into a global platform, right? No matter how old the institution is, and again, I'll take the example of Harvard. Harvard does not stop innovating. It continues to have the DNA of innovation ingrained into everything that they do every year. So I think what happens is, when you are innovating, when you are constantly innovating in everything that you think and do, values such as frugality and agility become a part of your DNA. And unless you are frugal with your resources and unless you are agile, there's very limited market that you can conquer, and you have to be intelligent about conquering the market. I mean, if I put 200 crores and I'm showing losses after losses after losses every year, I might be innovating, but it's very clearly not taking me anywhere. So that's the second thing. A third, I would again come back to it, which is purpose. I think anyone who's trying to solve any challenge, anyone who's trying to build any positive outcome for the society needs to go back and think, what is the purpose? I think more often than not, a lot of us, a lot of institutions put the how at the center of things and not the why at the center of things. So I think it's important to keep asking yourself every day, why did I start this? Why do I wish to be a global university? What value do I bring to the people? So how is something that we are all intelligent people, we'll all figure it out. It's all out there. I think the why is something that gets lost. And I think that's the point Molishri and Sameer were both trying to make, that it's important to have a vision, and it's important to have a vision which can really last and stand the test of time. So I think that'll be that'll be my 3 points to that question. Thank you.
If I may add on to that, sorry again, I'm actually on the move, and I think that's the curse that it comes with being a young leader. That you're always on the move, and thank God for technology on that. But a couple of points that I wanted to add on. One is I think I stand somewhere in between what Dr. Sameer and Molishri said, because most of our institutions are urban. So I think that's in one way a privilege. So maybe I do not understand the needs of the rural universities as much. And I definitely agree with Avni when she says, we need to know what our strengths are, especially when it comes to, say, things like naturopathy, things like Ayurveda, things like yoga. And we've actually been able to capitalize on that quite interestingly. So, for example, we have the Rajiv Gandhi Naturopathy and Yoga Sciences Institute, which is about 40 kilometers away from Calcutta, and we've brought it under the ambit of our institute, the urban institution, which is Techno India University. And what that has enabled us to do is create programs which involve cultural integration for international students, and where we bring in, we're able to, because of the clout of an urban institution, we're able to bring in international students for that, and then also give them a very authentic experience in the rural institution where actually the work is being done. That's one. On the second side, I think because a lot of our students, about 60% of our students and 60% of students in a body of 100,000 students to 60,000 students are engineers or students who are pursuing MTechs, BTechs. For us, obviously, tech enthusiasts are a lot in number, but it's important to make them also realize that they are not all audible.
We lost
Yeah.
you. I think you got back.
Yeah. I think I'm going to. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Meghadut, you're audible now.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Of where these kids are going to go in the future is also very important. So setting that purpose for them, especially in terms of say rural and agri tech. I think in India, it's important to realize that not all of them are going to go work at a Google or an Amazon or a Microsoft. And even when a Google or an Amazon or a Microsoft comes to India, they align themselves to products or services which are more tethered to the Indian way of life. There's so much potential at the bottom of the pyramid. If any of you've read the book, by C.K. Prahlad, and that became a huge rage because of the importance of being in a country that has such a huge agricultural population. We need to take that into effect, and that's why even when we created our first IoT lab 4 years ago, the main idea was to create rural IoT projects. It was to push rural IoT projects because we know that that could possibly help bring the farmers of India, help pull them up in the very near future. So that's something that we've done. And for me, for that particular purpose, I think there's somebody that I look up to quite a bit, Mr. Sonam Wangchuk, who started SecMol in Leh and Ladakh, and that as a school, right? But when he was building his university, which is HIAL, I think it's the Himalayan Institute of Alternative Learning, he had done this massive workshop, and that showed two things for that. He had invited a bunch of us to come and sort of brainstorm with him and bring in ideas. And the first idea that I had in mind was, this is a Rolex award-winning, massively popular global entrepreneur on whom a movie, which is one of the biggest movies that's ever been created, Three Idiots, all of us have seen and loved the movie. Why does he want to hear from people who don't even understand Ladakh? And then it became very clear that he was not afraid to collaborate with people, one, and people who he felt were half his age, and he in his younger age was obviously a really successful entrepreneur already, and also an activist, let's not forget. And of course he understands the local needs, which is why he was able to create SecMol in the way that it was made. But tomorrow he wants to also bring that to scale. It was made for students who were failing in other schools in Leh and Ladakh, build that school and brought them back to society. But the university that he's building is not built on the same idea. He wants to make it a school which is targeted towards bringing in NRIs and giving them an Indian education, but keeping in mind the same core ethos of what SecMol was built on. So I think it all comes down to that. At the end of the day, we as human beings, if we are not good at recognizing patterns around us, in the very basic sense of the term, I don't think we're going to be good at anything else. At our institutions, if we're not able to teach facets of multiple intelligence and pattern recognition to our students, they will not end up anywhere, because most of the engineers in our in our institutions don't even, most of the time they don't even know how to speak to somebody who does not have the same background, somebody who does not come from the same conditioning. Because India is such a big country, it's so many countries put together. If this kid who's going to go and join a TCS or IBM or whatever other company can't talk to his HR manager and negotiate a raise, he's not never going to be happy at his job. So building that sense of community learning processes, which we've done so well in the past, especially with the Gurukul system and with all of that, traditional educational, some people might say baggage, but I say that that boon that we have, that we've done education better than most other people across the world. Why don't we leverage it now? Why don't we leverage it, but in the modern, the more polished way, as somebody was saying, I remember, make sure the UI UX is good. So it looks easy. You don't have to spend too much time delving deep into it. But if it's accessible, at the end of the day, if the education itself is accessible, and not just the education, but the path that you take towards that education is accessible, I don't think there can be a bigger and more formidable leader than India in terms of world education. So I guess that's what I had in mind for this part of the talk. Thanks, everyone.
I think I loved hearing it, and thank you, Megdut. But then Samir is always a firebrand. When he starts, he starts making things look big, and it's so easy for us to, when he keeps saying that, yes, it's just on a click of button, everything can happen, and that's how Samir works. So, but then I appreciate when she came into the picture and she brought reality back, and she said that yes, it's always not adopting Western culture; it is how we Indians are. Avni nicely put it again, saying that in point by point, saying how we should really go about it, and that was a midway. And Meghdut spoke about the best, finest example in the country that we could speak about. And Three Idiots, yes, is about them. We are following our journey on being international. But before I go ahead, namaste, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, and congratulations on your recent award of Abhinandana. And we are proud about it. So just to tell you what have we been doing, we've understood, yes, internationalization is the way forward, and there's no running away from it. Two, we've tried adopting the Western culture to a great extent, and we found that we could only manage with 1% of the Indian students who were coming to us, and they got into the fad of it, and they appreciated those online programs. But then finally, when it came to execution, they somewhere were really failing. So that means there's something which we need to do is get into our soils, our roots, relook at what we are good at, and try to make that internationalize. And that's when we realize, no, I think we need to relook at our strategies. And we have 16 international partners. We started interacting with them, and we got a finer point out of it, and we struck success. And that was through research. Our students' research collaboration, our faculty research collaboration with recently State University of New York, with the ESC Troyes, ESC Clermont-Ferrand, France Business School has given amazing results. And with Dubai University also, we saw that what brought us together was research. They wanted Indians, our faculty, to give them more data points and work on research points, and the collaborative research gave a huge understanding. Believe me, at our country, we appreciate their work to a great extent, but that, at their countries, I have seen that they are in troubled waters more than our country or more than our education institutions. They are looking at our students going to their institutions and being their partners. But I think, yes, I agree to what Meghdut said. We have our strength points. We have our soil, our roots with us, and we need to look at transforming there and making things happen. Of course, technology is the key. We cannot move out of technology. As Samir said, we have to be as quick as how we order Uber or how we are ordering our on. Yes, technology has to be in our blood. But yes, I think research is the line wherein we can enter international markets, and we are strong at it. I think I leave the door open for others to talk.
Yeah. So I hope, everyone has been putting in really valuable points in terms of firstly working on what is there with us locally, thereby building a platform from which to take forward globally, right? So on that sense, we have I think everyone here is on same platform. So I would also like to hear from Mr. Kaushik on some of his thoughts surrounding this topic as well. So, Mr. Kaushik, if you could just add something from your end, that would be great as well.
Kaushik, you need to be unmuted, please.
Sorry about that. I think some really valid points, really focusing on our own strengths. I think there's a way to leverage modern science in traditional knowledge that exists, because a lot of things we internally, within India, we think a lot of this is bogus, where the rest of the world is actually looking at us quite aggressively. For example, Ayurveda, there's a lot of science in there that used to be there, but nobody has done deep research in that. I think there's definitely a lot of scope in those areas. But one of the things that I see we lack And that's holding us back in terms of really going global in terms of the education space, and why a lot of us look at the international colleges or to go there. And I think it's the industry connect. Unfortunately, in India, we haven't had that strong relationship with the industry. It's two sectors. The industry is pitted all of us against each other, saying, I'll pick the best of the top 10 best students from each of you. It's a competition amongst all of you, which is fair to a certain extent. But I think that's very critical for us to really showcase our strengths. I mean, you've got all these global companies now coming into India and setting up their offices here as back offices. But we believe that these companies should be investing in solving Indian problems as well. And I think colleges and universities like us is where something like this can start. And I think that's very critical. And I think that's the biggest gap that I see. And I think research is a great way to start, where you have research collaborations, as Mr. Kothari mentioned. We look at maybe that's the way to start, and collaboratively. I'm saying, throwing this out there to all of you here, I think collaboratively we need to engage to get the industry involved and investing time, the CSR funds, all of that within the education space to grow the talent in here. I mean, they can't be sitting there and saying, your kids are unemployable. I think that's an unfair statement for them to continuously push down our throat, rather than investing any of their time and efforts in really making this happen and making future ready leaders. Unless they come through, I think that's going to be a challenge. And I think that's one point I'd like to add. I think you guys have covered most of the other points.
Yeah, so I mean, I think in order to just summarize what we have been discussing for the last 1 hour, we have talked we've talked at length across topics like starting from ethos, how new generations have to carry forward that, and also talking about not just about building the brands, but also kind of scaling that up, and very valid points on how we would have to look internally within what is there at our disposal, and then play to our own strengths, rather than looking at someone else and then trying to copy, right? So I think we've covered quite a lot of points, and I must say this has been very informative and very insightful sessions that I've had with each and every one of you. And due to paucity of time, so I think we are near the end of the session, and so we could wrap this up. Hello. Yeah, so I think we could wrap this up, and once again, it was really my pleasure to interact with each and every one of you, and thanks a lot for joining and taking out your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very
Nice
much.
meeting all of you.
Thank you, everyone.
Looking forward to connect with all of you.
Let's keep in touch. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's keep in touch, everyone. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All to please stay for Pankaj Madam's, speech. So that would be very nice.
Yeah, we will do that.
Yeah.
Wonderful deliberation, eminent speakers. It was quite insightful listening to you all. Thank you so much for joining us on this wonderful forum. Requesting you all to stick around, because the much awaited award felicitation ceremony will start very shortly, right after hearing the special address from our special guest of the day. I'd like to welcome Dr. Pankaj Mittal. She is the Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. She is a bright scholar and has a vast experience of over 3 decades in higher education, policy planning, and management of higher education institutions. She has served in UGC and also was the first Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. Dr. Mittal has also served as the member of various high-powered committees and professional bodies. With that being said, over to you, Pankaj ma'am, for your special address. Welcome you.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you very much. And thanks to ASMA for inviting me here and giving me the opportunity to interact with all of you. And I know that you all are waiting for the awards to be announced, that who are the lucky ones who have been identified as top 40 under 40 in our higher education sector. So thanks to all of you. And I understand that you want me to speak on education leadership, what type of leaders are required for the future of higher education, what is the future of higher education. So when we talk of future of higher education, I feel rather I am reminded of the story of Einstein. You know, in Einstein in 1905, he gave a question paper to his students, and when his teaching assistant saw the question paper, he said, "Sir, this is the same set of questions you gave to same set of students last year also. Is it by mistake that you are giving the same paper?" He says, "No, I'm not giving it by mistake. The questions are the same, but the answers are different." Why? Because in 1905, Einstein published 4 papers which changed the paradigm of physics education. I mean, altogether. There were papers on relativity, energy, that is E is equal to mc square. There were papers on Brownian motion, photoelectric effect. So those 4 papers had totally changed the concept of physics in 1905. Therefore, questions were the same, but the answers were different. Similarly, in our higher education space, the questions are the same: what to teach, how to teach, why to teach, where to teach, whom to teach. But the answers post NEP 2020 and the answers keeping in mind the future of education are totally different. Now, what do we envisage as the future of education? See, again, I'd say that there were 3 children who went to zoo, and all the 3 children were of different heights. And first time, the tallest child, he could see the giraffe in the cage fully. I mean, full giraffe he could see. The second one, who was a little shorter, could see only the neck of the giraffe, and the third could not see anything. So then how to see the giraffe? So a bench was called, and on the bench, all the 2 were made to stand. And then the second one started seeing fully, but the third was seeing only the neck of the giraffe because he was very, very short. Similarly, in our higher education space, the children are of different capabilities, different talents, different I mean, they're totally different. I mean, we cannot have, say, a straight jacket approach, that one size fits all type of approach in higher education. We have to do the personalized teaching, and the future of education is personalized teaching, and the education leaders have to see to it that the personalized teacher, personalized attention is given to each and every student. And now it is all the more important, especially after COVID. I shouldn't say COVID because after COVID, because COVID is still there. So we have not reached the post-COVID stage. But during COVID, we are able to see the type of technological interventions which came into the higher education space, which entirely changed the teaching paradigm. I mean, the way we are teaching. We could never think of, I mean, Indian teachers were not used to online teaching, means 95 or 99% of them. But after COVID, they all came down to online teaching, and everybody is, I mean, my compliments to the teachers, they are going on with their online teaching. And then I do understand that the future is not online, future is not face-to-face, future is blended mode of education. So who will take care of this blended mode of education? That is our education leaders. Even the national education policy, I feel that something like 70% of the recommendations of the NEP, you know that NEP is a very, very innovative policy, very sort of policy which has the capacity to make India a Vishwaguru. But then most of the vice chancellors, the leaders of the higher education, most of the principals I see, they're just waiting for the government to announce some regulations, some guidelines, some notifications based on which they will start implementing the policy. But my guess is that around 70% of the recommendations are to be implemented by the education leaders. And if they implement it in letter and spirit, obviously the road to Vishwaguru will be open, wide open for all of us. So the education leaders have to take a lead on how to change the ambience within the university, how to create the infrastructure within the university, how to change the teaching pedagogy. Like till now, we are following the rote learning approach. But in times to come, you have to follow the flipped classroom model where the students are given the text or the audios or the videos in advance, and the students come and discuss in the class rather than actual teaching taking place in the class. So all these things are changing so fast that if our higher education leaders don't keep pace with that change, we will all be left behind. Future is totally different, totally different. Future universities will be, of course, there'll be physical campuses, but there'll be also future universities in the cloud. We'll be having few universities in the cloud. The future teachers may not be full salaried employees. For example, will you remember that once upon a time, Lata Mangeshkar, she was a salaried employee. So she used to get a monthly salary, and based on that, she was singing songs for whoever was the employer. But today, can you think of hiring even a small actor on a salary? Forget about Amitabh Bachchan or big actors. Even a small actor you cannot employ on a salary. Can you think of employing, say, Harish Salve or Gopal Subramaniam or any good lawyer on a salary? No, you cannot. Similarly, the good teachers will not be employable on a salary. They will not come for a salary. They'll say, I will give you my services, pay me for the services. I don't want a salary, monthly salary. And the good, and then this difference between good and bad teachers will obviously disappear, because today our university teachers keep on cribbing that I work so much, the other person doesn't work so much, he's getting the same salary, I'm getting the same salary. So all those cribbings will be over, because the good ones, the best ones will be they will be sought after. The rest will not be. So the total paradigm of higher education, that how they will be teaching, how education will be imparted, will education be sort of confined to a specified university or a specified program, or it will be a free flow of education, which will be lifelong education for all. You know about the concept of ABC, that is Academic Bank of Credit, in which the student need not take admission in a university. The student can take admission in different courses in different universities, get the credits accumulated in the Academic Bank of Credit in the account of the student. Like you have a commercial bank in which you have an account for money. In Academic Bank of Credit, you have an account for the credits. So the student keeps on accumulating the credits, and as and when they sort of reach the threshold number of credits to get a degree, they can go to a university and get a degree. So this type of free flow of education, in which the student will be having the freedom of choosing a course, the freedom of choosing a university, rather multiple universities within a program, the freedom of speed with which the student wants to learn. So all that freedom will be available to the student. The education will be totally learner-centric education. So all these things are going to be the future of education. The type of curriculum which we are transacting, the type of internships or the exposure to the industry which we are providing to the education, how we are making the student employable, all those are going, there will be a totally paradigm shift, and maybe in future there will be a delinking of jobs with the degrees also. Maybe, I don't know, because if we are talking of ABC concepts like ABC, then the degrees may not be important. Right now also the knowledge base is more important, and then knowledge base is not now confined to a classroom. Knowledge base is confined to the entire universe. I mean, there are so many online resources, so anybody can learn from anywhere. So therefore I feel that the education leaders in future will have a much larger role to play. They have to think that how to steer the institutions, how to take care of the students, who will be much more intelligent in future, and they will be in know of so many things. Now information passing will not be the game. It has to be the knowledge sharing, knowledge creation will be the game. So education leaders, I think, will have to play a much larger role, and they have to be visionary on the first place. If they are not visionary, the institutions they are leading, that will obviously not go ahead with the times. So a lot of responsibility rests on the shoulders of the education leaders, and I hope that they will fulfill this responsibility to the satisfaction of our major stakeholders, that is the students. And if they do so, I'm very sure that India will really become a Vishwaguru. So the onus lies on the education leaders, the onus lies on the teachers who are the gurus who are teaching these students, and the onus lies on the students who will be learning. So if we really want to sort of that demographic dividend which we have, if we really want to take it to our advantage, it is the time that we work for it, and work for it passionately. Unless we work for it passionately, we won't be seeing any definite road ahead. So with that, I would just like to thank ASMA once again. Thank you very much, ASMA, for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Pankaj ma'am. It was a joy listening to you. Now let's jump on to the much awaited award felicitation. Again, with much honor and pleasure, I'd like to welcome Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Under her gracious presence, we'll be distributing the awards. I'd request all the awardees to stay back until the ceremony gets over. We can have a group photo if you need. Dr. Pankaj, over to you, ma'am. You can call out the first awardee of the day.
Can we hear the video, please?
So I will announce the awardees of the day. I have the pleasure to do so. Thanks, Esma, for that. And the first award goes to Rahul Singh, who is the co-founder and director of Purnima University and Group, Jaipur. Congratulations, Rahul.
I think he's not available.
I take this opportunity to accept this award on behalf of Rahul Singhi because for some work he just had to go outside, and I am accepting this on his behalf, Mr. Rahul Singh. Although I am not under 40, but I am accepting this on behalf of him as under 40. I work with him as the President Vice Chancellor of Purnima University. So once again, I thank the ASMA, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and the other members who has given this opportunity, given this recognition, given this award to Mr. Rahul Singhi. I accept it wholeheartedly on behalf of Mr. Rahul Singhi.
Thank you.
Group is thankful.
Now, the second award goes to Dr. Sandeep Pachpanje, Chairman, ASM Group of Institutions, Pune. Congratulations, Dr. Sandeep.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you very much to ASMA. The last year has been a very difficult year for everyone in education, and we at ASM have tried our best to innovate, to adapt to the new normal, reimagine how education is done. We have rebooted and set ourselves, and awards and recognitions like this increases our morals and makes us to do more. And I would dedicate this award to the whole team at ASM, because of whom we could achieve all these things, what we could in so many years. And look forward to many more wonderful events coming out of ASMA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep, and all the best to you for your future endeavors.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
The next award goes to Dr. Devanshu Patel, President, Parul University, Vadodara.
Thank you, madam. On behalf of Parul University, I convey my appreciation to entire ASMA team and you also for remaining present and felicitating me. This is not just felicitation of myself, but it's a felicitation of our entire university. And as I'm a previous awardee also, this entire credit goes to our team basically, and our team works on several aspects, the aspects which you very intelligently narrated, which is required for a university to become a world class. So I have people around me who are working 24/7 to make sure that happens at our university. So thanks a lot, and we really appreciate the gesture. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Devanshu. I know that the Parul is doing very well and you have got an excellent infrastructure at place.
Thank you,
so
madam.
You will really do wonders in future also.
Thank you.
Congratulations and all the best.
Thanks a lot.
The next award goes to Sakshi Agarwal, Executive Director, Sage University, Bhopal.
I think she hasn't
seems she's unavailable, ma'am. Let's move to the next.
Woman power should be there.
No, she was there. I'm sure she will be joining soon if she's not here right now.
Okay. So the next award goes to Aditya Barlia, co-founder and pro-chancellor, APJ Satya University, Gurgaon.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, Aditya ji was part of panel discussion just a session ago, and he's in an important meeting right now. So he has conveyed his thanks to you for the award, ma'am.
So I'll announce the next award. It goes to Dr. Manish Kothari, Founder and Managing Director, ISBR Group of Institutions.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, and thank you, the ASMA group. I'm humbled, I'm honored, and Team ISBR is proud of this. In fact, this award is dedicated to the complete team. It comes at a time where I have just completed my doctorate from University of Mysore about 3 weeks ago. And yes, the journey of doctorate 4 years, I now understand and respect every other doctorate how the journey is. It is not like any other degree. It is a self introspection and self learning. So yes, this means a lot to the team and of course to ISBR. And I am humbled and I thank you. Yes, as one of our speakers said, this only motivates us to do more and keep moving on this journey and giving back to the society. Thank you once again, and thank you, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji, for all this time that you have given to us, and anything from your hand is so much appreciated.
Thank you, and I must say congratulations, Dr. Sahab.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, the next award goes to Koshik Raju, Member Board of Trustee, REI University, Bangalore. Kaushik is there.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you on behalf of ATI University and everyone here. ASMA as well for bringing us together. More than the award, I think these platforms allows all of us to engage. I mean, people in the same community, and thank you for bringing us together, and really appreciate you putting all this effort, and in the pandemic, doing this online virtually, you know, all the effort that's gone in. And I hope you can put this community together and create a platform for all of us to engage.
Thank you. The next award goes to Jeet Marwadi, Director, Marwadi University, Rajkot.
Thank you so much for the recognition. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. Thank you, ASMA. This is a great honor. I think it allows people like us who are, trying to make an impact and are change makers in how things are done in the field of education. I'd like to definitely thank the entire team at Marwari University who has helped, us achieve this. And we hope that this continues and, we form a community of change makers. Thank you very much for this.
Congratulations, Mr. Jeet. And I understand you have a new Vice Chancellor now. Vice Chancellor Dr. Sandeep Sancheti?
Yes, indeed, ma'am.
Yes, he was the President AIU in the past.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So thank you and many, many congratulations.
Thank you so much.
The next award goes to Malshri Dubey, CEO, Professional Institute of Engineering and Technology, Raipur.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm privileged to receive the second award from Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am. The first was Business World and now today ASMA. My sincere gratitude to ASMA India and all the jury members for conferring me with this prestigious award. And I dedicate this to the entire team of PyTech, my sister Kopal Dubey, who's been looking into the execution and the administration process, Rigang Dubey, who's my personal financial consultant, my brother, and guiding me throughout the management thing. And last but not the least, my favorite author, who in one of his articles about FIFA 2018, he just wrote 3 key points which have been my driving force during this pandemic, that passion and willpower have magical effects, and lose the fixed mindset, learn to be accommodating. And the third one, the future is unpredictable. So the best way to design future is to craft it, and with your intellect level and with your science knowledge. So I've been trying to build a carbon neutral environment and to reach out to people and improve their lives through my education and initiatives. And thank you so much. I'm honored to be receiving this award. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Molshri. Congratulations. I mean, the way you are working, मेरे को एक शेर याद आ गया कि कुछ लोग थे जो वक्त के सांचे में ढल गए. मतलब कुछ ज्यादातर लोग ऐसे होते हैं जो वक्त के सांचे में ढलते हैं, कुछ नहीं भी ढल पाते. But for you, it is a different story कि कुछ लोग थे जो वक्त के सांचे में ढल गए और कुछ लोग थे जो वक्त के सांचे बदल गए. तो आपने सांचे बदल दिए हैं, ना कि सांचों में ढली हो. So congratulations and keep working in the same way with the same passion throughout your life.
Thank you, ma'am. That's so motivating. Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words.
Thank you. Thank you. The next award goes to Siddharth Chaturvedi, Executive Vice President, ISECT Group of Universities.
Ma'am, he has conveyed his thanks to us already. He, for some reason, is not able to join.
Okay, no issues. Okay, so we'll go to the next award. The next award goes to Praniti Tilak, Dean, Department of Management Studies, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Pune.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj, and thank you, ASMA, for this honor. This award is definitely a team award and it is not an individual award. And being a part of the panel discussion today makes you realize that yes, there is a long journey ahead, and this award is definitely motivation to do better and work harder. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, and you will succeed much more higher heights in the future.
Thank you so much.
Congrats. The next award goes to Dr. Sameer N. Karkhanis, CEO and founder, Yungpu Executive Education, Mumbai. Actually, I'm not wearing this specs. It is Karkhanis.
Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, thank you very much for this award. ASMA team, thanks a lot for this award and opportunity to speak to you in your sessions. And Dr. Mittal, I must tell you, the few words which you said in the beginning are so relevant. And I'm sure regulators like you are going to help startups like us to create virtual universities in the months and time to come. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much. And many congratulations. Sorry, because your surname is not that common.
That's right.
So I was finding it a bit difficult.
No problem, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We go to the next award. It goes to Rohit Rana, Vice Chairman, St. Andrews Institute of Technology and Management, Gurgaon. Should we go to the next award?
We can go to the next. Yeah.
Okay. So next is Garima Goyal, CEO, Om Sterling Global University, Hisar.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj ma'am and ASMA for making me part of this event. And we at Om Sterling Global University are working hard to provide quality education in this part of the country. It is an honor to receive this recognition, and this is the achievement of our team. And once again, I thank you on behalf of the whole Om Sterling Global University family.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Many, many congratulations. Looking forward to many more awards in future.
Sure.
The next award goes to Avni Gupta, Vice President and Trustee, Shulini University, Solan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Thank you, ASMA. I think it's an award, as everyone said, for their entire team. I think this is an award for everyone who believes in what Steve Jobs said. I think we're all square pegs and round holes. We will not conform to what has been. We will continue to innovate, and we will try together collectively to bring India back onto the global stage of world education. I think it's time for India to shine again. I don't know सोने की चिड़िया हम लोग पहले थे या नहीं थे, but I think बन जरूर सकते हैं. So this is to everyone on the screen, this is to all the panelists, and this is to anyone and everyone who's joined to the education fraternity in whichever way. I think this is a great achievement for all of us, and all of us should be very, very proud. Thank you so much, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Thank you, ASMA, once again.
Thank you. Congratulations, Avni. I know Shulini is doing a very good work, especially in the research area. And Professor Khosla keeps everybody on toes. So really doing well.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you, and convey my regards to Professor Khosla.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, the next award goes to Meghdut Roy Chaudhary, Director of Global Operations, Techno India Group, Kolkata.
Although I'm not a huge believer in awards in general, but I guess it does help us get remotivated sometimes. So thank you very much, Asma. Thank you, Dr. Mittal, for conferring this upon us. For this particular one, I mean, being a second generation entrepreneur, I think sometimes we feel that we have it very hard because we're constantly trying to change things. But I think for this particular award, I'd like to thank my parents because, being first generation entrepreneurs themselves and having started from absolutely nothing and then creating a platform which has provided education to almost 1 million people in the last 35 years, their belief that the next generation can carry forth the legacy and give them enough space to experiment. I think that's something that is truly remarkable. And for that, I'd love to thank Ma and Bobby for that. And also thank you, Asma and Collegedunia, especially for continuously teaching us how to be relevant during times of the crisis as well, because throughout they've organized such amazing webinars, great scopes of meeting people when we were feeling cooped up in our little holes, in our little pockets of India, wherever we are joining today from. So thank you for keeping that relevance alive. And thanks so much for your beautiful words before we begin, Dr. Mittal. That really helped re-energize us. So thank you very much. And
many congratulations. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
The next award goes to Dhruv Galgotia, CEO, Galgotia's University, Greater Noida.
He sent his best wishes, now he couldn't join us actually.
Okay. Thank you. So here comes the next award. Dr. Ananya Yeravedkar, Head of Campus Center, Executive Sports, Recreation and Wellness, Symbiosis International University, Pune.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am, and my good friend Mr. Rahul Jain ji, and the entire team at ASMA and InnoServe for bestowing upon me this award and considering me worthy enough of the same. As you would know, Symbiosis started by my grandfather, Padma Bhushan, Dr. S.B. Majumdar, and now being taken ahead by my mother, who's the Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Vidya Erodekar. So I'm just trying in my small little way to just carry forward the legacy and contribute to the overall organization success. So once again, a big thank you and best wishes.
So congratulations, Dr. Amay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Dr. Vidya is a good friend, but she never
I'm
informed
sure.
me that you are doing such good work yourself also. So
Thank you.
like
Thank you so
mother,
much.
like son. So
Thank you.
many, many congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. The next award goes to Hitesh Motwani, CEO, Skillopedia, Mumbai. Skillopedia, Mumbai. Okay, so we move on to the next award. Next award goes to Ritesh Goyal, Managing Director, GIBS Business School, Bangalore.
Good evening, everyone. I'm very thankful to the jury members, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Rahul Jainji, and ASMA Group for giving me this prestigious award. India's Top 40 Under 40 in Education 2021. I started my journey with a company called Pathfinder, which is known as Pathfinder Group of Companies right now. And my background, I started, I was started my career in Hindi medium school and then moved to Bangalore in 2007-9. And 9 was the biggest recession, so I planned to start a business. And that time I started a company called Pathfinder. And this is how I am there in the industry from past 10 years. And I would like to thank my team, my faculty members, directors on the circumstances. Despite of the pandemic, we have done so many innovative activities, and I would say we have come up with a beautiful product called PGTM, which is approved by AICT. And also we are focusing on multiple like innovation, research and entrepreneurship activities. And to all the young chaps who want to start their own businesses, I have 3 points to say. Start before you are ready to. The third and most important part is the first step is to figure out the first step. Thank you so much. Thank you, ASMA Group.
Thank you, Rideshji. You are really done well, and all the
Thank
best
you,
for the
madam.
future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now I'll announce the last award of today's ceremony. The last award goes to Anish Gupta, CEO, Big Boys Consulting Private
Thanks a lot, ASMA Group, and thanks a lot, Pankaj Mittal ma'am. And though I'm the youngest here, not even near to 30s, but like I started up with the IT company, and so we are bridging gaps. We are training people and bridging gaps between the college to the corporate world, and helping them to get their jobs, their first jobs into digital marketing or IT industries. And also we are into US space, so we are helping people in or students in US to get their first jobs by training them into several technologies. And so that is what I have to say. I'm really thankful for everyone, and the one who recommended me here. I'm really thankful for you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Anish. In fact, your name of your company should be Young Boys Consulting rather than Big Boys Consulting. You all are so young.
So actually we have some mentor partners. So all of those are big boys, and
Okay.
I'm just a part to align up with them. So that is why we kept it as Big Boys Consulting Private Limited.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pankaj ma'am. I'd request all the awardees to turn on their videos so that we can have a photo. Backend team, can you please? Well, that's all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations, hearty congratulations to all the awardees and to all those who were chosen as India's top 40 under 40 in education. You've been doing so well in your own spaces. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pankaj ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam.
Moving on to the third panel of the day. The discussion of the panel is fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in young India. At request, I'd like to welcome all the eminent panelists we have in here today with us, starting from Mr. Roshan Gandhi, CEO, City Montessori School. Then we have Dr. Niyati Chitkara, Director Schools, Chitkara International Schools. We have Mr. Arpit Panjwani, Director, Ma Anandmai Memorial School. Then we have the moderator of this August panel, Dr. Kavita Jain. Backend team, can you please play the video? Backend team. Thank you so much, team. Welcome you, Dr. Kavita Ram, Dr. Niyati Chitkara, Mr. Arpit. Thank you so much for joining us. And Mr. Roshan Gandhi will be joining us very shortly. We will start with the panel now. Over to you.
Thank you so much. ASMA is doing some wonderful work in getting educationists together to share and learn from our experiences and expertise. That's wonderful. Welcome to the panelists who have already joined on board. It's a pleasure to be moderating this topic where over maybe the next 1 hour, we're going to be discussing on how to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in young India. Like Bill Gates said, any sort of innovation requires people to collaborate and share ideas with each other. And I think that's precisely what we're doing today. To set the premise for the topic, I remember Ms. Brown, who's an author and professor at University of Houston, once stating that innovation and creativity without failure is impossible. With that premise, I wonder if our schools are ready to let students fail, experiment, and not just compete. And maybe in the panel today, we'll hear ideas from the panelists as to how are they nurturing an environment of not just competitiveness, but also exploration for students. Beginning with Dr. Niyati, maybe if Dr. Niyati, if you could share with us, what initiatives are your institutions taking to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in students?
So first of all, good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor that, I'm sharing this panel with such illuminated educationists. Well, Kavita ma'am, I come from an organization that has 2 universities and 2 international schools. And we built our universities first, and eventually we felt the need of developing a school with employability, as a focus into our system. So rather than developing a curriculum from kindergarten till 12, we've built in a reverse curriculum, which is university to K. And since our universities, they are driven by industries and the curriculum is designed by the industry experts, hence the elements of industry and university learning enters into school education. And that's how our school is able to impart entrepreneurship and innovation into our curriculum right from kindergarten. So it's a framework from what do you say, playway till PhD. So that is what we offer on our platter. And regarding a lot of programs that we do in our school, so there are a lot of hackathons and a lot of entrepreneurial challenges, first of all, which we provide our students, and also something called a Diamond Challenge, which is hosted by University of Delaware, USA. So what they do is they fund, along with our school, we fund the pitches. So the best ideas are selected, and then they are sponsored, and then they're worldwide, and then eventually the students, they get a chance to visit US, present their ideas there, and the funding is given to the students. So that's one part of the innovation that we provide. Along with that, it's a lot of hybrid learning. We have squads, co-curricular squads, we have student council, we have ATL Tinkering Lab, we have a center for entrepreneurship development in our university that mentors the school students, and then a lot of preparedness in terms of teaching into how to finance your ideas, how to design pitches, how to present in front of the experts, and then market surveys, doing market research, product design, logo design. All that is part of the school program. Along with that, in a regular academic part, we are doing things called out of the box question, which is like significant part of every examination paper that we have. So that thinking out of the box, critical thinking, design thinking is duly embedded into a question paper or any kind of assessment format. Exhibitions are part of it. We have something called brain work. Then we have learning studios by Deakin University, Australia, Chitkara University. So these are a lot of programs, MUNs and all, which we provide to our students. Regarding innovation, we have something called Tech 8. Now, that's a technology curriculum which is designed by Chitkara University for our schools. So we are teaching mobile technology, energy, electronics, household technology, robotics, coding, right from grade 1 onwards. And these are fantastic STEM and STEAM kits that we have, which are designed by the university. And along with that, we also teach mobile ethics. So that's one part of the story, because technology without ethics is of no use at all. So this is part of the curriculum. So these are certain initiatives that we are doing in our school with respect to entrepreneurship and innovation.
That's wonderful, Dr. Niyati. And, as they say, begin with the end in mind. So you have the end in mind, and then you've charted out the path. So I'm sure the students must be really learning a lot. And creativity is thinking, and innovation is acting upon it, acting upon the ideas. And it's wonderful to see your students getting so many opportunities to actually act upon the ideas that they have and turn it into innovation.
Thanks, Kavita.
And if I could ask the same question to Mr. Arpit Panjwani as to what are the initiatives taken by your institution to foster innovation and entrepreneurship for your students?
Hi, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So in my view, entrepreneurship is foremost about problem solving. It is a process of using innovation and creative solutions to solve real world issues and close the gap by resolving societal, business, or technological problems, sometimes personal problems that can lead to entrepreneurial opportunities if they are validated in the market. So exactly what we are trying to do at Ma Anandmai Memorial School is to discover local problems to start with, which may be to do with women employment or lack of employment, which may be to do with gender issues, environment in particular, because we're right next to the Ganga basin, and of course to do with wildlife, because we're also situated in the Rajaji Tiger Reserve vicinity. So how we're doing it is particularly inclined towards the Atal Innovation Mission, because they've helped us set up an innovation hub called the Atal Tinkering Lab to promote innovation entrepreneurship under an umbrella structure to oversee the innovation ecosystem at MAMS. So the AIM, the Atal Innovation Mission, was created with a vision to cultivate 1 million children as neoteric innovators in India. And we've been privileged to set up an Atal Tinkering Lab, which is now currently running in the 11th month of the top 5 ATLs in Uttarakhand, which is used to foster curiosity, creativity, imagination in the young minds with a design mindset, computational thinking, adaptive learning, and physical computing, amongst other things. So the lab has successfully been able to bring about certain key skills that are required for entrepreneurship, which include optimism, resilience, drive, motivation, persistence, risk tolerance, leadership, and creative and critical thinking, so that they can become problem solvers of tomorrow. So what we've tried to do in the ATL now is to integrate it with a STEM curriculum, of course. Our ATL consists of DIY, which is do-it-yourself kits and equipment on science, electronics, robotics, open source microcontroller boards, sensors, 3D printers, and computers, through which we try and impart a design thinking program with Python programming and artificial intelligence, including other things. So I have certain inspirational stories to share today amongst the August audience, that certain students have done some remarkable work, including one of our students who's created a flood alarm disaster management system that is now being used by the State Disaster Response Force of Government of Uttarakhand, because we're also lying in a flood-prone area. Another student has gone on to make an IoT mask and a 3D printed face shield, which was part of our 1000 mask project, for which he received a commendation from the Honorable Governor of Uttarakhand and also got selected for the ISRO Young Scientist Program. Further, another student has taken the initiative to develop a water tank overflow alert system that was appreciated by the Ministry of Jal Shakti on its Twitter handle. So through these initiatives, we hope to give learners an opportunity with a repertoire of skills which are industry integrated, innovative, and entrepreneurial. For preparing our learners in the VUCA world with a lot of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, we endeavor to impart 21st century skills, particularly the critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity, so that they can become logical decision makers and innovators. To accomplish that, we've been organizing daily skill building, what we call daily skill building and exposure sessions through industry experts who volunteer to give their time and, of course, teach children for almost an hour every day on certain issues and aspects that concern their particular avocation per se, which may be related to AI, robotics, coding, digital marketing, web designing, graphics, game development, and so on. Just to sum up, to promote entrepreneurial skills at MAMS, we've organized a mobile app development coding hackathon to uphold the United Nations SDGs. On Children's Day, we organized a TEDx Youth at MAMS Raiwala that gave a platform to young innovators to showcase their entrepreneurial journeys. Very recently, we organized a Vasant Craftsville where local indigenous women, some of whom were our parents and community stakeholders, showcased their local handicrafts and ethnic cuisine. Recurrently, year after year, we've been organizing a Diwali Mela where students pitch certain startups. They even put up stalls after doing a thorough market study and understanding what will be sellable on that occasion. We've been sending our kids out recurrently for B-plan competitions, including one at IIT Roorkee that they won, conclave, summits, pitches, and workshops. We are introducing now design thinking as a regular and full-time part of our curriculum with a dedicated e-cell that will provide students with practical exposure through experiential learning activities that include coding, concept testing, seed funding for ideas that receive validation. Lastly, we've been doing the British Council ISA International School Award and the Green Campus collaborative activities that lend exposure to our students about diverse local and global problems. Through
Mr. Atul,
ideas germinate. Yeah, that's about it.
Gone. I'm so sorry. We lost your voice in between, so I had to. But it's wonderful to hear. I really think the future for startups in India is bright with schools like you, ensuring that the kids are so prepared, are exposed to the whole environment right when they are in school. I mean, some of the achievements of the students that you shared are remarkable. I'm sure these students will not just be proud of themselves, but will be an inspiration to a lot of other students at your school and at other places that age is just a number. They could really achieve wonderful things if given the right opportunities and platform. It was really nice knowing
Absolutely.
what your institutions do. And
Thank you
I
very much.
completely agree with what you said. Entrepreneurship is about problem solving, and so is innovation, and they go hand in hand for sure.
Correct.
May I then pass on this question, put on this question to Mr. Rikrit Sarai? Is he with us? Is Mr. Sarai with us?
No, ma'am. Actually, he couldn't join us.
And Mr. Gandhi?
Yes, he's there.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Roshan Gandhi. If you could please tell us how City Montessori School, a very well-known school, you seem to be doing wonderfully well in a lot of areas. What are the initiatives you are taking to foster innovation and entrepreneurship at your schools?
Well, it starts from the very foundations. I mean, first of all, thank you all so much for kindly inviting me today and having me in this forum. And it was great to hear some of the other speakers just now. But yeah, for us, it really starts from the foundations. You know, to build that entrepreneurial spirit, it comes down to skills and mindset. And that starts right from the youngest age of the kids, you know, right long before they even understand what is business, what is entrepreneurship, what is innovation. That kind of mindset needs to start getting instilled in them. And actually it starts from something which is perhaps hard to define in a short space of time, but it really starts from their sense of character and their sense of citizenship. You know, what is it that they want to do in the world, and why is it that they want to do it? What is their reason for pursuing any sort of innovation and anything like that? What is their reason for entering into entrepreneurship? You know, they need to have the right attitudes for that. And so we focus a lot on citizenship education and character education. And we make systems so that really is not just, you know, buzzwords, but rather is something that is instilled in every classroom, right? So each and every teacher needs to really be practicing that in how they interact with the students on a day-to-day basis. The curriculum needs to really be focused around that. You know, it needs to really be spread into the curriculum at every level, so that children, you know, understand their place in the world and you know, their purpose in life. And that is the basis for any kind of entrepreneurship and innovation, I personally feel. Apart from that, of course, we want to build core skills in our students, which go well beyond their academic curriculum. So that is partly done through a range of extracurricular activities. And of course, we've tied up with various different organizations for technology-based education, for education in robotics and AI. And we have these facilities in our school. Very glad that we have robotics labs. We have career counseling for our students so that they can understand the range of areas that they can go into. We have entrepreneurship clubs and outside organizations that come and work specifically with our students on entrepreneurship. But again, apart from all of these specific initiatives, everything that we do about building the foundation for our students' skill set is geared towards making them independent thinkers and people who can go out into the world and innovate meaningfully. So for that, you know, the curriculum and the teaching methodology is designed in such a way to foster communication skills among students. So there's lots of opportunities for students to express themselves and to present, collaboration skills where they really have to work together with other people, peers in their school. You know, they really need to engage in project-based learning as groups of people, and that will be assessed based on rubrics which really look for skills and you know, these subjective skills-based factors. We really want to foster a sense of critical thinking in our students. And that's all in the curriculum design, the assessment design. You know, assessment really needs to get to the heart of students' critical thinking abilities. And we need to create opportunities for students to be creative in the classrooms and in their homeworks and in their interactions with peers. So by doing all of these things, you know, we hope that we're building the strongest possible foundations to build a generation of potential leaders who will go out and innovate and start the next wave of entrepreneurship in our country and beyond.
Wonderful, Mr. Gandhi. It's so nice that you've related purpose to innovation and entrepreneurship. And like you rightly said, I think it all starts with purpose as to knowing what we want to do and why we want to do, and having a cause and not just be driven by what's happening around us, but actually what's happening in us to find what do we want to, or what do we aspire to be. That's wonderful. A lot of you through this, in these discussions, mentioned about STEAM and STEM education. despite all the opportunities that are provided to these students, it's very alarming to see. I was just reading some statistics about funding that startups in our country have received, and it was quite disappointing to see only 4% of the investment that went in was for startups led by women. And women still have to face a lot more challenges when trying to raise funds for their startups. The gender gap seems to be so alarming. And what do you think as schools we could do to fill that gender gap, to ensure that girls at very young age have the same problem-solving approach, the approach to innovation and entrepreneurship, and are able to fight those challenges when they move out in the real world and start setting up things for themselves? So maybe I'll begin with Mr. Arpit Panjwani for this.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I think I'm on mute. No. So yeah, firstly, we'll have to understand why there are so many gender disparities in the STEM field amongst women. Simply because I feel like they're consistently underrepresented in the labor market to start with, because going forward, they have lack of career opportunities. And of course, there is some sort of disparity in the workforce. Only 26% of women are employed in fields like data and artificial intelligence, and that comes down to 15% in engineering and 12% in cloud computing. I did that bit of research and I was horrified myself. But I came down to learning that, of course, STEM learning is extremely important for girls because it leads them to become innovators and problem solvers, giving them knowledge, confidence, and of course, creativity, which can help them in preventing, treating diseases, maintaining supplies of clean water and food, and solving problems of environmental change and so on. STEM education also allows learners to understand how the world works, deriving exploratory and discovery skills. And they can obviously contribute to the digital literacy and numeracy, which we often feel is lacking amongst the Indian women. And of course, when it goes down further, through the STEM education, we're able to identify trends, patterns, measuring, comparing, and creating models that can help in solving real world problems. So overall, I did realize that STEM is a catalyst to improve the quality and gender responsiveness of education. What we really intend to do here at MAMS is to provide to students transferable skills, which can be used across the board into meeting the evolving demands of labor market and entrepreneurship. So in terms of the Atal Tinkering Lab at MAMS, we consistently want that more and more girls should get involved into skill building themselves, whether it's got to do just with certain knitting, with creating sustainable food, whether it's just got to do with certain waste management activities which can actually solve local problems. And how we did that essentially here at MAMS is to give girls the opportunities to learn, achieve, excel in STEM field, and of course to reimagine that when we are pursuing STEM as a curriculum at MAMS, it need not necessarily be marks oriented. And we do not follow the rote learning approach. We give students, particularly the girls, an opportunity to go out there and explore, to see what are their nascent problems back at home so that they can come to the lab and really create solutions to mitigate those issues, whether they are even domestic issues to start with. So yeah, I mean, the education systems cannot drive certain transformative changes alone. Our vision has to be to inspire the policymakers and practitioners, public and private, to accelerate change for girls' education and empowerment, to inspire our girls to stand up, to inspire each and other and grow a network of thinkers, to inspire young women transition into the workplace of today and tomorrow, and inspire communities to transform unequal gender norms that limit opportunities for all. STEM education for all girls has the potential to accelerate this change.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Panjwani, for those inputs. Like you rightly said, it may not just be limited to education to kind of address this gap, and the policymakers and society at large will have to come together actually to address this gap. But taking this question forward to Mr. Gandhi, do you really think it's just about educating girls, or also about educating boys and men towards creating an environment of equal opportunities?
Absolutely. In fact, so we did a survey, an anonymous survey of all of our students a few years back. And part of that survey was about attitudes towards various issues, including gender issues. So what we found was that we asked questions like, for example, I believe that girls should take more responsibility for household chores than boys. yes or no. And an alarming proportion of boys believe things like this, right? These are the beliefs that they are expressing in a survey, and that's disastrous. That's a big wake-up call for us. So yes, I think boys' education is absolutely at the center, perhaps front and center. I was alarmed that even some girls would also answer, the questions that way. So there was a sort of a core group of 5 to 10% of girls who answered a lot of gendered questions in a very unequal way. But of course, the majority expressed equality of girls, but with boys, it was much more mixed. And that was very interesting and concerning. So I think boys' education is extremely important. And we are trying to make an effort to do that through specific sessions on sensitizing about gender issues in classrooms. Boys are sometimes, and girls, but more importantly, the boys in this context, are simply unaware of the kind of discrimination that girls face. Boys sometimes believe themselves to be very equality-minded, but in reality, they actually don't behave in that way in their day-to-day lives, and they don't understand how the privilege that they have by being male affects their lives and affects the lives of their female peers. So it's something we really have to make an active effort to sensitize them towards. Apart from that, we also want to make an effort to break certain taboos. So for example, talking about menstrual health and hygiene is something which a lot of schools are quite scared to do, simply because these things are not talked about generally in society. And breaking down these barriers and normalizing these discussions and making boys aware of the kind of the kind of issues that ladies might face frequently, and this stuff needs to be normalized. So this can really be, schools can have assembly discussions on these things, and can even go further, for example, by providing menstrual health items, make them available in the ladies' bathrooms, for example. These things need to be done, and providing specific education about menstrual health to both girls and boys, I think is very, very important. So I think normalizing these things so that there's not this cloud of mystery around women's issues, and then actively sensitizing boys to the kind of discrimination that they cause unknowingly through their attitudes and through their behavior is vitally important. And we as a school make an effort to do that, and I hope that many schools will be doing the same.
Wonderful. So true. Sensitizing, like you said, many times it's just unknowingly, but still they end up making some remarks. In fact, another statistics is that about 38% of women who start off on entrepreneurship, when entrepreneurial ventures, drop out within the first 3 to 4 years. And in an interview of these women, they said that they often drop out because they are looked down upon by the men, the peer group, where the confidence in them that they would be able to achieve the similar success that their male counterparts have been able to achieve is so low that it hits their own self-esteem, and they feel they would not be able to take it forward. So Dr. Niyati, this is for you. I mean, how at school level we can counter such fears of women and build that confidence in them that it doesn't matter what people think of you, maybe men or women, but their own commitment to STEM and STEAM education will take them forward?
Well, I think it has to begin from the early years. The concept of, giving dolls to the girls and giving gears to the boys, it has to be changed from that to a situation where, in university, we see, female students choosing humanities and arts and commerce as, their career options. And few of them would go for mechanical engineering or computer science. And so, and specifically things like mechanical engineering and automobiles and all primarily is dominated by, the male students. So this is where, it is evident that the gap is there. And in terms of perception, because I think a lot has to be done at school level. A lot has to be done where we need to include the families, to orient them about, the change in the social setup that is happening. And I think more and more empowerment to the girls, because, these are all, excuses like, you you're doing things, and just because of the gender you're not being accepted and all. First of all, you have to get out of that cocoon, and then only the world will accept you. So somewhere we have to get out of this and stop thinking and creating these kind of excuses, and come up with our own plan to fulfill our dreams. So somewhere it has to start from the early years. And I think women, they have that natural temperament to manage things very well, in terms of they're more organized, and home management is itself an MBA in itself. So many things that are there which comes to women naturally. So I think it's time to ensure that to optimize, and make sure that make the most out of the skills that we are born with, and taking those skills to the next level. So it's more to do with the schooling and the home learning program at the initial years. And I think there is a change now, because you do see a lot of women coming up and doing phenomenal job. I see a wonderful moderator right in front of me. So there's so many case studies where women have done well, and it's just about believing in yourself. So if you believe, the world believes in you, frankly. So it's maybe more to do with that. And definitely the enrollment ratio of the girls studying in the school needs to be worked upon, because that's where the gap begins. So that is something where all the schools can join hand with the government, come up with the plan. And I'm sure national education policy is extremely it's talking about increasing enrollment ratios and all. So we can all join hands, and we can try to improve these kind of aspects. So yeah.
Wonderful. So true. The NEP is so inclusive in its nature for
right.
Across all streams, not just gender. And like you rightly said, maybe career orientation for women. Yes, Mr. Gandhi, you wanted to add something. Go on.
So yeah, if I may briefly add, I think, we've talked about at the education level what we need to do, but also, when it comes to women in startups, startup culture needs to, it needs to make some change. I worked in a, fairly prestigious startup in Bombay for some time. And the founders were very committed to equality, and there was a fairly equal distribution in leadership roles of men and women. But I noticed in the tech team, the software development team, there were no women at all. And so when you look at the issue, why is that? It's not because women are not capable of being good software developers. Now here at CMS, we have a software development team. It's led by an incredible lady. We have multiple tech leaders who are ladies here at the school. So what was happening there? The tech team, they had a habit of sleeping late. They would come to office in the afternoon and work till late night. And that worked for them. They got all the work done. But of course, that the males had the privilege of coming to work on that kind of schedule because they don't have safety concerns when they're going home at night, right? So startups need to sort of keep this sort of thing in mind as well, I think.
Yeah, and I wanted to add a point as well.
Yes, please.
I think there is a genuine lack of, the girls' school to work transition from the startups itself. I feel there are very few startups in India which are actually looking at transitioning girls through internships or job offers, whether they're at school level or at college level, providing them that digital inclusivity and making a conscious effort to make sure that they're an actual part of the workforce in a sort of tech environment. There are very, very few opportunities when you look at, even now when I look at, girls pursuing their courses in the ATL, what next for them? And there are very few special financial incentives or schemes which can actually onboard them. Which is why sometimes I think parents are absolutely hesitant on encouraging or, even facilitating them with the right tech tools.
So true. I agree. I think both of you are hinting at the same thing. The environment, both for onboarding and then giving them the opportunities to work with small logistic, even the smallest. Logistics is the smallest of things to be sorted out, but even that could cause hurdles. One of the things that we do at our school in the internship programs is the kids get to do, like, from grade 8 to grade 12, about 5 internships. And we insist that all girls at least do one internship related to technology. Or engineering, and it's surprising, once they finish the internship, when they come back, their whole outlook to that profession changes. They feel, yes, I can do this. This is so doable. Versus my own perception that it's a male dominant industry. I don't want to get in there. That's not my space. To that shift in them. So exposure of working real time in these setups will definitely help our girls build that confidence in themselves. Moving on to Dr. Niyati, maybe. How do you think a multidisciplinary approach to learning foster these, innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership for kids?
Well, I think we need to treat our curriculum with a very, very different perspective, because it cannot be book based or it cannot be content based. It has to be research based. And when I'm talking about research, again, first 6 years are extremely important. And in India, the problem is that we shirk ourselves away from the IQ subjects, specifically in the first 6 years of learning, and which is disastrous. You can't master science unless you experience it in the initial first 6 years of learning. So IQ subjects, we in India, first 6 years, and it definitely is mentioned in NEP as well, that early years in many of the situations, in many of the scenarios, they are not very well attended. And those initial years are the ones that decide, things for your life. So I think for that, the research temperaments needs to be developed within first 6 years. And also the treatment of, our subjects, because let's say we're talking about social science and we're talking about a very boring chapter called, we're learning about Mughal history. Now that Mughal history is not academic. So what if the classroom arrangements are done in a way where the seating arrangements is done club wise? So you have sports club people sitting together, and then you have the hospitality club people sitting together. Then you have language experts all sitting together. And why not the music team sitting together and adding that what kind of music used to, Mughals used to listen during that time, and what kind of food used to be prepared during that time. So the idea is not just academic, but academic has to have that integration into it. That hybrid aspect needs to be developed, and it cannot be exam based at all. Even the assessments have to be just in time, should not just be summative in nature and extremely pen and paper based. And I think COVID has taught us, how to be on mobiles 24/7 now. And I think mobile is a fantastic tool for teaching, learning, and assessment. And that is something which can really, really help us to integrate subjects into, impactful learning format. So that is where what I feel that, the multidisciplinary approach is possible. And through mobile, we can also train our teachers on the multidisciplinary aspects, how to deal with the subjects, how to integrate content, how to come up with research papers, how to come up with fantastic research ideas and theses. So one mandate in my school is that everybody has to write a research paper, because unless you write, or contribute to any kind of problem, why are you teaching, and how the impact of the teaching is of no use. So it's so important to keep checking the effectiveness of your teaching, learning, and assessment processes. So that is where I feel that integration is possible.
Wonderful. So true. I think bringing in application to learning and not just limiting it to the knowledge part of it, but how to apply it in real life automatically gets us to integrate other subjects.
You know what? We waste our timetable hours by dividing timetables into this is a co-curricular class and this is a academic class. Well, we don't need to do all that. So it should all be integrated, and every lesson should have different perspectives and international perspectives too. So our teaching should cover SDGs, which is which is why students will get a logic of why we are studying and what we are studying and how it's going to be used.
So true. So true. The same question to Dr. Roshan Gandhi. How do you think multidisciplinary education helps in, I wouldn't say just innovation and entrepreneurship, of course, that's what we're discussing today, but in getting kids to get more engaged with what they're learning?
Well, the world is multidisciplinary, life is multidisciplinary, so education should also be multidisciplinary. I think multidisciplinary learning brings subjects to life. It makes children relate to what they're learning in a way which they otherwise wouldn't. It's very useful for bringing practical applications to learning and conducting application-based learning. So that is, I completely agree with Dr. Niyati's comments that all these things should be integrated at every aspect, every level of the curriculum. Now, a lot of schools, including ours, sometimes struggle to do that, partly because the curriculum is defined to some extent by what the board is mandating, And partly because to scale that up to lots of teachers, it requires teachers to really be bought into that way of working and to really be trained to work in that way. It's not easy. Teaching as it is a very difficult thing to do. And so to take teaching to that next level, it requires teachers to really have a lot of support and training to be able to do that. So one of the efforts that we are making is to really provide a whole infrastructure of coaching support to our teachers, to work on these details of how multidisciplinary learning can be brought into practice, because it's really something that it becomes very much down to each individual teacher of how they want to sort of make those curriculum elements come to life in front of their particular students, and how they do that will depend on their own experience, the nature of the students they have, maybe the demographic background of the students they have, the culture of the school that they're in. I mean, there's so much that comes together to define what it is exactly that the teacher is doing in the classroom. Because once you switch to proper multidisciplinary learning, the cookie cutter approach doesn't work. The pre-prescribed lesson plans don't work. You can't just tell a teacher that this is the curriculum and go do it. They have to think about how are they going to really impart that curriculum. And so it's also vitally important that teachers have spaces and time to really collaborate and learn from each other of how different teachers have developed techniques to deliver multidisciplinary learning effectively in their classrooms. So this is the kind of effort that we're trying to make at CMS.
Very well identified, Mr. Gandhi. So true. Empowering, professional development and empowerment of teachers for multidisciplinary approach to teaching learning is so crucial, because I still remember an experience at a school. We were, without naming the school, we were doing a teacher development program, and we were talking about building leadership through history, because history to a great extent is actually exploring leadership of different leaders who ruled at certain era and time in the country or at the world. And the history teacher would just say, but I'm a history teacher. I'm supposed to be teaching history, not developing leadership skills. The personality development teacher will do this. And to change that mindset and then give them the skills and the approach to implement in the classroom is so crucial. And only that will make this whole approach successful. Very beautifully identified. To Mr. Arpit, so do you think even assessments should be multidisciplinary, or is it just the teaching learning approach?
Oh, most certainly, ma'am. Assessments have to be multidisciplinary, because if we continue to divide them in silos and let them remain the way they have been since time immemorial, you're not connecting the dots in any way whatsoever. And when we're discussing at this point entrepreneurship and problem solving, we're not going back to just history and saying that this is how it was. We're looking for a practical solution going forward. So just this morning, say if we were doing an ISA collaborative project discussing poverty across different countries. So in that sense, if we were to assess students, we can't just say that we are assessing them on the causes of poverty. We need to connect the dots and say, in terms of economics, how can we address the causes, which is when our assessments need to be multidisciplinary, not just to go back in terms of history and understand the context of the poverty, but also apply the economics, apply the concepts of accountancy and finance and commerce and business studies to allow children to explore how they can meaningfully articulate themselves and how they can collaborate, sit together and discover some potential solutions. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wonder why even to date, we continue to divide our subjects into these silos and say, we only need to approach a particular content or subject matter. We need to provide students an opportunity where they can think out of the box. And I reiterate myself, that when we say entrepreneurship, it is basically about problem solving. So while in one context, you can understand the problem, but it's very important to come to a solution, which is why having a multidisciplinary approach can really help students in coming across and solving a problem.
Absolutely. I mean, problem solving is multidisciplinary, or any entrepreneurial venture for that example, for that matter, is multidisciplinary. And if we want to build these skills in students, then everything that they learn in school should be treated the same way for them, because we can't, like you beautifully said, we can't be expecting them to learning in silos and then going and applying it in a multidisciplinary format unless they are not trained to do so or not equipped to do so. Right. Wonderful. Just the last question to sum up. Technology has an immense role to play in nurturing innovation in students and giving them the opportunities, or even entrepreneurial ventures for that matter. So what new age technologies do you think can schools implement, either which are indigenous at school or can be taken in from external vendors that could be implemented at school to promote this environment of innovation and entrepreneurship, beginning with Mr. Gandhi?
I think we shouldn't be looking for miracle technologies, first of all. I don't think they're there yet. I think, fostering it comes back to all of the things we've discussed about, building those foundations and those skill sets. Of course, technology plays a role, and it can be a helpful tool for achieving that. So first of all, there are specific technologies which it's worth training students in. So for example, the robotics laboratories that I mentioned earlier, these are a kind of new essential foundational knowledge that students ought to have. Similarly, coding. I mean, it gets a bad rep these days because of certain education technology companies getting a bit excessive with the pressure that they're putting to code. But still, I think there is merit in teaching students that at the early years, the foundations of coding, which is basically just logical thought, and then as they get older, more and more specific coding, and maybe in the senior years, the basics of data science and sort of machine learning, because these are specific technological skills that will help them go out. But otherwise, if we're talking about innovation and creativity and entrepreneurship, it's a process of independent exploration, and I think we should be making an effort as schools to equip students with the maturity to use technology in appropriate ways, to be cyber safe, to sort of limit their time on technology, use it for the right reasons. And then if we equip them with that, then the best thing to do is just let them go out and play and explore. And that's how they'll learn, and that's how they'll innovate, and that's how they'll help to develop those skills. It's all through independent exploration. So we just need to make sure that they do it safely and without wasting too much of their time on frivolous technological pursuits, by instilling those attitudes. Otherwise, we should give them a free hand as much as possible.
Perfect. Like you rightly said, responsible and ethical use of technology, and like Dr. Niyati also mentioned in her initial talk, is so important for kids to learn when they are learning the use of technology, and also coding or any tool that they're learning for that matter is not for them to start earning at a very young age as promoted by a lot of these companies, but for them to, like you beautifully said, to learn analysis and problem solving through that approach, and not just to say, okay, I'm going to do this and become a coder tomorrow. Schools and parents' awareness towards this approach will certainly help take off the pressure on students from that age. Mr. Arpit, your remarks on use of technology, new age technology in schools.
Well, ma'am, to start, am I on mute? No. Well, to start with, I think Roshan has summed it up absolutely well. I don't think we should push down technologies in a way that they become an absolute burden, and parents start feeling firstly that, that they're just an additional burden on anybody's pocket, but sort of leverage them in a way to make parents understand that they're only there to make the job easier. They're only there to leverage certain, facilities already existing, which we already had access to, and besides to reach a wider audience or to increase the access in a particular way. But from my standpoint, I think computational thinking and applied mathematics are the two most important things going forward. Any and every technology that can help us, come to terms with that is particularly important. And one thing which I really look forward to doing in times to come is digital marketing. I think, besides just, technology is sort of a product. I think it's a sort of service or an industry which must be emphasized on, because in the fourth industrial revolution, that is what is really going to help our students going forward and reaching a larger audience. Besides, of course, the robotics, the AI, the Python programming, I think all of them are very important going forward, and we'll be doing more of those in times to come.
And do you think it is full-time, teachers who will be able to transact these programs, or is it essential to bring in industry experts to get children to do projects? Like, for example, if you talk digital marketing, if they could be trained by industry experts and could take up the digital marketing of the school itself as a project, do you think such initiatives will help them learn not just the content of it, but the application of it?
Oh, absolutely. So we're already doing it at some level, of course, that, the certain teachers handling our social media accounts and of course, websites in-house, including people from the ICT department. And recurrently, as I said, we organize these exposure sessions through industry experts who do this for a living, and only add to that. Try and get kids to be more involved in understanding how this can be better done, which will be useful for the industry. So one part, of course, you can use it in-house to understand the basics of it. And then, of course, the industry experts who sometimes, 1 hour a week trying to volunteer time and get the kids to understand. I've been very fortunate. A lot of my friends work at Google and sort of volunteer time off and on to help kids understand how certain concepts which they're learning at school level can actually be replicated at an industry level. So that must be done. And of course, I think somebody on the panel also spoke about internships. I think that's very important going forward, to have kids during school time itself, sometimes, have access to these internships to understand, also to make informed career decisions.
So true. Very well said. So Dr. Niyati, what's your take? I mean, today a lot of these kids look at technology just from the social media perspective, at least at the young age. They look at Instagram and all of this and relate. Though that's brilliant to learn, there's no harm in learning that. But how do we bring in things like, Mr. Arpit said, computational thinking or application development or coding for that matter, develop interest in kids in taking up these applications, not just in terms of a career perspective, but in terms of simple skill development perspective?
I think both the speakers, Mr. Roshan and Mr. Arpit, they've beautifully answered this question otherwise. But definitely, when we talk about social media, there's a lot of responsibility. And at the same time, when we're doing events or when we are promoting different digital tools and different applications and different products, it's our duty to, first of all, orient students about, how the benefits are going to be and where will, these aids and products, take them to. Also, if the element of employability gets added to it, children automatically take interest. And also, the overalling assessment system, if that gives weightages to these kind of situations, children will automatically understand the seriousness about, using different kind of technological tools and aids and, learning programming languages and coding programs. The schools, I know a lot of schools that have coding clubs, where they're teaching students. But one thing that I've observed about these tools and these, products that come to the school is that at times those are not made as you mentioned, that will a full-time teacher be able to engage herself into these tools? So at times when industry creates these kind of products, it's so important for the industry to handhold schools while designing the product. Else you are going to create an alien product which is not going to be useful for the schools, and then expecting schools to use or students to be serious about those aids and those tools is not really going to add a lot to the system. So I think synergy is the answer, taking everybody into the system. Seriousness, orientations, counseling is what will take the entire ecosystem forward. So that is what I feel.
So true. It's in fact, look at it from a different perspective. It's creating new career opportunities for a lot of software professionals to get into teaching.
There's a lot of scope for industry to create digital tools and products. When it comes to training teachers, there are very few, and the ones that we need, not the ones that you have created and might not be useful to us. And also, secondly, very few tools are available to train students in the field of commerce, because we train students on arts in our kindergarten, in our curriculum. We train students, in terms of science and STEM and STEAM, but very less knowledge about finance. And suddenly they are told to choose their career in grade 11 in the field of commerce and all. And even with startups and entrepreneurial education, I think financial knowledge is very limited in terms of, that's one reason startups fail, because the entire the product that they create, they really don't understand how to promote it or sell it or scale it, or how to deliver in terms of costings. So they come up with unreasonable costings, and that's one reason. So practicality should be there in the teaching of entrepreneurial and innovation education. That is what I propose.
Wonderful. I hope all the tech companies who watch this are listening to what the industry really wants, and you're able to design a customized product to suit our needs to ensure that we are able to deliver the best to our students.
Right.
Closing remarks by any of the panelists, and then maybe we could leave it to the floor for question answers. If Rahul is in, then maybe he could lead the question answers. But closing remarks by any three of you, please. You're most welcome to share it now. Would you want me to run it
Just
through
to
now?
thank you. It's been a wonderful discussion.
We had a wonderful time, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, rather insightful. And of course, I do hope that more schools take up entrepreneurship and education that promotes problem solving and innovation among students.
So true. Yes, Rahul, if you'd like to open the floor for question answers, you're most welcome. I think you're on mute.
Actually, there are no questions. I don't think there are any questions in the chat box.
Okay.
I think we can call it a day for this panel. That was a wonderful deliberation. Trust me. Thank you to all the eminent speakers who took some time out of their busy schedule to join with us, to be with us on this forum. And I'd request you all to stay back because like by 5:30, we'll be having our felicitation ceremony. You could just turn off your videos and enjoy the next panel. And then we'll be beginning with the felicitation ceremony. With that being said, thank you once again, all the speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kavita ma'am. Thank you. Very well moderated. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Really well moderated. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gandhi and Dr. Nidhi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roshan. Thank you, Mr. Alfred. Bye-bye. Nice interacting with you all. Thank you, Mr. Rahul. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Moving on to the last panel of the day, the topic of the discussion is how young leaders are accelerating India's technological transformation in education. I'd like to welcome the eminent speakers of the panel, starting from Mr. T.J. Gupta, co-founder and CEO, Bachpan Play School, Mr. Aditya Tapadia, Director, Jumpstart Preschool and Learning Center, Mr. Siddharth Singh, Director, the Emerald Heights International School, Ms. Gitika Bhaguna, CEO, Millennium Education Management, Ms. Sarika Singh, CEO, People Tree Group. The moderator of this August panel is Mr. Pritam Kumar Agarwal, founder and CEO, Hello Kids chain of preschools. Thank you. Speakers, could you please turn on your videos? Yes. Great. Leaving the screen to you, Pritam, so you can take over the conversation. The remaining speakers will join in a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Rahul, for a quick introduction, and a very good evening, everyone. And welcome to you, Tija Bhai. How are you? I hope you are doing good.
All good, sir.
And Gitika Madam, very good afternoon. Welcome to today's panel. We are here to hear from you today on the session, which is very important to understand during this pandemic, how we all have coped up during this with the technology in the last 12 months now. We are in March 19, almost the same time we all have started using in a very different thought process. So we are just waiting for our other co-panelists and we will start the session, but by the time they start it, Tija sir and Gitika madam, with your permission, I will like to give the basic thought on today's discussion, that how the young education leaders today are really adapted the changes, that innovation in the technological platform, bringing new innovations, and they have imparted in their own institutions. We should share today that what we have really done, what we have not done, what we are planning to do in the near future. Either we have used it, or you have not used it, or we are planning to use it in the near future with our own institutions that can transform the learning process, the teaching process, and which in turn can bring as a change to the transformation of education as a country, the country India, who is really looking at us, that what we people are doing it in terms of technology in the classrooms, in the learning process, which is very, very important. And this is where we will be able to answer it. We should be able to give our own experiences, that what was that changes pre or post or during this COVID, during the pandemic, or what are our future plans. So over to everyone, that let's give us our own thought process in a very short 2-3 minutes of an overview, and let's come forward to answer whatever the 2, 3, 4, 5 basic questions which we should answer to our listeners, so that they have got the understanding of the digital transformation in the learning process. So over to you, Tijay sir. I request you to give your basic introduction and the thought process on today's topic. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. In fact, good evening, it's 4 o'clock. So I think, thank you, Asma. Thank you for providing us a platform to meet us again and again. And I think you are the only platform which is doing so many events, even during the pandemic. Every day you are doing something. It's good. It's quite good that you are doing all these things. So, Pritam bhai, I'm all good, all set here. Okay. So, as you're talking about the virtual thing, as you're talking about the content, as you're saying about all these words we have heard in these last 8-9 months, the virtual classes, the online content, the technology, the innovation, I think it's the right time we should follow all these things, and it's the right time that we should devise our own way of providing education. Even after these 4-5 months, 6 months also, things seems uneasy. Things doesn't seem in sync. For example, we all are hoping that school will open by April. Honestly, I was hoping a bit better that it will be opening by April and maximum states will be going to start the school. But once the Maharashtra thing came into existence, it again seems a 5 months, 6 months difficulty period, then how to do it and how to manage the classes and how to take it forward from here. Even it's a play school or formal school, now things are uneasy from parents' point of view, but from school point of view, I think they are pretty much settled. Maybe on an honest term, maybe difficult for preschools, but for formal schools, things are a little easy because they have already got a platform. They already have a institutional system or a system in place which they can take it forward. With virtual learning, with classes, with online, with Zoom, we have created that kind of environment which is necessity, which is there for the parent. Most of the parents are looking forward for the classes nowadays, even though they are online or offline or maybe the hybrid kind of thing. I think the way to go ahead is to devise a system and to make a resource where our children learning won't be affected. Learning should never, ever stop. It should go away forward. I think I've given the opening note on a shorter side, so other people have joined, so we can come back on it.
Thank you, and thank you, Tejas sir. Over to you, Gitika madam, to understand your overview on today's timing on education technologies.
Thank you so much, and thanks to ASMA for this invite. In fact, I represent a group of K-12 schools. So, and I've been part of this education journey of transformation for the last decades. In fact, when the technology intervention was introduced in the schools. And so what has been really heartening is that in our schools, like, we have our own curriculum, we have our own pedagogy, and our systems are in place. But due to this pandemic, the minute we realized that we can't use our books because our teachers used to use pedagogy, which is very experiential. And and they were using technology because we have an integrated technology system. We have our own smart classes, which are part of our curriculum. So that was not new to them. What was new to them was the fact that they were not curators. They were not skilled on creating solutions. And ideally, if the teachers create their own lesson plans for the children, because they are the ones who know them best. So they would prepare the best lesson plans, which actually happened during this pandemic. Because the minute the schools were shut, we had two thoughts. One, either as an organization, we provide curated lesson plans to them, and the way we have provided books to them and all the other tools to them. And the other was that we involve the teachers and motivate them to create their own plans and learn technology in the process, how to use. So leave aside coming onto the Zoom platform, then coming onto Teams platform, and then also using all the other tools, learning the new tools, upgrading their own skills, and putting a product together. So they actually went through an entire journey from being a learner to a creator. And in the last 12 months, and they themselves realized that they had the potential in them. Otherwise, a lot of teachers who were really old in the system and who were from their old school of thought, they realized that they would never be able to even use an Excel, and leave aside putting something together. So that has been really heartening, and we've realized that the parents and the children have responded very well to them. And so we created, an entire repository of virtual curriculum. And then gradually, they also learned how to use, Microsoft Teams, and that also the entire platform, how do you interact and do collaboration the way you do in the classrooms. So it's been really wonderful and it's very surprising because we couldn't envisage this level of expertise either in our teachers or in our children. We didn't realize that even our pre-primary children would be able to actually use the computer so effectively and be engaged in the lesson. So that is like in crisp. I think we would still be having a lot of conversation around technology and its use. Yes.
We all were using the technology.
Yeah.
Right. We have adopted technology prior to the pandemic.
Yes.
Right. But we have used in a different way because our kids were at remote locations.
Yes.
Right? They were not with us. How we have used the technology in the classroom and the learning process. We have adapted with the new set of children sitting at a remote place. So that was also a very basic point where we have taken a lot of time efforts to understand. And it was it was a smooth transitional for a lot of people who were already using the basic technology. Maybe it was so easy. And over to you, Sarika ma'am, to give a very basic opening remarks on today's topic, that how technology is really helping and supporting us, how the new innovations has come forward. Madam, unmute yourself, ma'am.
Technical hazards. Good evening, sir, and good evening to everybody. And thank you to ASMA for giving me this opportunity to be on the platform today. Well, I represent People Tree Group of Institutions. We are into early childhood education. Well, I would say that technology has always been a key point when it comes to children's learning, right? That is something which we cannot take away from the classrooms. The children are so used to technology even when they are at home. So expecting them to learn without technology in the classroom is out of question. So there was some way that we had to integrate even in the classroom sessions, keeping in mind the holistic development and the experiential learning that we all follow. I think when it comes to COVID, all of us have been on a very similar journey. When it started off, we were really clueless as to how we are going to take it off, how are we going to sail through. But what we believed in is learn from nature, right? Trees have to bend to bear the storm or get uprooted. Choice is trees. So we have to learn from the nature, and we did it. So we tried to understand what is the best possible solution that is going to help us survive in this COVID, and to ensure that children are not missing out on their learning path. Because if we had stopped the classes or anything, that kind of direction, if it had come from government, it would have definitely caused a lot of learning gap. right? Children sitting at home, being idle, and I'm sure parents wouldn't have effectively involved them in the teaching process. So when the parents approached us and when we got a go ahead from the government, this gave us a boost. Yes, there is scope. We can use technology even when children are not at the premises. We can reach out to them. So there was a process which built up. We started with simple classes of starting off with developing videos, and I must say, as Gitika ma'am said, teachers are amazing. They did an amazing job and showing their true potential, and we were so proud of them, saying they're not only the champions in the classrooms, even on the digital devices they proved their worth. So the classrooms went out to each child's house. They showed tremendous interest, including the parents who really understood what are the challenges faced by children or the teachers when they are in the classrooms. So this was a very big lesson, and we could see a change in parents' attitude towards school. They kind of became very supportive. Oh, you do this in the classrooms? That was a kind of reaction we were getting from them. So technology, I would say, I wouldn't like to take too much long. So I would say it has really helped us. And going forward, we really don't know how it is going to be in the coming months, but we are better prepared with the available resources. Thank you.
Very, very true, Sarika. And we all know that how technology is not only towards the academic part of it, it has supported us and we have used it, but how in terms of management, how in terms of the training, how in terms of getting that live sessions, which was required, which was not used in our classrooms earlier, maybe has been adapted with a very short span of time. Over to you, Siddharth, on your opening remarks on our topic today.
Yes, thank you, Preetham, and good afternoon and good evening, everyone. I apologize I'm late because we had a full-on hailstorm in Indore for some good reason in summers. So actually, I think the topic that we are going to discuss here today is very, very relevant, and the reason being, because of the situation we are in. Since last year, I think everyone, I remember initially took up technology, adapted technology in their schools and institutions very hesitantly, thinking that this is a temporary phase. Maybe in 6 weeks we are going to be back in classrooms. Should we spend time? Should we spend the efforts? Not really. And I think by June, July, everyone was running to get their hands on something and attending 1,000 webinars to understand what to do. So I think I was just thinking the other day that how technology has shaped our last year and how it's going to shape the future. One of the very important things I remember thinking that what if this pandemic would have struck us maybe 4 years back? What about education then? What about the internet? Did we really have Zoom that time? Did we really have the resources that we have, Padlet and Google Classrooms and Microsoft Teams and all those different devices and the systems that we used? And it just struck to me that how important technology has been in this pandemic to at least ensure minimum learning levels across the world, not just in India, but across the world. Even the government schools have had some kind of a technology, like, they were giving their worksheets on WhatsApp. Now, if you think about WhatsApp, WhatsApp is hardly a few years old, not even 10 years old. So, but, as I said, there are, negatives and positives to everything. But I think since we are discussing positives here today, I think we are very thankful to how technology and learning spaces have kind of merged, and they are here to stay. Though I won't count down on the on the in-person learning that happens and the bonds that are formed, but definitely using all this technology over the last year has helped some kind of learning to take place across the world in every single house. Yeah.
Very, very true, very true, Siddharth. On a lighter note, friends, I was speaking to one of my friend and he said, अगर एक गवर्नमेंट का स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया होता और अगर जूम हमें पहले मिल गया होता तो एजुकेशन पेंडेमिक बिल्कुल नहीं होता. Right? So it is a very lighter note to say this. And over to you, Aditya, on your lighter note for today's topic. Unmute yourself. No, no.
Hi. Is this
Hi,
okay, Preetham?
yes.
Hi.
No. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Preetham. Thank you, Asma, for holding today's session. My thoughts on today's topic is that I feel that while we are looking what the entire year was, at the same time I feel that we should also look at the way education probably is going to be revolutionized in next decade. I think it is very important that the quality of education, what was there in rural India, can be drastically changed. What we were having a perspective of, say, like a decade or 2 decades, could probably revolutionize in next 2 years. Like Pritam bhai, like we have been talking quite often about a hybrid model of operating a school model of hybrid, where probably students come into a physical school for a couple of days, and probably there is a expert sitting somewhere else using technology, imparting something to probably most rural part of India. I think that vision can now be delivered in next couple of years, where I totally understand that there has been technological challenges when it comes to rural India. But like you said, government has also been very supportive. They have been sending their worksheets on the WhatsApp. And if we are able to get that sort of an infrastructure down, penetrated to the rural India, I think education can be very easily accessible. Quality education can be really accessible to grassroots level, where real transformation can happen.
Very true, very true. And not in terms of only the available, available technology, which we all have used it, but during the process from that last March to this March, when we were all sitting at remote locations and we were trying to give the best of that learning process to our children, we have done a lot of small innovations. If Zoom was, we had issues with Zoom, we have found out solution within the Zoom itself. If we had an issue in terms of sending a video or an audio or a text or a PDF, we have found out a small solutions. So we all have small innovations have taken place during this 1 year, which was a time when we all say that we education leaders have done the changes because it was our requirement. If it was not that pandemic, if the child was not on a remote locations, this innovation should not have happened so fast. So friends, what I'm trying to bring the next question to you all is, just give us one new innovation or the way you have tried to communicate to the student in terms of the learning process. Just one which you think that it has really helped them to be on your track for your academic or the way of the learning process. So anybody who wants to speak first, maybe Gitika madam, from you can start.
Yes. So
just let us keep it brief so that the listeners should get what Gitika madam has done it in that process.
So we have used Microsoft Teams as one of the process, and which has worked very well. In fact, our 100% teachers across 25 schools can use this. And we've also taken feedback from the parents, from using the forms. So all our assessments have been online. We have also done centralized assessment. So this has worked really well. And all our teachers have been trained on this.
So thank you so much. So Gitika madam said Microsoft Teams. Sarika madam, over to you.
We have used a blend of the videos and the online sessions. Since we are into early childhood, completely conducting an online sessions was not feasible because the age group of children that we were dealing with was small. I mean, it was like from 2 to 6 years. So we have used a blend of videos, which we were sharing with them through our learning LMS platform. And also we have used Zoom sessions for the online sessions. And we also conducted time-on-time reflections where we were able to gauge the learning of children. It was not about assessments, but also conducting a weekly once reflection time where we were gauging as to how much the children are progressing during the week.
Can I add over here, like, we also use this virtual platform. I think I was just trying to figure out that when you're using for the pre-primary, so we started with that. And then we realized that the older children, the need is different. There is a lot of reflection and which needs to happen with the teacher. So like, so the teachers are using like a blended where you have a self-paced virtual portal that has been created by the teachers, and there is teams, so they use both.
Right. Over to you, Aditya.
Preetam, what we tried doing for innovation in terms of operating our classrooms was we asked every teacher to make sure that how can she take charge of her own class and make sure that there was one sort of a personal connect or a personal video which she could do for a child, which would make him feel as a part of the entire group. So every teacher was actually at home, but recording one-to-one sort of videos for every child, trying to make it more personalized. So that child was probably having a sense that he's probably physically been interacted with. So that is something which we tried to do in this lockdown as an innovation.
Very, very good. Over to you, Tejas sir. Sir, you are muted, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. Within first 15 days or 20 days, we realized that parents are least bothered to go for the online classes. Reason being, there is no engagement process. So we redo every work and we gamified all our worksheet, gamification of all our worksheet and content so that it becomes little easy for the student. And few days from that, we can see student participating, because if you ask a student to come and play a game and if they're learning on that process, so I think that gamification part worked out quite well for us. And Pritam sir, when you start this discussion, few minutes back, you said like innovation we have done. No, I think child has learned so many innovations. For example, my 5-year-old daughter can convert their own files, know all the versions of Windows, know all the versions of file, how to convert a PDF, how to upload a file. So I think all these things, maybe when she gets 5-year or 6-year-old, or maybe 5th or 6th or 7th. So I think this development comes automatically. It's not a part of us. It comes automatically because at that time there's no option. So to take on that.
Very true on that part. It has everybody's experience is the same thing now. Siddharth, your remarks on this part. Yes. What was that technology and what that?
Yeah. So we generally used Zoom for almost the whole school, starting from pre-primary to the senior classes. Reason being, the quality of Zoom is superior to the other products that are available in the market. Second thing, for our assessments, for our classrooms, for our assignments, we use Google Classrooms, as that's a easily accessible software. And I think maximum schools have used either Microsoft Teams or Google platforms for their online learning. I think the innovation that we did early on was that we realized that we cannot replicate our school timetable to online learning, because you cannot have 7 periods a day and then go through the same thing. So we kind of adjusted that the timings of the classes in such a way that the child is also comfortable and they get optimum screen time. And we also added a lot of co-curricular activities online to keep the child engaged apart from the academic classes. So we had our sports classes, we had different enrichment classes continuously running throughout the year. We had different workshops happening. So that kind of gave our students that added, exposure, and they even made friends. Though they, this is I think the first session where they never met their own teacher. They never, the session is done without them coming to school, and that has obviously never happened before. But we were able to create that kind of connection. One is by keeping the class sizes low. That means we never merge the classes sections to reduce the teachers. And we also added a lot of co-curricular activities to the online learning as part of our curriculum. So I think that worked out really well. And that gives us a lot of a very good attendance also. We had almost 95% students attend the classes regularly across the school.
This is why I will definitely say thank you to ASMA to bringing this topic and to listen from the education leaders that see how nicely each and every platform has been used as per the requirements, right? Now, friends, I have another very small and fast track questions to you all, that you must have faced some challenges using the technology, or either you have faced challenges or you are planning to adopt a new technology for a specific course or a specific process in terms of education, right? And let me say, delivering sports, what he said, that he was able to, Siddharth said very clearly that they were able to do a lot of extracurricular over the screen, right? There was some science as a subject, there are some language as a subject, which may not be very comfortable using one technology, but you have used a different technology for that process. So can we all inform our listeners that for the not using the same technology for all the courses, we have used multiple technologies. What is that specific subject or the process which you have tried to use it and still searching that we have difficulties? Over to you, Sarika. Can we listen from you first? On a very short answers, we can all give it to our audiences.
Yes, yes. I mean, digital platforms, though, have been very good, but they were equal challenging too, to convey to the children what we want to, what teachers want to, and how much the children would understand. So I very well accept that one platform was not suitable to conduct every activity. So there were various platforms that we, chose upon and for a particular thing, and then we kind of conducted classes. When it came about, like, say, the literacy classes, we made it a blend with, taking a lot of, teachers making a lot of YouTube videos, using all the instruments available, creating rhymes. So we kind of used the YouTube platform there to record the videos, which are quite helpful, when the parents want to refer back what was done, especially when it comes to literacy and numeracy. So these are the recorded and which go into the LMS platform, and parents can refer it anytime. When it comes to online sessions, yes, we took, we were on Zoom because we felt that Zoom was easily understood by both, the teachers and the parents. There wasn't much of difficulty in accessing it, and a couple of things which are very easy to use. So for the sake of it and for the clarity of the videos and all of it, we went ahead with Zoom for the live classes.
Very, very. Over to you, Siddharth. Delivering the different courses on the same platform or using of different platforms.
Yeah, I think I can tell you 1,000 funny stories of the initial 2 weeks that schools went through across the world, I think. So, the initial problem was obviously the security, because, how to secure your classes, how can you make sure your links and your passwords are not shared and other people don't enter your classes. So I think that was definitely, there was an initial learning curve there, and slowly and steadily within 2 weeks, we were able to manage the waiting room and, only the domain name, email IDs join the classes, and making sure that the link and everything is secured, adding passwords. So I think that was the initial problems that we faced, because I think in our city, we were the first ones to start online classes, and that gave a lot of other kids a lot of time to kind of join in and try and join our classes also. So that was definitely a learning curve. But other than that, I think in today's day and age, I think parents and everyone else, we adapt to technology very fast. So apart from that initial hesitation that will the kids sit online or not, and certain security issues, otherwise as such we didn't face any problems.
Over to you, Aditya.
Preetham bhai, there have been a lot of softwares which we initially explored, and Zoom was a communication platform. But other than Zoom, we also have been using LMS platform. At the same time, we have been exploring, because teacher had to record certain sessions back home. So a video making software was another learning for the entire team. And in that video making software, how well a teacher could edit. So a teacher was not only a teacher, but she also had to learn technology to an extent that her content is engaging enough so that a child is not bored, or the engagement with the child is enough. So 3 to 4 months, we have been exploring for different sort of video editing programs, and how teacher could come up with, and whether we could make a studio sort of a setup where the content was made and then someone else was editing. So That was one thing which we discovered, that softwares can really help us to collaborate while everyone is sitting at different places. It's not compulsory that everyone has to physically come to a place. We could have an editor sitting in some part of Maharashtra editing for us. At the same time, a teacher is sitting at home making her content with a specific background and specific technical specifications, where we send a camera and she's uploading everything on Google. And then how the entire collaborative effort, that we are uploading it on a drive, someone is editing and then uploading it on the LMS. That entire ecosystem was a big learning for the entire unit together.
Very, very true. Every stakeholder has some contribution towards a technology, and every technology has been adopted by all the stakeholder with the time and the process. True?
Absolutely. In fact, I feel, Preetam bhai, like you said, if this pandemic wouldn't have happened, we as educationalists wouldn't have changed so quickly. And the way everyone has taken this change so sportingly and probably explored, I think we have not explored that in the last 15 years at all. So in a way, to look at the brighter side of the pandemic, I think we all have explored a whole lot of different softwares which are available and which have come up with a different sort of evolution. For example, we never have imagined having so many summits, so many award ceremonies happening online virtually, where there has been fabulous response to any of the summits. How is that possible now? It's only because of technology and the way everyone is adopting or learning new platforms. So it's not only that if an event is happening on Zoom, we get a better attendance. You have any sort of a platform and people will still go explore, come into that 3D virtual platform and make sure that they come into that ecosystem. So I think that is another good thing which has happened.
Very, very true. Over to you, Tejas sir.
Sir, we started with Zoom, but for the teachers first 7 days of lockdown, we met on Zoom and taken the input of teachers and realized that we need to use a combination or a blend of 4 or 5 platforms. So we created the content within our own LMS, because worksheet or the recorded lectures were not possible and we don't want to put them on YouTube. So we never use YouTube, but yes, we built our own LMS, put up the worksheet, gamified part, the content, the other kind of thing, or the additional classes on them. And teachers started using the classrooms, Google Classroom and Zoom for the teaching. Some remote places, I would say, like, they use WhatsApp also. So I never thought of that WhatsApp could be so useful. But yes, rather than they saying, as the time goes away, so teachers started in small locations sending their videos on WhatsApp also, because parents were not that much comfortable or there was no internet connectivity. I think you realize better, you're running 600 schools and I think Karnataka, several parts. So I think it's a combination of WhatsApp, Zoom, classrooms, LMS, everybody's using all those things.
Very true, friends. This is what the learning is, that we have used all possible ways to be connected, to give that learning, to bring the learning process on track, and to get that required technology. And everywhere, from that textbook, right, paper to the PDFs, right, technology was the key role player during this pandemic for all of us. Friends, another very quick question. When we are all selecting a technology, what is that 1, 2, or 3 important features we should look, and we have looked during taking over a technical, what do you call it? Either it was a software or in terms of any digital platforms, right? What was the key USP you were looking at? Agitika, madam, to you.
So it had to be easy to use. It has to be simple to use, not very complicated. Then it has to be secure. And also the bandwidth. What is the kind of bandwidth it's using? Like, because I think a lot of people are using Zoom because it's lighter, whereas Teams, like, the clarity, etc., while it's very secured, but then somewhere we have, people have faced little issues in getting the bandwidth for it. So these 3 things we've used.
Right. Over to you, Aditya.
I feel Preetam bhai, what was the most important part was whether the technology gave a sense of the class actually happening on time. So in terms of lag, in terms of connection, lag was something which was very important. So there we almost explored 11 odd software conferencing softwares, right from Skype to different softwares to see what was most comfortable and which software was not having lag and probably student could find it most comfortable. So with Zoom, it was like a one-click login, which really made the entire thing much easier. Though safety was a concern for everyone, but in terms of usability, we thought that Zoom platform was the best platform with the number of clicks which a child had to use actually to explore through the entire experience. So that was our take on it.
Tejas sir, for you, what was that key USP which you were searching for it?
So honestly, we asked our school to use whatever platform they want to use, which their parents would adapt. So 50-60% parents adapt Zoom. 30-40% parents doesn't come on Zoom, saying that it is not secured. It is a Chinese product. At that time, you know all about it. Some people started using, as I said, WhatsApp. But yes, speed and security was our prime feature. So we requested the school to use a secured platform rather than using something else. But it is up to the school. I'll say rather than like whatever they found comfortable and whatever the parent found comfortable. Zoom is easy to use from the app or a phone. So it was pretty much on the upper side, right? The classroom or other platform was not that easy to adapt on phone. So majority, I think, speed, adaptability, all these features were a part of our learning.
Siddharth, for you, what was that USP?
I think
I'm still waiting for some more features.
Yeah, exactly. So it's very similar to what everyone said. It was the features, ease of handling the software, because it was the first time for everyone, and security. I think these were the three main things we looked, from a kid's point of view. So later we went on to different software like Kahoot, Padlet, all the other software that are out there to make learning more accessible and easy. We were looking at innovation and gamification of curriculum, where it kind of gets some kind of interest from the students. So yeah, again, but yeah, very similar reasons to what everyone has.
Sarika ma'am.
I think, sir, most of the reasons have been covered by all. It was definitely the first thing that we looked at, how easy a platform has to be from the perspective of teachers and also from the perspective of parents. So we found Zoom to be the most easiest to use by both. And eventually, you won't believe it, it's like the children were independently using it. The parents just had to say that the class starts and they would start the system on their own. So I think it's that easy, and children were very, creative, and they were very inquisitive about learning how it works. So I think usability, security, and also the bandwidth were the criteria when we chose the platforms.
All right. Friends, as a panelist, not as a moderator, I will also like to speak on these two parts, which is as a leader, we have to understand that even the pricing was an important factor when we were deciding on a product to use it for our services, for our learning process. But just because of pandemic, it has come so quickly that we all have not taken a lot of thought process on the pricing part of it. So I think you all will accept to this point that pricing was not the consideration when we have selected this. The prime concern was the child and the technology and the process which we are trying to achieve it. Second part is, we have even not seen how futuristic this product is going to be. Generally, when you use technologies, we see how long I'll be able to use it, because changing or shifting from one technology to another, it takes a lot of time and efforts. We all need to be trained. We all need to have that basic understanding. So even me as a leader, the pricing and the futuristicness during this pandemic was not the concerns. As you all said, easy to handle, right? Simple to use, and secured was our concern in the initial days. True? Will you all agree to these 2 points of the pricing part?
Yeah. Pricing was a concern, so we had a lot of deliberation. But then because of pandemic, everything was given it didn't have the cost. and also the longevity as to what is it, because we had seen the background as to how the platform has been used over the years. So I think that credibility was there in order to select.
Okay. Another very quick question. We do have plenty of time, and I want to give a lot of thought process, and if we can share our experiences to the listeners. Siddharth, can I start with you on this part? That given an option as on today, are we as a team, are we as an education leader, or we as a school decision makers looking for some technology right now, which we think we need it, or which Siddharth needs it at this point of time? I'm giving you this question because I got a word from you when you were speaking, gamification of the curriculum, right? That is the reason I am trying to bring this question to everyone, that this is what we want to listen from you now.
Yes, so I'll be very frank. See, what happens is learning is not a problem because we have a lot of options available where in-person live interaction can happen. The general uploading of assignments and kind of getting the students to upload, and you can upload assignments. Many softwares are available. You have your own school apps to do that. So that's there in the market. One thing which is missing in the market is a good evaluation software. So we have all used Microsoft Forms and Google Form, but that's not the purpose of that software. So I would say that a software which can make sure that we are able to evaluate our students honestly. That kind of software I think is not available in the market right now, and the softwares that are available are either very expensive, which do have that AI technology and all that to kind of monitor, which IIMs and IITs are using, and other softwares that are available are not up to the mark. I would say they lack that kind of security, they lack that kind of management, and obviously, as I said in my earlier discussion, that gamification of curriculum, gamification of more softwares to kind of have quizzes, more softwares to kind of have like a concept-based learning. So but still, again, all those things can be worked out. I think evaluation is something I missed during this whole year. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to take this question forward? That anything we are expecting?
Can I, Pritam bhai?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So one thing which I really observed during this year was we as educationalists, or probably we as parents, we were used to using technology which was available for free. For example, we were using Gmail, which was like charging $100 a month, or we were using Facebook, we were using Instagram, which were platforms which are not charging us anything. But in this entire pandemic, one thing which has definitely happened is we have started accepting services, software as services, as one thing which we have to really explore. Not every school is coming up with an idea saying, I will develop my own website and I will develop my own LMS and I'll do it on the entire platform by myself. We have come up with an idea saying there are multiple softwares which are available. Let us try which we can choose, handpick the softwares, see if we can integrate into our system, whether our team is comfortable with that, and make a good blend by which our teachers, our students are all comfortable using that entire experience. So every educational institute was able to create their own different experience using multiple softwares. So I had probably in all used 8 to 9 softwares and made my experience. Probably every institute has evolved in such a way that they use different multiple softwares, taken it on rent, and then made a different experience. So that's another very good learning, that we have really started valuing internet as a service, and we have started paying for small services like a web conference app like Zoom. We have started paying a paid version. We have started paying every small thing like a data software. We are paying to Microsoft Office. We are paying to Google data space. Everything now we have started paying. That's another revolution which I think has happened in last year.
Anybody else, friends? Thank you, Aditya, for that perspective.
Yeah.
Geeta, madam. Aditya, Tejas, sir, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think what Aditya is saying, or what Siddharth was saying, actually coming on that point, I think we have a 3-in-1 printer where we scan, we print. I think that kind of platform is missing. Yes, what Aditya is saying, we get 8, 10 platforms. Somebody is using video conferencing, somebody is doing video lectures from Zoom. We are getting something else. So I think a combined platform is missing. And the major reason for that, frankly speaking, we asked, last question you asked about the pricing part. In this situation, no school is willing to pay any price. For Bachpan, but I'll say it frankly, nobody has paid for the Zoom. Everybody has used a free platform. Very simple, because they are not getting that kind of fees. Maybe after pandemic, if parents are acceptable for a 50 rupees or 100 rupees per month, I don't know about it. And if such solutions comes up, I think that would be the perfect solution for the hybrid learning, where we have an integrated platform which covers everything. Parents can pay some amount of that and school can share some amount, and we can see wonderful result, what I believe. And Mr. Amani tried that platform also, a replica of Zoom, though it didn't got successful. So maybe he's a businessman, he can do that once the venues are there.
Right. Very, very true. Anyone, Gitika ma'am or Sarika on this?
I just wanted to add this, that, actually it spoiled the habit, because people have got so used to getting free services that you don't value the service. I think that mindset that, everything that comes for free, you need to ultimately, if there's somebody is working behind, so you need to, in order to get quality, so you have to also contribute. So, equal partnership in availing, because then only you can reach excellence. Because even in Microsoft, we are using a certain platform in order to, because now the need has been generated. Everybody is excited about it. Now, in order to do that, the schools will have to, you have to pitch in and take it to the next level.
Very, very true, madam. Sarika ma'am?
Yes, so I would just like to add that, yes, we were using different products, different softwares. What we actually missed was the integration of it. We really had to switch over from one to another. When I want a live class, I go to this. When I have to send a message, I use a WhatsApp or a school app. Or if I have to look at the video content, I go into the LMS. So this was quite a bit of switching over, toggling between the softwares. I wish there was one which could, help us achieve all at one platform.
Actually, we didn't have, if you have a platform, because you were using only Zoom, so that was not in our, in Microsoft platform, it didn't have, but it had everything integrated, and there were many more. In fact, some of our schools are using FlipLearn, so they also have an integrated version. And you don't have to come out or move in. So you have to explore.
So as per Tejas sir, we are looking for a 3D printer, 3-in-1 printer, sorry, not 3D, 3-in-1 printer. And as per Siddharth, we are looking for something to be very assured in our evaluation process, the assessment process on this. So our friends, there is another question which is coming to the thought process is, what are our plans, what we have started planning or whatever we have started rolling out according to the new education policy in terms of technology, where in the new education policy, there is a lot of importance, there are a lot of discussion, there are a lot of points has been covered as a technological usage on the education part of it, right? So can we start from Gitika ma'am? That how we are planning, what are our plans, and how we will try to inculcate that into our school systems.
So technology would be playing a major role, starting from our education process, because the blended learning is there to stay. So we would be making it more robust. We would be having a self-paced learning portal. Plus, we already have an online portal. Then we also have an academic operations, like during virtual, all our operations across 25 schools went on a virtual mode. So the ERP system has to be, we already have it. That will have more components, and it will have the school management system, which will help us monitoring. Plus, we are looking at, globalization, where the children will be exposed to various other. So we are also looking into collaboration with the, all the agencies and the organizations who have been able to create new products, and how we can integrate it into our students to enhance their exposure. So vocational learning, vocational training, depending on how soon or that also is on the cards. So everything we've realized is possible. Like we've also done inter-school, we tried a national level inter-school, co-curricular event. Now, going forth, we are going to be having more exposures for children on an inter-school in collaboration and driven by our own organization, so that children continue to get enhanced exposure. So I think management system is something, monitoring, like assessment, what has Aditya has already shared. That is the only missing. While we conducted an online assessment, but we used forms. Now we are also looking at how we can use it, where you can probably time it and have an open book kind of an exam. That is something which has not been tried, because that seems to be one way of ensuring that you get authentic results of children. Because as long as, unless the children are physically coming to the class, on the virtual mode, you're really not sure whether it is the child's work or it has taken help from somewhere. So unless we get a portal where these assessments can be foolproof and we get to know how well the child is learning and how much he has learned. So that is, we are exploring various options for it. So we are on a lookout of collaborating with people and building, because we've already created a roadmap, and every school is planning their own school improvement plan. They all have technology as a key component, where they know what is the level, because we have some schools in the rural sector where getting devices also is a problem. Not every child has his own device. So so starting, some of them are at that level, while the others are at a much, much enhanced level, where they have got in touch with, these vocational courses and industries to, take their children to the next level, because they've reached that particular level. So there is a plan in place, and the planning is on. And I think next year will be very critical, because that's where we are going to be doing both blended, and we get enough time to take forward what has worked best for us, and what are the new things we want to include, and what is it that we want to leave behind. So I think next 1 year is very critical.
Very, very true, madam. And definitely after this question, I'll come back to the rural perspective, what we have given it to us right now. So over to you, Tejas sir, when it comes to NEP, what are the plans by the Bachpan group of schools, so that we can give some gist to our listeners?
As a part of a plan,
in terms of technology.
As a part of a plan, we thought of starting an online school across India, so that all those children which are not able to attend our preschools in remote part or the rural areas, they can come back to that. We have already started working on that on a major or a massive level. We are in touch with platforms. We are looking for funds. So we are going to different PEs and other places also. So we are planning to go up with an online school, preschool kind of thing. And in talk with the state government also. Recently, Delhi government has introduced their own education board. I think everyone must be aware of that. So we are in talk with government also, if they can allow us the primary and the secondary classes also, or maybe at certain level. Problem is that at higher level, how the child is going to get the TC. But at the preschool level, I think it's pretty much possible. So we are working on the solution of an online schooling, which can work wonders, and particularly as ma'am is saying, in the remote part or the rural areas, it could be quite effective. It could be a game changer in the future to come, depending upon how government allows that. Look, Pritam, as a part of NEP, too many statements are mentioned, but how they are going to implement it practically. You are saying that coding is necessary, but what you are doing for coding? Are you supplying computers to the government schools? No. You are only modifying the existing buildings for a vote bank. But until the technology comes in real with the student, and half an hour class or 30-minute class or 40-minute computer class won't suffice them or won't teach them coding. For that, you need to make a Baidu's in the school itself or white in the school itself. So how it is going to implement, that is a big question. But yes, as an educator, what we can do, definitely will do.
Very, very true, and very important to understand that are we really getting ready to this in a right way, not in terms of a private player, but in terms of the government support to the country's children. That is very, very important to understand. Over to you, Sarika, when it comes to early childhood and the new NUP, which has given a very big, what you call a support to our system, because I come from the same industry. I've been in this industry for last 15 years. What you think at the preschool level, which we can adopt NEP with respect to technology?
Well, when we look at the NEP, it is actually a very futuristic and a dynamic one. There are a lot of proposals about it, a lot of plans, a lot of strategies which have been put up, and we will really have to be very innovative at our level, at early childhood level especially. How are we introducing it gradually, step by step? And when it comes to introducing technology into the curriculums, it talks about presenting the content to the children in a way that they would learn the best, right? Even if we have a physical class learning running, I mean, in the next academic year, hoping that it would start, we will have to be very technology friendly in the classrooms, adapt to the technology, ensuring that we're touching upon all their holistic development, and using those part of it so that children are, we shouldn't get a, say from parents that we're introducing it too much. So blending it with experiential learning and a part of it through technology would be the way out for the early childhood schools. If it continues to be the online mode and the blended learning that would go on, it would be, sometimes like children are coming to schools and sometimes they are online. I think that way technology would play a bigger role than when it comes to the physical classrooms in the early childhood sector.
Thank you, Sarika. Aditya, can I bring the same question to you also?
So Preetham, my NEP and technology has been a space I feel personally, which has been in a gray area. And with the current challenges over the last year, and at the same time, where there have been some positive points with technology, there has also been certain constraints which technology gets us while implementing certain things. And especially for the early years, which we operate in at Jumpstart, I really have my set of reservations in terms of implementing NEP at early years. So that is something which will probably be more clearer once we head to 2023 or 2024 when the NEP will be decoded even better at an execution level.
Okay, I will also try to give my view on the NEP and the early years. There was a lot of importance given to the child-centric education, learning holistic, what even Sarika has given that understanding to this point. With the help of technology, the evaluation process, which Siddharth was talking about, we can bring and make a lot of recordings, lot of insights can be worked out with the time. We can see a lot of developmental stages. With the help of technology, we can lot of work and goes into that child-specific requirements, right? And with the training, which we as a preschool level, the amount which we were spending, the number of teachers training we used to do, I think that is going to increase with the help of the technology in the preschool space. Over to you, Siddharth. What you think in terms of NEP and your school readiness?
I think, very frankly, all the progressive schools in India are already doing I feel that education was ahead of the education policy in India. So we are already doing a lot of what NEP talks about doing. And I think this year, with the kind of learning that happened, it gave us time to kind of revisit our curriculum, revisit how we do things, how we introduce our curriculum to our toddlers, and how we go about experiential learning, outdoor learning, critical thinking in classroom. So I think where curriculum is concerned, it requires constant upgradation, not coming up with one set of rule for, let's say, 10 years, because everything is changing so fast. So I have my, as everyone said, I have my reservations for NEP, because end of the day, until unless we know the implementation plan, I don't trust a government document as of now. So it's going to be interesting to see how it's implemented. If it's implemented in the right way, it's going to be great for the country. It's going to be great for education, especially at the government school level. And I think where other bigger private schools are concerned, they're already doing a lot of the things that NEP talks about. So I look forward to helping implement it any way possible, and going ahead. Now, where next year is concerned, we all are thinking that it will be some kind of blended learning situation as we go on. So we are prepared for that. We have upgraded our classrooms according to that, and because our priority is to get our kids back on campus, get back to in-person learning. Because we have to fight this out. We can't be home. We are already home for more than a year, so I don't think this can go on for very long. Especially in the I would say the primary sector, the pre-primary sector, it's definitely been a challenge with all the different fee issues that have happened, throughout the year and across the country. I would say it's not like I think Supreme Court every day is listening to a different state where fee regulation is concerned.
It is true, Siddharth, that even I second your thought that the progressive schools, right, the best of the schools were already aligned with the NEP 2020, right? So this is nothing to what you call as say that, but we need to see that, as Aditya said, how nicely now we will integrate with the basic, some extra requirement which has come over with the time. We'll see that how nicely we'll train the required people, the stakeholders who will be using and will be the responsible to bring the NEP 2020 changes in terms of our education ecosystem, which is very, very important. So the last, towards my last thing, which is again the thought process from Geetika madam and even Aditya was talking about the initial talk, the urban usage of technology, right? The rural usage of technology in terms of education, their requirement, the urban requirement, the rural requirement. Now, how with the time, if we divide it, the bridge from that rural to the urban or urban to the rural, what are the challenges faced or how we have really coped up if we have schools across the rural parts of India? I know I'm sitting in Bangalore, very easy to talk about network. It is easy to talk about platforms available. It is easy for affordability. But let's talk about the rural part of India, right? Technology, available of resources, available of handsets, available of bandwidth, as which we're talking about. So if I talk to Tijay, because you have schools across India and you have rural urban combinations, any thought process on this part? Please, we want to listen from you first.
Problems, if I want to number it, in rural areas, adaptability was the first factor. Parents are not able to adapt because they were not trained and even they have less resources. Or you can say the technical knowledge or the technical issues. Earlier, we used to have too many technical issues with our parents about how to use a platform. They are not getting logged in, or audio is not coming, video is not coming, child is not able to come on the screen, teacher not able to interact. Computer knowledge, again, was a factor. Most biggest challenge we face is a time management. With rural areas, they have only one or two devices. Even if they come to platform, they have a problem with whether to call from that phone or whether to do their work and whether to attend the classes. So we shifted our class timings. Even we conducted some preschool classes in the evening also. That was again a problem. And one of major problem I see is a self-motivation. In rural areas, it is difficult for a parent to tell that these classes are useful. You can motivate somebody up to an extent. Otherwise, motivation comes from himself. So in our case, it was double difficulty. First, we need to motivate the parents and then the teachers to bridge a balance or to bring a balance between the classes, because after some days teachers get frustrated, or rather than I'll say allergic, how to tackle a parent. They're coming in between the class, they are asking, they're eating something, or everybody has faces all these issues. But I think with gradually with time, all these things comes to a normal level, because gradually parents have realized that what is the importance of these class. Yes, it took 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. I'm not quite an optimistic person. Frankly speaking, I don't feel once the schools are open, we will come on the same track back. Initially, I think it would be difficult to come on the same track with the same kind of classes. But yes, gradually and slowly, once in a week, maybe twice in a week, maybe with a comfortable timing, depending upon what kind of content we are going to bring. I think with that, we can include the parent from rural also to come on the technology.
And from Gitika, madam, as managing different schools in different locations, your thought process on rural urban aspect of this?
So again, I think the mindset and adaptability. So mindset was difficult to crack in the rural because they could not understand how a child can learn online, and for them, physical presence is a must. So and the devices, because I think over there, not too many parents, if they have 3 children, now they would only spare one mobile or one laptop. And then we also had to reschedule our, the timetable. So there were classes which were also happening in the evening. And, but I think over a period of time, when the parents saw the dedication and the commitment of the teachers, because they would be observing the classes, they actually realized, so it's kind of worked better for us because they realized earlier they would not be very convinced about the experiential learning and the activities. After going through the lesson, they realize what, how the child learns really matters than what the child is being taught, the content itself. Because earlier they would be insisting on just doing question answers and wrote. So I think through this technology, because the teachers had actually created these modules and they would also have activities for children where the parents also would get involved. So they have also got educated. And now I think going forward, they realize that it is equally effective and they would be ready to keep a budget aside for getting some, devices for their children. So, so there has been a shift. But it's after experiencing that it helps. The child is improving. There is a difference in the child's behavior and learning. So that had worked for us. But then rural was definitely tougher than the urban.
And yes, it was very true. But even I had a mixed of opinions on this, that when we were discussing with a lot of branch owners, and trust me, even I have got some news that the rural adaptability of technology was faster than the urban in some cases, right? I'll tell you that cases also. When there was some news about the safety, security of Zoom, the urban population were more concerned than the rural population, right? That is one. Saying that, second thing is, when this is, I'm giving you my personal experience and nothing to do with rural or urban, let's say, but we have rural locations and urban, so I'm able to share these experiences. When we used to call parents sending messages that download this technology, we are going to start the classes, rural parents has taken faster interest, faster delivery, and they have adopted that one much faster. Second thing is, over all this technology and the processes and the learning, what we have seen that the child has loved it in the initial days very, very nicely. The child was thinking, and earlier also, the screen was a one way of interacting with them, for them. They were only able to see a video which is one-sided, somebody is talking about it. And as from an early childhood education industry, our child was shocked and happy that how come my friend is online and speaking to me at the life, how they have shared their toys, how they have shared their bedrooms and toys, and they have been able to communicate with their friends. So there were a lot of different inside friends, and It was a really amazing discussions from the view of technology in terms of NEP, the rural urban, what we have used, what we are planning to use, what kind of problems we faced, what kind of points we have considered while selecting the technology in the learning process. And that was a topic given by ASMA. Thank you so much, ASMA, to bring this topic. And trust me, Gitika, Sarika ma'am, Tijika, Siddharth, and Aditya, it was a good inside learning for me too, because we all have shared our own practical experiences on this platform. So as a closing remarks, I think we are all on time. And on a closing note, thank you, Asma, once again. I thank you all. It's an honor to be with all the friends from the industry. And thank you so much. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you so much, sir. That was quite an insightful deliberation to begin with. And it was a pleasure listening to you all. Thank you so much for your time. Requesting you all to stick around because the much awaited award felicitation ceremony will start very shortly, right after hearing the special address from our special guest of the day. May I have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Ramachandran Gopalakrishnan, the chairman of InnoServe Group of Companies and director at Kiritsu Forum. He is a qualified chartered accountant with 20 years of investment banking experience and 19 years of being a mentor capitalist. Over to you, Jia sir, for your special address.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege and an honor to be addressing this valedictory session. More so when I see that I'm talking to people under 40 and the top 40 who are the leaders in the education industry. Or did I use the wrong word? Leaders? I need to redefine it. Leaders are people who have position, authority, power, influence, and sometimes a titular role. And what I see of the younger generation under 40 are people who lead. I dare say that I'm interacting with a group of people. I've been seeing the morning sessions. I'm really interacting with a group of people who lead from the front. For me, this distinction is very, very critical. And I am going to be deliberating upon leadership and the willingness to lead a little bit in today's valedictory session. I have seen a generational shift in the under 40 leaders. Leaders only asked questions. And this generation of under 40 who are educational entrepreneurs and game changers seek inputs. They're not only directing or firing questions, they're setting a stage for people, youngsters, students, staff, professors, everybody to give in their inputs. And the key, which I found very, very intriguing, exciting, at the same time engaging, was the fact that they were willing to take what the inputs were given to them and execute it. In the past, we felt leaders grow in stature with age. Today, we know those who lead are leaders and they are possibly underage in that sense of the word. Because to call people under 40 as leaders maybe 20 years ago would have been virtually sacrilege. The Gurukul system unfortunately tells us as you grow older, you have to respect age. While age has its own respectability. And here's a guy who's talking well past the age of 60. I would dare say that the thought process is there in youngsters even more than ever before. Age is a mere number, we say. Yes. So long as you could be 60 going 30 or 40, you are good. But the under 40, the leaders who have arrived, they're the people who have been the game changers. I think they talk the talk and walk the talk. And that is why when I was looking at today's seminar and the event, and of course, awards that follow subsequent to my speech right now, I felt that the youngsters in the education sector are doing something which in one word can only be described as incredible. Earlier, we felt that if a person is senior in age, only then you could be occupying important positions in the field of education. ASMA now recognizes that under 40, top 40, there are a lot of youngsters who are leaders by leading from the front in their own right. And what gratifies me a lot is the fact that these leaders are thinking about innovation, not for the sake of innovation, but to ensure that education is on the forefront. And we ensure that through technology as an enabler to our strategy, we create in students the leaders of tomorrow. So when you're leading the change to create leaders of tomorrow through the strategy of a two-way communication process and understanding, I think the education system is in the right hand of youngsters. Make no mistakes. Today's youngsters are going to be tomorrow's leaders who lead this country when the education policy gets crystallized and implemented. Because I, for one, feel that gone are the days when we have to keep on repeating that we need to look westwards, more so to the US of A, to have higher education. It is leaders like you who are going to ensure that the centers of excellence for training and development for the students is there in their own soil. And maybe I would go to the extent of saying, make India Atmanirbhar, in a sense where you have people coming to India to learn rather than we saying that we will be going to the West, maybe to Harvard or to Wharton or to Stanford and say we've got a degree from there. It may possibly be the other way around, where people will say that we went to India and got the degrees. Sometimes we think that it may not be possible because just like in the past, we place too much of emphasis on seniority and giving respect to elders, possibly, and that's why we didn't exhibit competitiveness in the field of sports. If you take the game of cricket in India today, youngsters are writing the rules like never before. What people thought is unbelievable or cannot be done is happening in the cricket field by youngsters who are just 20 and 19 years old and they are leading from the front. And I see the same thing happening in the education sector with youngsters setting a new trend, a path-breaking trend, a trend which cannot be missed. We can see that all the youngsters here, who are the young leaders, are saying, we will take India into the 21st century. Technology we embrace like nobody's business. Education we embrace like nobody's business. We don't need to go to the US or to the UK to learn more. The Oxfords and the Cambridges, or the Harvards and the Whartons and the Stanfords are going to be created very much in the Indian soil. And we'll have leaders in our country where others will follow them, rather than we say we have to follow leaders from the West. I feel very privileged to be looking at this August gathering, more so because I'm in the midst of youth, with youthful energy, with intensity and power of positivity in y'all, looking forward to take the education to a new horizon in days and years to come, teach the youngsters what leadership is all about by leading from the front. And hopefully, I think we are going to see in India the modern education system coexisting with the culture and heritage of the past, where we had the best and the best of both the worlds, the old world charm with the new world technology and the new world leaders with the old world grace. I think that's what I would say is going to be brought about by these leaders under 40 to take a nation forward and fuel it to a rapid growth in the 21st century. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to be in the midst of all of you. Thank you so much once again. Join us in the awards ceremony.
Thank you so much, Jia sir. As always, it was a joy and a privilege listening to you. Now let's jump on to the much awaited award felicitation ceremony. Again, with much honor and pleasure, I'd like to welcome Jia sir. Under his gracious presence, we'll be distributing the awards. I'd request all the awardees to stay back so that we all can have a group photo until the ceremony gets over. Please stay back. With that being said, Jia sir, I'd request you to call out the first awardee of the day.
Well, I have the first award for this evening. Can I go ahead?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Is to Mr. Ryan Pinto, CEO, Ryan International Group of Institutions. Hearty congratulations, Mr. Pinto. Is Ryan there?
Yes, I am. A very good afternoon. Thank you very much for this recognition. It's a pleasure being here.
Hearty congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this award and for all the blessings. I am so grateful to my loving and encouraging parents who have given me the opportunity to do what I do, and I dedicate this award to all of our team members of the Ryan schools across the nation, without whose support we wouldn't be able to do what we do every day. Thank you very much for this recognition. God bless.
The next award winner is TJ Gupta, co-founder and COO, Bachpan Play School. Hearty congrats, TJ Gupta. Over to you.
Thank you, ASMA team. Thank you very much for the award. I'm turning 41 on this 23rd of March. So I think it's the right time. Just you kept this event 3 or 4 days. So thank you for the appreciation.
But you look like 30, 41 going 30. So no worries.
But my wife doesn't think so. Thank you.
The next award winner is Preetam Agarwal, founder and CEO, Hello Kids. Over to Preetam. Hearty congratulations. Preetam.
I'm really honored and really happy motivated. And thank you, Asma, for recognizing me for the work, what I have done with the passion. And I promise that I will keep the same passion when if I'm there as 40 or 50 or 60, that changes which I have in my mind that I will bring in terms of education for the young children in India, that passion, I will keep it alive with your motivation. This award I dedicate to all of my team of Hello Kids and Riverstone Schools. Thank you, Asma.
Thank you. The next award winner is Mahek Bharat Shah, Director, Millennium World School. Hearty congratulations to you, Mahek. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here, and I highly appreciate what ASMA is doing, where you're really encouraging a lot of youngsters in education who can do their best to shape a lot of futures for tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. The next award winner is Sneha Tapadia, CEO, Jumpstart International Preschool and Learning Center. Hearty congratulations, Sneha. Over to you. Is Sneha there? Hello?
No, sir, I think we can move to the next.
Yes. Okay. The next award winner is Desu Naga Sandesh, founder and CEO, People Group of Institutions. Hearty congratulations to you. And over to you, Desu.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the award, and platform has been a wonderful place to share a lot of thoughts about the technology in education, as well as I would want to specify one thing. There was a lot spoken about a rural adaptation of technology during this session, right? That was a very different thing which I could see in this session, and thank you for this award. And I would thank my team for their support in achieving whatever we are doing. We'll continue doing the same. Thank you.
The next award winner is Rikrit Sarai. I hope I pronounced the name right. Managing Director, Satluj Group of Schools. Over to you, Rikrit. Hearty congratulations.
Yeah, I think he's also not there, so you can move on with it.
Okay, we go to the next award winner, Roshan Gandhi, CEO, City Montessori School. Hearty congratulations, Roshan Gandhi. Over to you.
He's also not there, so you can move on.
We go to the next person?
Yes, yes.
The next award winner is Dr. Nyati Chitkara, Principal, Chitkara International School. Hearty congratulations to you. Over to you, Nyati.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Team ASMA, for this wonderful recognition. Ideally, it's not a good idea for a lady to openly declare her age, But I'm very happy to do that with this wonderful recognition and award. And also, I'd like to share here that we started, it's a young team that started the school. And at that time, we were told that we are very, very young and totally novice in the field of education. But I think today, this youthfulness is what is, the edge of, our team's work. So I think we are very, very happy and proud to receive this award. And I'd like to thank my family and all my youthful team members. And I accept this award on their behalf. Thank you.
The next award winner is Kavita Jain, CEO, MDN Edify Education. Hearty congratulations, Kavita. Over to you.
She's also not there, sir.
Kavita is not there?
No.
Okay, we go to the next award winner, Artha Kataria, Managing Trustee, Ashoka Group of Schools. Hearty congratulations to you, Astha. Over to you.
So good evening, everyone, and thanks a lot, ASMA, for this recognition. I would, give all the credit to my dynamic team. And yes, we've been in education space past 15 years. I'm an engineer by profession, or rather by qualification, and a passionate edupreneur. So I think we've just begun our journey, and there's miles to go ahead. Excited. Thank you.
The next award winner is Siddharth Singh, Director, Emerald Heights International School, Indore. Hearty congrats, Siddharth. Over to you.
I thank ASMA for this wonderful recognition. I think, as everyone has said, that we have a very strong team working behind us at the school, and I thank my team members for always being there. And and I accept this award on behalf of my complete team. Thank you, ASMA, for this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. The next award winner, Lakshmi Reddy, Academic Director and Trustee, Sharanya Narayan International School, Bangalore. Hearty congratulations, Lakshmi. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, ASMA, for honoring me with this award. I would like to dedicate this award to all the teachers out there who have been working tirelessly both before and after the pandemic. As Jenny Aldrich has rightly said, technology can become the wings that will allow the educational world to fly farther and faster than ever before if we allow it. It is great to see so many educational leaders on this platform here today who are using technology to make the education sector move forward during these unprecedented times with unparalleled spirit. Thank you all.
And there was a comparison coming from my...
The next award winner is Gaurav Bansal, Director, the Millennium School. Hearty congrats, Gaurav. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, ASMA team, for giving me this recognition. I would like to thank all my team members who are standing behind me for the last 10 years. And I also like to thank Millennium Education Management who give me this platform for doing the hard work and make a school who will going to one of the best school in our city. Thank you very much. Thank you, the ASMA team. Thank you very much.
The next award winner is Arpit Panjwani, Director, Ma Anandmai Memorial School, Raiwala. Hearty congratulations to you, Arpit. Over to you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for this kind recognition. Yes, I'll start over again. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for this kind recognition. It's been a wonderful day, especially through the insightful discussions I had with my co-panelists. I really thank the entire ASMA team for considering me worthy of this kind recognition. And of course, I dedicate it to all my team members who have been working tirelessly to promote virtual learning and to ensure that students get the best during this pandemic as well. Thank you, much appreciated, and good luck to all.
Thank you. The next award winner, Dr. Pallavi Rao Chaturvedi, Executive Vice President, ASIC Group founder, Brainy Bear Preschools founder, Get Set parent. Hearty congratulations to you. Over to you.
Yeah, so thanks a lot. Pallavi could not be here. I mean, she's traveling. She could not be here personally to accept this award, but she has conveyed a message that she is really honored to receive this award. And thanks a lot to the entire ASMA team. Thank you. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The next award winners, Srisha Mohandas, Director Education, SSVM Institutions. Hearty congratulations to you, Srisha Mohandas. Over to you.
A very good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for this award. I cannot thank enough the entire SSVM family, I must say. And the most gratitude would be to my parents, who are the founders of SSVM institutions. And I've seen them, I've grown seeing them pour in their passion for quality education that they offer and for who we are today. And I'm so glad that being second in line, I'm also able to contribute to this institution and so many lives and so many children, and together we can make a difference. So thank you very much. This goes to the entire SSVM family. Thanks a lot, ASMA, for this recognition.
You're welcome. The next award winner, Dr. Mansi Agarwal, Founder Director, Scottish Early Years, Delhi. Hearty congratulations, Mansi, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Team ASMA, Mr. Ramchandra Gopalakrishnan, and Mr. Rahul also for this felicitation. Definitely, I want to thank the entire SEY team for being with us from day one and bringing the school where it has reached. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. The next award winner, Kanak Gupta, Director, Faith MR Jaipuria Schools. Hearty congratulations to you, Kanak. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramchandran, Mr. Rahul, Chandan. Thank you for the recognition. Really appreciate it. We are running about 42 schools across the country, and tier 2, tier 3 cities, 30,000 odd students studying with us, and 2,200 plus educators associated with us. So this award is not mine. This belongs to all our teachers, all our students, parents who've entrusted the faith on us. And we hope that we'll keep making that impact, whatever little dent in the education space in the smaller cities, because that's where the education requirement is foremost. Thank you so much, ASMA, for the recognition. All the best, and congratulations to all my friends. I'm seeing so many of them getting the recognition as well. Congratulations, guys. We'll catch up on an informal chat as well. Thank you.
And the final winner, last but not the least, Harsh Madhok, Director, Sunbeam Group of Educational Institutions, Hearty congrats, Harsh, and over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramchandran. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the entire management of Sunbeam School, Varanasi, I would like to thank ASMA for facilitating me as one of India's top 40 under 40 educationalists. The credit truly goes to the entire team of staff at Sunbeam. Sunbeam was established nearly 50 years ago in 1972 by my grandmother, Ms. Bish Ishrat Madhok. We had three mottos, which was duty, devotion, and discipline. These are timeless values which every student of Sunbeam has tried to inculcate within ourselves. And I surely will try to carry the same zeal and passion for education which my grandmother and my parents have done in the past, obviously adapting to change and leveraging technology for the same. So thank you so much for the wonderful recognition, ASMA, once again. Back to you, sir.
With this, we come to the end of the award ceremony, and I'm handing it over to Tanujit. I guess it's Tanujit?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Tanujit, who's going to give you the closing note. Over to you, Tanujit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. A very good evening, everyone.
Before that, actually, I'd request all the speakers, all the awardees to turn on their video. We'll have a group photo. Back-end team, please. Yeah, that'll be all. Thank you. Over to you, Tanujit.
Great. Thank you, Rahul. A very good evening, everyone. What wonderful sessions of thoughts and views from some of the most sought-after thought leaders in education of the country. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of ASMA to congratulate all the winners of top 40 under 40 in education in India. As we celebrate your success today, I am sure the pillar of your success was built upon the bricks of various hardships and struggles. But it is your vision, your sheer dedication, your execution finesse, and most important thing, your passion, which has paved the way for such success stories. Stories which will probably inspire a generation of entrepreneurs and professionals who are trying to make a mark in this industry. So basically, today we are not just celebrating your success, we are also celebrating the process which has made you the game changers of the education industry. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank our guest of honor, Dr. M.B.V. Prasad Rao, sir, and also our chief guests, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, and Ramachandran Gopalakrishnan, sir, for their august presence for this event. Well, we can't end the event without thanking our audience. Thank you so much for your presence. Your presence motivates us to create such exciting and enticing events every time. And last but not the least, I also want to take this opportunity to thank the sponsors and the partners of these events. Our presenting partner, Collegedunia, our academic partner, Millennium Education Management, university partner, Tagore University, engagement partner, FMA Digital, AI partner, Urai Robotics. With that, we officially announce the closure of the award ceremony. Stay tuned and stay connected with ASMA as we're going to bring one of the most exciting and most anticipated event, India's Admission Hunt 2021, right, which had a roaring success in the year 2020. Stay tuned, stay safe, and stay protected. Please remember the fight against the virus is not yet over. Thank you, everyone, and see you soon.